It's time for the dreamers to awaken. Aloha, shifters, light guardians, multidimensional friends, dreamers within this beautiful holographic matrix. My name is Brendon, Mystic Spider-Man, Skull Babylon, Wolf Shield, welcoming you to another inspirational, entertaining, and educational team podcast that we do here through the Paradigm Shift Central project. This is our Paradigm Shift Central dream class where we practice having discussion all about dreaming, lucid dreaming, dream tips, dream experiences, theories, consciousness, multidimensional reality, infinity, and beyond. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us once again. And of course, I am joined by some fellow amazing conscious creators here, our leading members within the community. So fellow leading members, I'm gonna bring you guys up on screen. Go ahead, gently unmute your microphones, make some noise, and send some love out to all the amazing people tuned in. All the other dreamers, let's make some noise. Beautiful. Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you again, everyone, for joining in on all platforms. If you guys are tuned in on YouTube, do us a favor and drop an 1111 in the chat just to be able to make sure that you can hear us okay. If the audio and the video is slightly out of sync, we'll get that fixed as we go. Couple quick notes to be able to start off the broadcast before we get into the discussion. We're just going to introduce things for those of you who may be new to this community, and then we'll get into a little bit of a meditation. We'll tell you a little bit about how to be able to connect further, etc., etc. And then after the meditation, we'll start passing the talk and stick around, and then we'll go through the discussion. And then by the end of the broadcast, we'll also have a little dream-themed meditation as well. If it's your first time tuning in, drop a 333 in the chat. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in, for being here, and for being a part of this team, this community. So for those of you who may be new to this, Paradigm Shift Central, this is a project that we started over 1 million years ago as a little club in my college, and then we started having meetings at my downtown at a downtown yoga studio in my city, my little city of London, Ontario, Canada. Shout out to anybody else who's also in Canada or wherever you are. Thank you guys so much for being here. And since then, the project has continued to evolve. In about 2011, we started this podcast. We've done over 300 of these variations of these podcasts. And again, the intention has been at its core consistent, where it's about being able to create sacred space for people to come together to be able to practice being sacred mirrors, being portals for consciousness to experience and wake itself up, a place for us to be able to practice talking about the things we don't always get a chance to be able to talk about, relate to spirituality, metaphysics, consciousness, and in this case, dreaming and what it means to be a multidimensional being. So this project is all about encouraging people to choose to be the change they wish to see in the world. It's about being able to build a global team of shifters, of light guardians, people who are actively helping assist with the shift in consciousness through creativity, compassion, and personal development. And of course, the aspect of dream practice is a huge part of that personal development path as well. So if you're brand new to this, we got a Discord channel. You guys are welcome to connect to that. It's a very cool place where you can tune in for more of the stuff that we got going on with the team throughout the week, including our regular team meditations Monday to Friday. We also got more access if you're interested in being able to join as a leading member, which you can do by joining in through the Patreon. Through the Patreon at the $11 a month contribution, you can become a leading member and get full access not only to the team chat on Discord, but also to be able to join on air for these weekly team podcasts, access to me as a conscious media creation coach, discount for items of the shop, and just the general value of being able to connect with a dedicated and really awesome, kind team of fellow conscious media creators. And that's a big part about what we're doing. We're building a team of shifters, and within that, we're specifically bringing together people who are also conscious media creators. So if you're a conscious media creator, if you're just looking to surround yourself with other awesome conscious people in general, then definitely go ahead, connect to our Discord, check out the Patreon, and go ahead and get connected in whatever way that works for you. We're back here live every Thursday, and we're live, and we post to Spotify under Paradigm Shift Radio. So make sure you're following Paradigm Shift Radio. You can find all the past links for all the past episodes through the links in the info for this video as well. And if you're on Spotify, be sure to check out the YouTube info for the links for the creators that you'll see featured on this episode today. So all the creators that we see here on the episode, after about 12 hours after the initial live broadcast, I'll put in all the show notes so you can connect with them through there. So that's basically all I need to be able to mention. And thank you again to everyone. Thank you again to our Patreon supporters. And yeah, looking forward to being able to dive deep into this. The Dream Class podcast, we started doing this in 2015. It was really inspired just by my own personal journey. I really got inspired to be able to do it after I was at the Lucidity Festival in California. There's a whole movie there, a couple of movies that you guys are welcome to check out, the Journey to Lucidity movies, but really just kind of, continuing to want to be able to bring people together, to be able to practice talking about the dream exploration practice, because it's something that I think for a lot of us, is undeniably calling us into a place of consistency and willpower and just like resilience, because dream practice is something that it's really easy to just kind of like let off to the side. But one of the most valuable things we can do is to be able to come together as a community, to be able to share our experiences and to be able to provide different tips and experience and stories and theories. And so by the time you guys are done watching this episode, we hope that this will in some way educate you, inspire you, entertain you, and motivate you on your journey of developing your dream practices as well, knowing that we are all doing this together. And so once we go through the meditation, we'll talk a little bit more about why dreams are so important, and we'll also hear from all the leading members on air a little bit about their personal experience with dreams. We got people here from like a wide variety of experience within dreams, so it's always exciting. And again, if you're looking for past dream class broadcasts, go ahead and check those out. Like I said, if it's your first time here, go ahead and drop a 333 in the comments. Just be able to let us know. Maybe I didn't say that already, but if it is, go ahead, let us know. For those of you on TikTok, click the link in my profile, join in on YouTube, and let's get ready to be able to move into a little bit of a meditation. And then from there, we'll get right into the discussion. We're going to aim to keep this podcast, like, I'm going to eat my words saying this. I want to try and keep it like short-ish, whatever that means for us. Considering that like 3 to 4 hours is like a regular podcast for us. So if we can keep this within like 3 hours, that's awesome. But either way, we'll go with the flow. And as we move into this meditation, I want to just be able to kind of like invite us into this very kind of like chill vibe for tonight. So let's just kind of move through this discussion almost as if we are kind of like in that dream like vibe, that hypnagogic vibe. So I know there was a lot of energy for us getting the podcast started. We got a party going on here, but let's just kind of shift it up with a little bit of meditation, drop into our heart space, and really just be able to bring ourselves into this place of gratitude, the shared coherence, and then carry that intention with us as we move through the discussion. So even if you're new to meditation, go ahead, get yourself nice and comfortable. This is a regular thing that we do. We're just going to visualize us just kind of seeing each other in a circle, setting that intention, and then from there we'll get right into the discussion. So thank you again, everyone. And yeah, the intention to be able to help support each other as spiritual beings on this human experience, and to learn more about what it means to become a multidimensional being and to become dreamers, awakening within the dream and to awaken to our potential. So go ahead and get yourself nice and ready, everyone, and we'll begin the meditation in one moment. Awesome. All right. Thank you again, everyone, for joining in. When you're ready, go ahead and gently close your eyes. Find a comfortable position for your hands. Straighten up your spine. Open up your chest. Relax your face. And gently begin connecting with your breath. Soft, gentle inhales through the nose and the mouth. And soft, gentle exhales. Just giving ourselves permission to show up in this space, even if it's literally just for a few moments. And so as you breathe here, just bringing gratitude into your heart. Gratitude for the space we are creating together, this sacred space, this sacred portal for consciousness to practice dancing and sharing within. Gratitude for yourself for showing up. And gratitude for the community and the team that we have here together. And gratitude for the wisdom we are here to share and receive. As you continue to bring yourself into that heart space, take a moment here to just kind of visualize all of us sitting in a circle. You can imagine us inside of a cute little yoga studio, maybe out in a park, maybe under a tree, maybe even under the dream tree, which we'll talk more about later. Just taking a moment here to just see each other in a circle. And to just see the other faces here. Just imagine them within your heart. Just feel it within your heart. Just take a moment here to be able to express gratitude. And so you see all these fellow spiritual beings here on this beautiful journey. And just honoring them, thanking them for showing up. For everybody here, simply by you listening to this discussion, you are still a participant. So thank you for receiving, thank you for contributing your presence, your attention, so that collectively we can carry this knowledge with us, we can embody it, ripple it out further. Take a moment here, just be able to speak words of kindness to all the people tuned in tonight. Just take a moment within your own breath, connect to this moment of oneness, just be in your heart space, and you can physically put your hands on your chest if you wish. Just go ahead and just take a few moments in your own silence. Gently continuing to breathe here, and just allow yourself to feel that gratitude being sent to you in return. Before we conclude the short little meditation, I want you to just be able to reflect on one specific phrase that you want to be able to speak to the group, that you want to be able to speak to the heart of all beings tonight, perhaps something related to the discussion of dreaming and awakening consciousness. Go ahead and take one more moment here. What is one phrase, a phrase of support, inspiration, kindness, encouragement? One phrase for the group here tonight. What do you want to say to them? Go ahead and speak it with your heart. Whatever comes through. Beautiful. Allow yourself to feel this connection, feel this shared vibration, feel this love, feel this vibe. I'm going to carry it with us throughout the discussion here tonight. Take another look around the circle. Continue to hold this image within your heart, within your mind as we move through the discussion. Gently, when you are ready, slowly bring your awareness back to your physical body. Wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, gently open your eyes, and return your awareness to the space around you. Beautiful. Awesome. Welcome back, everyone. Before we officially dive in, if anybody here wants to share in the YouTube chat what your phrase was that you had for the team, please, by all means, go ahead and share that. And even for those of you, when you guys are doing your introductions tonight, if you guys want to share what your message was, you guys are welcome to do that. My message for tonight was, it was cute. I liked it. It was the dream is a better place because you're in it, was the message. So just kind of like, yeah, thank you for being here was my message. So beautiful. All right. If you guys are ready to get into this discussion about dreams and leveling up and showing up as a community and shifting our consciousness and becoming better dreamers, go ahead and drop a 777 into the chat and let us know. If there's a bit of an issue with the audio, thanks for letting me know. I'll see if we can fix that as we go. And yeah, just go ahead and let me know, guys, if there's an issue with the audio. It looks like it's fine on mine, but I might just need to plug something in and plug it out. I apologize if there was something, but nonetheless, let's just keep moving forward and we'll fix it as we go. So with that said, today's discussion, a Paradigm Shift Central dream class. This dream class is really, really special to me. Being able to explore the topic of dreams is something that I've always been quite passionate about, more so later on. Like I wasn't always kind of tuned into it as a child, but once I kind of got introduced to it from a particular point of view where it was quite literally this idea that it's like, oh yes, through dreams you can directly experience that you're a multi-dimensional being, and every night when you dream you're literally in your astral body traveling the astral realms, and you can create anything with your mind, and your intentions shape the reality around you, and it's basically like some sort of advanced high-tech video game, and it's incredibly epic, and you can connect through past lives and future lives and talk to loved ones who have passed on and meet like, you know, like ascended masters, and to be able to find out more about your own story from a bigger soul perspective. So for me, being able to just kind of like show up in this space and reflect on why dreaming is something that is important for the community, which I invite all of us here once we kind of pass the talk and stick around, and in addition to just telling us a little bit about your own experience with dreams, you know, just kind of reflect like why do you feel that for the community, for us individually, now is the time for us to like really start paying attention to our dreams in some really, really important ways. And again, without getting into the full detail, I think that dreams are a gateway to a bigger metaphysical understanding of what it means to be human, to what it means to be spirit. And I think when we start to really look at dreams, there's a lot more opportunity for us to be able to grow as a soul. This idea that, you know, if we were just paying attention to our waking consciousness, it's like we're not utilizing the other, however, 50% of our reality that takes place in the dream. So some may even say it's more. Some may like it's almost like a quantum thing. It's like oh yeah, you know, like within the dream space, maybe it's not 50%. Maybe it's like quantumly bigger than that, so to speak, because time is such a different thing within the dream space. But nonetheless, when we show up for the dream practice, I think it gives us a way for us to be able to level up our soul and for us to be able to connect more with who we are on that higher conscious level, and for us to be able to practice receiving messages from the universe and to be able to practice bringing those messages forward into our own personal transformation and perhaps even sometimes into community. Dreams can be a powerful way for us to be inspired as storytellers. You know, there's a lot that we learn about from dreams that can be like, whoa, like this is showing me a realm of what's possible, and then we bring that into our art, we bring that into our own unique expression. So not only are dreams incredibly fascinating, and we'll get a little bit into this later, but just the idea of like, what are dreams? Like literally, what are dreams? Like beyond just the idea that, oh, science says that when you fall asleep and you have extra memories just floating around and then they restructure themselves and ta-da, that's a dream. I'm like, hold up a second, like, whoa, 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 like who's to say we even understand what memories are? Like, whoa, like what is the brain? What is consciousness? Let's really take a couple steps back here. And for me, that gets into a really, really interesting discussion where, yeah, you can't not look at dreams without it starting to open up this idea that clearly consciousness is not limited to the physical body. And here we have this beautiful opportunity to be able to experience what it's like to exist in a present moment equally as real as this one, yet in another dimension. And what are these dimensions and how can we learn within them? And that's where you start getting into even the ever exciting idea of lucidity within dreams. And I'll just say this and then we'll pass it over to whoever wants to go next. I feel personally, and I don't think I'm the only one who feels this, that dreams, the landscape of dreams is where like the evolution of human consciousness is. I feel it's happening in multiple directions. I don't think it's just dreams, but I do feel that if you were to just imagine what an advanced civilization might have looked like back in the day, they were probably tuned in with their dreams in some really interesting ways where they were actually doing stuff together, shared dreaming and interacting and connecting with loved ones in their dream space, in a way that to us is just so foreign. But I think by us having this discussion, we're making it more common, we're encouraging us. And again, this is literally consciousness doing what it can to help wake itself up. So even though we don't fully know for certain what the future has in store, I feel that there's two stories happening right now. There are those of us in society who are awakening to our dreams and who are paying attention to our dreams and are naturally feeling called to, we're fascinated by. And then there's a lot of other people who are being pacified and zombified and removed from their connection to their dreams. They're falling asleep with phones in their face and they're literally just not dreaming at all. Or if they are, they're just completely just like, you know, just like not relevant, so to speak. Not to say that dreams aren't relevant, but it's more so they're just kind of like filled with fascinations opposed to being something that's more potent. And that's something we can talk about, is that, you know, like as you continue to kind of like work on your own state of being and your own mind, you begin to kind of like remove the fascinations that normally fill our dreams, and we kind of distill this information and then another layer of information in dreams. And so when you're not just dreaming about playing Call of Duty or working at the post office or doing something that you did the day before, then what happens within your dreams? And this is where you get into the idea that it seems as if, sorry, I know there's a lot here, but just to introduce it and then we'll pass it, there seems to be some other aspect of consciousness beyond our personal consciousness, which is both influencing and communicating to us through dreams. Like, hello, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, like, if I'm not mistaken, that's like almost like alien contact. Like, then that's what I mean, right? Like, so it's like we're looking for like aliens out there, but we have this ability to connect inside with all of these like other multi-dimensional aspects of ourselves. And I think dreams are naturally this psychedelic experience that we have every single night, and we'll hear about that tonight, some of the various stories and experiences that people have. So yes, I feel that through dreams they are a portal for us to be able to connect with more of ourselves in a very, very real multi-dimensional way, and to be able to develop more relationship with other multi-dimensional aspects of ourselves. Take that as you will. So this is a very exciting time for us, and I'm really excited for us to be able to be here as a community, and I appreciate every single person showing up and showing interest, and let's continue to have discussions so that we can make this more common and continue to support each other and really continue to be able to open our hearts and our minds to the limitless potential of what dreams have to offer us. It is within our birthright to awaken our consciousness, both within the physical state and the dream state. They go hand in hand. So if you want to reach kind of like full potential, then dreaming is definitely something that we want to be able to balance into the equation as well. Okay, let's pass the talking stick around. Who wants to go first? I know some people have to like leave early. Just go ahead and let me know. Zentia? Okay, we're gonna pass to Zentia. Who wants to go after Zentia? Just go ahead and let me know so I can pass over to Paul, and then we'll pass over to Kristen from there. Okay, and then from there, like again, we'll just kind of we'll do introductions, but if you guys want to reply to something that someone else says as we're talking, that's okay. You guys can just kind of like raise your hand, and we'll just kind of do it popcorn style right from the beginning, while still introducing. As we're passing around, please feel free to briefly introduce yourself in general. Tell us a little bit about your experience with dreams. And then again, just kind of going back to that important question of like why talking about dreams and why paying attention to our dreams is something that you personally feel is important for us as a community at this very, very important time. So I'm gonna pass it over to Zentia. Zentia, thank you so much for joining in. Zentia, when you're ready, talking stick is in your hands. Thank you so much, and go right ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Zentia. I am on YouTube under Zentia Infinite 369 or You Glow Goddess. I'm also on Instagram and TikTok. I am a rapper, a healer, and a psychic. I love all of my jobs. I'm also a intimacy specialist. So I'm here to talk about dreams, and I'm super excited because dreams is actually how I tapped into my psychic powers as a kid, seeing events in my dreams and then seeing them play out. I want to share something out of my book here. The Psychic Dictionary has a really cool explanation for dreams, but an experience I had just last night that never happened to me before. I was sleeping and around 5:30 I woke up and grabbed my remote and turned towards my TV and said, "Why is this so loud? What the heck is on my TV?" And there was meditation on my TV. So, for the first time, my dream woke me up, and I was conscious in my dream enough to rationalize this noise must be the TV. It was actually my dream. And normally it happens in the reverse where I'm like, oh, I'm picking up my dream, but this time it was kind of like my dream interrupted my 3D reality. It was really strange. It was a guy yelling very loudly, a king in the medieval castle yelling words I never heard before. So I was like, what's happening on my TV? Like, so I still don't know. I didn't go back to sleep yet. One of the cool things I had learned in the past about dreams is going back into the dream after I've woken up. And I forgot the word, that little slither of time right before you go to sleep is where I declare where exactly I'm gonna go, how I get back in through those doors. But hey, I just wanted to share that with you guys because it was really cool to me. So in the book here, I just wanted to share this explanation here of dreams. I'm gonna read it as quickly as I can. Mind activity during sleep between the lower beta and upper alpha levels, resulting in fuzzy, fragmented, nonsensical visions accompanied by emotions. One explanation, they present themselves in still scenes or story form, using dreamers as the subject or the spectator. Black and white or color, conversations understood by the dreamer without subjects in dream uttering words. An awareness of the five senses being used, symbols and images, elusive and paradoxical form, theories for proposals of dreams, to compensate for the activity of the day just past, bringing balance to the mind and the body, to provide a workshop for repair of self-esteem and competency, to provide information of where and how the dreamer stands in his or her life according to past decisions, to provide help with new decisions and activities, to emphasize unbalanced character traits, unrealized potentials, and to give encouragement when these are acted upon. Dreams work with the present. They are a form of psychic energy, originating from the guiding principle, entering through a subconscious mind, relating material to help the soul mind advance for the highest good of the individual. Paradoxal sleep, REM sleep, and dreams are other things you can research. So I wanted to share that with you. I thought there were a lot of different points in there for you to take a look at your dreams and what it may be offering you. I know something happened. First of all, I just started journaling a couple last week, but upon waking, I had a conversation and I saw snow around a person and I saw transportation, and speaking to them that morning, they had explained to me that they went to sleep on the side, they drive trucks of the road, and 10 minutes later the truck was surrounded by snow. in the same dream, I saw three people hanging out, and my sister went on vacation. And I ended up actually seeing these three people hanging out. And when I spoke to her today, she said she had posted a picture on Instagram. And she said, "Well, did you see it?" And I said, "No, I saw when I went to sleep. That's what I saw." So I wrote it in my journal. So as the paragraphs was saying there, I've been able to, in the past, go into the dreams and see things and play them out. And now I'm seeing other people inside of my dreams, and it's playing out in my 3D world. So the integration right now is getting really interesting for me. So I'm kind of like, I don't know, hands in right now with my dreams. It's kind of expanding for me. So I'm really curious and excited to see what other people have experienced with their dreams. Thank you guys for listening.
Awesome. Zentia, thank you so much for getting us started there, and we'll just move in right into the next person. And I'll just state real quick again, a big part of the intention for this podcast and just this project in general is for us to be able to have a way and a place for us to be able to practice documenting the shift in consciousness. So by us sharing our stories, this is basically like a podcast version of a collective digital dream journal. So use this to just be able to, because we do the Dream Class podcast at least once every 2 months. So between the podcast, if you guys got new stories that you want to share, if there are particular visions that kind of come through, please by all means go ahead and do that. And this is a great way for us to be able to bring it into a circle and just be like, oh, like what have we been up to? What have we been up to within the dream space? Because yes, what we're doing here in the physical plane is a big part of our story, but there's very much this other parallel story that is happening both personally and collectively within the dream space. So we'll pass it over to Paul Sifu Boggy. Paul, thank you so much for joining. Paul, when you're ready, passing it over to you. Welcome, and go right ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So yes, my name is Paul Brighton. Most people know me as Sifu Boggy. Sifu means guide, means someone who puts you along the way, who guides you on your path. Boggy is my martial art name, my healing name, and my spiritual name, and it means the balancer between the chaos and the calmness. And for the last 38 years, I've been studying the Taoist arts. The Tao means the way, the path, the balance, and that's covers many different things like qigong, massage, healing, spiritual work, energy work, but also dream work. And there are three main sort of titles that I have. I'm a barefoot doctor, I'm a skilled barefoot doctor. I'm an ordained dragon dog shaman, and also an ordained cloud whisperer, which are different styles, sort of like Jedi's, different style of Jedi's in Taoism. And the cloud whisperer and the dragon dog shaman are very much into dreams, to the fact, which is interesting because of the connection now in quantum physics, but the fact that the dragon, both in Taoism, they believe that the dream world and the real world are just different dimensions, are different layers of the same reality, and our consciousness is in all of them. And actually, even in science, they were saying that they're now finding other dimensions, and they're starting to believe that the dream world is another part of reality, is actually another part of reality, like virtual reality that we actually dwell in. And the really cool thing about dreams, when you go to sleep, when you do dream, the dreams that you're having are activated through your pineal gland, the third eye. That's a little tiny gland that actually looks like an eye right in the center of your brain, and it actually excretes DMT, dimethyltryptamine. Now, DMT is also a drug which everybody, got to have DMT and go and hallucinate. Well, you hallucinate every single night. Every single night that you dream, you're tripping on DMT. Your brain is its own drug den. You've got drugs right in the center of your brain. You don't need outside stuff. It's in here. And when people say, "Oh, yeah, but I don't dream," I never dream. Well, we know scientifically, we know that's not true. Everybody dreams, but what you can do is through meditation or just daydreaming is dreaming. Daydreaming in the dream, close your eyes or look into the distance, imagine what you want to do. You do that a couple of times during the day, and what happens, what a lot of people have found, is when they think about stuff just before they go to bed, they tend to start to dream about it, because your subconscious is start putting ideas, it's planting seeds for you to dream that day. Now, another thing is that it's best to try to go to sleep relaxed. So, surprise, surprise, I teach a thing called Qigong. It's like Tai Chi. It's the Yoda. Where is he? It's the Yoda of Tai Chi. So there's Yoda. Qigong is the Yoda of Tai Chi. And Qigong helps you relax the body. When the body's relaxed, the emotions relax, the mind relax. And when you can relax and go to sleep, that can help you dream. Other things that can also help you, a little bit of nutmeg in your milk, whether it's milk or almond milk, a little bit of warm milk and a little bit of nutmeg and or cinnamon. They contain what's called B16, which actually helps the dreaming process. So there's natural remedies to help you sleep, to help you activate you in the dream world. And we got there's in the stuff I do, there's a thing called the island, and the island is this meditation, a little bit like Brendon's sacred tree, and in that meditation, that dream world is like a virtual reality. But the island is you. Different parts are actually represented by you, and when you meditate on something, again, you'll end up doing that in your dream world. And this whole thing of lucid dreaming is quite simply being awake in the dream. Well, be awake in this dream, this reality, and learn to be mindfulness or wakefulness here, and it actually helps you in the virtual world as well. So doing little tricks here, am I asleep, am I awake, or am I asleep? Draw a circle in the air. Does it, if a circle appears, you're dreaming, or if you struggle to read something, you could be dreaming. So it's doing little techniques all through the day. Do a little bit of qigong energy work before you go to bed to help you relax. And just let's say, I'm going to dream tonight. I am, not I want to, I am. Because when you put the I am, you activate it. When you hesitate, or I wish, I want to, you'll always be wanting, you'll always be wishing. So that's pretty much it for now. So that's for me. So love, Chi and Shen, boogie out.
Wonderful. Paul, thank you so much for joining in and for adding your wisdom. And again, I love like, just real quick, and I'll pass it over to Kristen. One of the things that fascinates me is when you start looking at the Aboriginal cultures and the way they talk about dreams and just the ancient teachings and everything. And yeah, like, I think opposed to just being like dreams are just chemical signals firing in the brain, like, that's my impersonation of modern day science, I guess. I don't know, sorry, apologies, modern day science, didn't mean to offend you there, but more or less, it's like this idea where maybe our science is starting to change, and we're starting to see this, where we're starting to realize that it's like, wait a second, there are such things as multiple dimensions, there are such things as different frequencies and things, and yeah, perhaps where we are is just one particular frequency of a much bigger multi-dimensional reality, so to speak. And so that's and that, like, honestly, that for me was a big kicker, where I'm like, wait a second, like, I think this reality is basically the same, it's built from the same thing as the dream space. The only thing that's different is that it's a little bit denser, like, it's a little bit more crystallized, and as a result, time is different. We have this beautiful thing that we call linear progression, where things happen in a sequence. And again, things just take a little bit longer to manifest, and you have the density where you can't necessarily pass through things. But in terms of being able to, like, think things into existence, feel things into existence, and really being able to connect with things, it's super, super powerful. I'll pass it to Kristen, because I know there's going to be, some really, really cool stories that we'll hear tonight. But if you look at what we can do within dreams, especially when it comes to, like, our psychic abilities, like our telepathy, like our ability to, our telekinesis, our ability to be able to astral project even within our dreams, go places simply by thinking it. When you start paying attention to it, it's like, wait a second, if it can happen in a dream space, like, can it happen here? Can, maybe, I don't know. So the veils are becoming thinner as we speak. For everybody here, before I pass it to Kristen, just a reminder, everyone, just go ahead and take a couple deep breaths here, just to be able to bring us back into that chill space. I know everyone got pretty excited there for a second, so just take a moment here to breathe. So just go ahead, just take 2 breaths. Give yourself permission to take 2 breaths. Beautiful. Awesome. All right, let's keep passing the talk and stick around. We'll get to some tips and tricks as we go. And one thing that I did want to be able to focus on, particularly tonight, which hasn't always been a specific topic, was kind of like personal routines and tips for falling asleep, like specifically for falling asleep. How do you guys fall asleep? Because honestly, I feel like in today's day and age, a lot of people probably have trouble falling asleep. You know, like they literally just stay on their phone until they're exhausted. So how do we intentionally fall asleep? Like, let's not forget that. Like, I was thinking about that the other day. Like, I'm like, oh God, like, are we almost at a point where people literally can't fall asleep unless they have Netflix on in the background, or unless they fall asleep with their phone, or unless they've smoked enough weed to pass out, or unless they eat enough food to like fall asleep? Honestly, like I think a lot of people are in that situation. So we'll address that. We'll talk about that. But I'd love to be able to hear from you guys. You can start bringing this in as we pass around. Some practical tips to be able to help us relax, set the intention as we fall asleep into the night. There was a video I made this morning about 5 uncommon tips for dream practice. I'll just say those real quick. Tip 1 was like setting your intention and communicating your interests. So example, like reading books, paying attention to podcasts, going out of your way to connect with others and research. Number 2, crap, I don't remember. I'm going to pass it to Kristen. I know what they were. I just don't remember. Why do I forget what number 2 was? Number 2 was number 2 the intention one? Yeah, number 2. Okay, sorry. Number 2 was creating a routine before sleep. So that's what I was just talking about. Number 3 was moderating cannabis use. That's something we can talk about a little bit. Number 4 was, what was number 4? Wow, I forget my own content. Apparently I'm horrible at this job. Anyways, okay, let's keep passing the talking stick around. Can you guys do me a favor? If the video sounds better, if the audio sounds fine, drop an 1111 in the chat. It was plugged into my wrong microphone, but it still sounded good, thank goodness. But if it sounds fine, just go ahead and drop the 1111 in the chat for those of you on YouTube if you notice a difference from when I was last talking. Kristen, let's pass it over to you and everybody here. Let's just kind of like, even feel free to like fall asleep while listening to this podcast. That'd be cool. Okay, Chris, I'm passing over to you. Welcome, go right ahead.
Hello, beautiful, amazing souls. It's so lovely to see you guys and share space with you. I love you dearly, and dreams are one of my absolutely favorite topics. So, how beautiful that we get to come together and discuss something that's just like pure magic to me. Like, dreams are really a space where you can, once you develop a practice, unless you are just somebody who naturally comes to being able to connect with your dreams, developing that practice is super important. And I feel like even if you are somebody that has a really good connection with your dreams, it's still super important to have that like routine, just because whenever you set the intention and you let the universe know, like, hey, I'm interested in learning from my dreams, I'm interested in connecting further with myself, or whatever intention it is that you wish to set for the dream space, the more consistent you are with that, the more you're going to be able to connect, learn, and grow from your dreams. And so, I had so many things I wanted to share, but I think I'm going to start with I really like how Sifu mentioned about being aware of being awake within this reality versus being awake within a dream, and simply asking yourself, am I awake right now? Like, I've caught myself kind of in the routine of life, just like going about the things that I know I have to do, and like finding myself almost in like a sleeping state while I'm awake, and I'll be like, hey, Kristen, wake up. Are you awake right now? Are you present? Are you in the moment? And so, and then being able to do that just while you're simply awake can also help being able to connect that to the dream space as well. So being able to, in your dream, ask yourself, am I awake or am I asleep? And kind of just starting from there. But I love connecting with my dreams. I am a super active lucid dreamer. I have lucid dreams every night. And we were talking in the YouTube chat about twin flame connections in the dream right now, which I just want to touch on that a little bit, if that's okay. Because I think it's really important that we recognize the fact that we can connect with our divine counterparts, or even just friendships or other souls that we wish to connect with deeply if we set the intention, and to be able to kind of, what's the way I want to put this, like resolve differences that may not be able to be resolved in the moment in the 3D reality. And so sometimes you can gain wisdom within the dream space for showing up better in your awake reality. Does that make sense? But yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted to touch on. practice in your dreams, play in your dreams, have fun. Know that if you want to learn, all you have to do is ask, set the intention. There's different tips and tricks. If you want to talk about like what to do before you go to bed, absolutely, like turn off all of your electronics and just focus on meditating or reading a book or just sitting in silence and kind of just being with yourself. Lighting candles, drinking tea. Like Sifu said, there's all kinds of different herbs and vitamins that you can do before you go to sleep that can help your dream space be more active and help you connect with it. And I did want to touch too real quick on nightmares, because I think it's really important that we talk about the fact that sometimes, no matter how lucid dreaming we may be, like nightmares happen, bad dreams happen, and sometimes there is a lesson to be learned, and sometimes it's just sitting in it and accepting that this is the reality that's been coming to you. And so, from somebody that I suffer from PTSD, and I used to have really, really bad night terrors. Every single night, I would wake up in the morning and it would feel, because my dreams are very real to me, I would wake up and I would feel like I had been in the night terror in reality all night long. And so it would really kind of disrupt my day to day reality. And so being able to kind of step out of that within the dream space and see it from a higher perspective of like, this is something for me to learn from. There's a message here that my soul is trying to tell me, rather than like I'm in a place of suffering. And so, but yeah, just knowing that you have the ability to learn and kind of control that reality. You don't have to sit in it. Astral projection is a great way to kind of like handle those night terrors as well. But I'm going to go ahead and pass the talking stick. Thank you guys so much for letting me share. And yeah, I'm super excited to hear what everybody has to say about their dream space. Hi, Dr. Z. It's good to see you.
Dr. Z has entered the chat. Awesome. Kristen, thank you so much. And Kristen, you know, just for, I'm just kind of imagining what the audience is probably thinking when they're listening to you talk. I know there's a lot more for yourself and others to be able to share. But you just kind of mentioned there at the end the idea that like astral projection can be helpful for nightmares. Can you, because I'm curious too, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by that, just so we don't leave it kind of hanging without that? Because I feel like that could be something that people could get like confused about or just not certain what you mean by that. Can you just tell us what you meant by that? Yeah.
Absolutely. So for me, in my waking reality, astral projection was something that I had used in very abusive situations to kind of like handle it.
Do you want to just explain what astral projection is? Apologies.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So astral projection is the act of like leaving your body and sitting in the astral realm, kind of looking over the situation from a third view perspective. Does that make sense?
And like in dream time or in meditation kind of is what you're referring to?
Yeah, absolutely. Within meditation or in dream time. So within the dream space, from my experience, you have to be able to be in a lucid dream in order to astral project within your dream. But if you are, so for example, I'll just give you guys an example of my own dream. So I had a reoccurring dream that happened every single night for a solid week, and it was horrible. It was horrible. I won't tell you guys what it was, just because just know that it was not a great place to be. And no matter how much I tried to change the dream, I would change it, but it would keep coming back around. It would keep coming back to the lesson that needed to be learned. But because I was too emotionally attached to the dream, I wasn't able to learn the lesson. And so within the dream, I kind of sat in a meditative space within the nightmare and astral projected to be able to view the dream that was going on, but not be emotionally attached to it. So it was a lot easier for me to kind of see what was going on and being able to learn the lesson from it, rather than feeling those horrible emotions that go along with the nightmare. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does. And maybe if there are people who still might have some other questions for Kristen, feel free to ask those in the YouTube chat. Or Kristen, is that maybe something where people want to DM you or something like that? Could they DM you about that? It's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat too. It's Honestly, this is the very first time I've ever really talked about it, so this is just practice for me. But if you guys have questions or have your own dreams that you would like to be able to learn how to kind of work through, like I said, I have PTSD, and so kind of working around those night terror situations is something that I have a lot of experience with, and I would be absolutely humbled and love the ability to be able to help anybody else who's trying to work through that situation as well. So please feel free to reach out, DM. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. But yeah, absolutely.
Mhm. Would you say, just because I'm reading the chat here, would you say that like that experience is that like similar to like a dissociative state, or like it's almost like a willed kind of, because like I guess your intention is just to be able to kind of like see it from the observer perspective and to kind of like try to be able to understand things a little bit differently, if I would understand.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's like dissociative disorder is totally detaching from the situation and not really being able to see yourself in that
And
spot,
like
but the
emotionally detaching often,
right,
yeah.
but the astral projection standpoint of it is to be able to really view it for exactly as it is, not trying to change it. Because if you're having a reoccurring dream, especially one that maybe has some negative connotation, there's definitely something that needs to be brought to your attention, like something that you need to see or learn. And so rather than trying to run away from it and maybe numb it out, or even worse, like sitting in it and really being torn apart by it, being able to kind of, just like you would in your waking life, if you're experiencing an argument with somebody, if you step out of the argument for a moment and you look at both sides of the story and you kind of see all the viewpoints that are happening around it, you're able to get a better view and come at it from a more like wisdom standpoint rather than that emotional standpoint. And so whenever you're in the dream space, it's easier to decipher, because your emotions in the dream space, if you're attached to them, is like 10 times whenever you're awake in the physical reality. And so it can be really hard to get those messages to come back with you. And so just being able to like step out of your body, because you, the astral projection part's really important because your body still needs to be able to interact with the dream, so to speak, like because you're still needing to learn the lesson. So you want to be able to view it from, basically like viewing it from above, like a third party situation essentially, so that way you can still see everything as it's happening and kind of like seeing all the viewpoints of what's going on. Does that make sense?
It's fascinating. Yeah, and even so, like again, like even when you're doing this, basically like this would be a way to almost kind of go back to things that have happened and then almost see it as if you're like a floating camera and kind of like go around and see things and maybe like see things that you didn't, that like maybe you didn't fully observe, and then through there this would be a part of like the intentional healing process. Like would you be doing this? Sorry, I know this is taking a little bit here, but I feel like other people are equally as interested by this because this is a little bit new to me, even though I've thought about this, but I haven't heard someone specifically do this. Would you be doing this like with the intention to be able to be like, okay, let's figure out where there needs to be some healing and just kind of like bring more awareness? Like would you be doing this with the intention for it to be a part of the healing process?
Absolutely. So before I started doing that, I was ruled by my night terrors. And so I would wake up and my entire day would be shattered. I would be an emotional mess, for lack of better words. When I woke up, I would feel like I had really experienced whatever was going on in the night time. And so it was affecting my waking life to a point where it was making it hard to function. And so my whole intention behind doing it was, I need to understand why I'm having these dreams so that way I can function better within my waking reality, and being able to show up from a place of, I'm working on my healing, I'm going to my therapy, I'm actively, taking care of my body, I'm doing all of the things that I know I need to do in my waking state. And so it was like, okay, now what can I do in the dream space to be able to kind of tackle this situation from a healthy point of view and come at it with love too. Like there was a long time in my life where I kind of looked at these nightmares with like hate and resentment because they did affect my waking life so much. But whenever I came at it from a place of love, like, you're trying to teach me something, there's something I need to learn here that's going to be able to help me grow and recover from this in a more whole way. And then it was that moment that I was able to kind of like step out of the dream as being like it's being in control of me to more I'm in control of it. And then after that, just being able to like learn from it and heal from it has opened up my dream space altogether. And now I'm able to learn in so many different ways and bring lots of different healing processes back from my dream space into my reality. So absolutely 100% for healing.
It's really, really fascinating. And just to, again, I just want to be able to make sure I'm kind of getting my own clarity on this before we move in. Sorry, just, excuse me. We're going to pass it to, I think it's either Abby or Amanda. We're going to pass it to next. And I know Samantha also joined. Samantha's going to be jumping out in the next little bit. So even if anybody here just wants to be able to coordinate, but Kristen, I just had one more question, and then we'll pass it over here. Again, just because I appreciate you sharing. With this, like when you kind of came, so again, like you would be having these night terrors, you would kind of become lucid, then you kind of go into that third person observer point, and then would you observing it consciously like change the nightmare? Like did you actually change the nightmare into some other shape, which eventually wasn't as nightmarish? And my other part of this, and I just love to hear your thoughts on this. And I'd even I don't know if Lauren is tuned in right now, but I feel like Lauren might have something to say on this, where it really reminds me of kind of like a way to reprogram our own memories, or not even so much the memories, but more so the relationship with the memories sort of thing, where you can kind of like go back and think about a time in your past. You can do this through meditation, but to be able to do it within a dream space where you go back to those memories and kind of like reassess them and put a new energy into them, and one that is kind of like focused on just kind of like awareness, consciousness, compassion, healing, growth, like strength that may not have been always obvious on the surface, but still something that was a part of it. Go ahead. I'm just kind of curious, like, do you see this as kind of like reprogramming your perception of the past, so to speak?
So at first, it was 100% intentional to reprogram it and change it. And I would actually do that in the meditative space too, to be able to go back to the past traumatic events and kind of change them as well, which is really great for healing. Except where I'm at on my journey now is realizing that I don't need to change these events, but rather accept them and integrate them into my person a whole as a whole, not so much change them. But yeah, in the beginning, in order to kind of get to a place where I could even work with them because they were so debilitating, change I would kind of, so I would pop out and I would watch it and I would observe it, and then to kind of get my mindset in the dream space back to a healthy place before I kind of entered back into my body, I would manipulate the scenery, I would change the people that were there, I would even sometimes like take myself to a different realm if I wanted to. But then whenever I would wake up, I would journal about exactly what happened, and so then I could meditate on that in the waking state. And then if I chose, I know there were a few times after that where I would have the dream start back up again. And there were a few times where I practiced just observing and not actually changing anything. And then trying to observe it from a place of love and acceptance, and being able to see that, like, this, whatever it is in your particular situation, whatever the healing that needs to happen, it's part of who you are. It's part of what makes you beautiful. And changing it is a great way to be able to accept it and heal from it. But then whenever you get to a place where you can see that as, I don't need to change it, but rather I can just love it as part of me. And so but yeah, I mean, absolutely, you can always change your dreams to be something more beautiful or more fun. But sometimes whenever you're trying to heal, if you're trying to really go deep and heal those inner wounds, it's really important, I personally believe, to not try to change it, but to just kind of try to observe it for what it actually is. So and then after you do the healing, then you can go off to the fairy realm and have fun and play and dance.
That's right. Beautiful. Kristen, thank you so much. And again, I hope just by people listening to that, go ahead and drop some 1111s just to be able to show some love for Kristen, or let us know if that was relative, if that was that resonated with you. Again, it just goes to show like what is possible with the dreams, and that's the thing. Like these dreams, like they're not just here just by happenstance. It's not a byproduct of our physical body. Like the dream space is something integrated into what it means to be a spiritual being, and just the ability to think that through our own mind and through lucidity and through dreaming and through meditation, we literally have the ability to be able to learn how to heal ourselves. Not simply heal ourselves, but to learn how to heal ourselves, and thus be able to teach others as well. And the other thing I'll just say here real quick, because I know for some of you, you'll probably like maybe be able to relate to this from experience. That experience of you kind of like going back and reprogramming an old memory, to me sounds very reminiscent to people talking about ayahuasca experiences. Like there have been a lot of people who have literally talked about their ayahuasca experiences as being like, you know, like a 6-hour long lucid dream where they would basically go through their past and see all the times where, you know, they were with people that they loved, and then times when they were like a bully in school in grade 3, and like experience all these moments and then kind of like recalibrate it. And as you're changing, like this is a big question, but does our consciousness and our awareness and our intention, can it literally like change the memory of our DNA or something? Does it change our DNA? I don't know. It changes something inside of us. Like it literally does. This whole idea of like thinking things, it's not just thinking things. It's like still like on a molecular quantum like fractal level, it's like still like almost like a ones and zero type thing. So it's still like, it's like changing the code within us is what I'm saying. Dreams have the ability for us to change our own code, and therefore what is there to also be able to like change into? What is there to unlock? Perhaps we're still getting into that. What will dreams look like in like 20 years from now when we continue to show up for a practice? That's an interesting topic. All right, we're going to pass it over to Samantha. Is that correct? Samantha, we're going to pass it over to you, and then from there, we're going to pass it over to Amanda, I think, and then we'll just keep passing, talking, stick around. So Samantha joined in partway through, going to be leaving in the next little bit, so we're going to pass it to you nice and early. Samantha, welcome. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and the general thing is just kind of like tell us what your experience with dreaming is, and even just kind of why dreaming is something that you consider to be like important for us as individuals in a community right now relative to the shift. Go ahead, Samantha, welcome, and talking stick is in your hands.
Thank you so much. And I'm so grateful that I even had the opportunity to jump in tonight, but it feels super integral, especially with some dreams I've been having recently that have been insane. But first, I wanted to suggest to everybody, I need to just make sure I don't botch the name. If you're interested in lucid dreaming, there's a book called Dream Yoga, Illuminating Your Life Through Lucid Dreaming and the Tibetan Yogas of Sleep by Andrew Holochek. And I may be botching his name as well, but it's super amazing, this book. And it's an incredible way to understand the practice and understand what we are doing in our dream state, and to be able to start the practice of lucid dreaming at home, if not improve your own practice if you're not already doing it, or if you are doing it rather. And I learned a lot about how it's basically allowing like the stuff that we want to work through in their conscious state, but it might be a little bit too difficult to do so. And I'm sorry if I'm repeating on stuff because I did just jump in, but it makes it easier to work through that in our subconscious state. So we're able to really go and do that work inside while we're sleeping. And recently I've been having some interesting dreams where the other night I literally had a dream where like my spirit guides were kind of like, they were like bullies in high school in a way. And they were sitting there like smoking cigarettes in the corner. And they're like, maybe it's easier for Samantha here on earth. And I was sitting there and they were acting like they couldn't hear me. And I was like, excuse me, what? I'm doing the work. I am trying to help people else. I'm going to ascend. I am ascending. What do you mean? Like, come on. And I was like screaming at them and they're like, yeah, it's definitely easier for here on earth. Like she should just probably accept the fact that that's all she's ever going to be good at. And I was like, oh, these bitches, like how rude, like, and I was like, you know, I'm standing right here, and also why are you smoking cigarettes? Like that's so bad for you. And I was just so confused. And it's like a beautiful thing. I'm still working out why I had that exact dream, right? But it was also like so grounding in its own way to be like, hey, yeah, I am here on earth, and no, it's not easy here on earth, let's be real, but like I'm doing the work and we are ascending our consciousness. We are doing the work. We're here doing it. I am that connected to my spirit guides. So they were there with me in this dream. And sometimes they've got that tough love. And sometimes you do need someone that like is in your corner, in your circle, that's just like, really, are you doing it? but are you? I don't know. And it felt kind of like that push that I was getting, and in a way that I could understand it because I've experienced that. I've experienced bullies of my own quote unquote best friends, and they're supposed to be my quote unquote like best friends. They're my guides, and they're these beings that have been with me, and they looked like humans in this dream. Obviously they were smoking cigarettes, but it was incredible. It was a really interesting dream to experience. And other dreams of the sort, I've also been experiencing very lucid dreams, whereas I would wake up to go to the restroom like you do sometimes in the middle of the night, and I'm still in my dream, but like I know my bathroom is like where it is, but I'm also still in the dream while semi awake. So that's been super interesting to experience as well, because like I want to go straight back into that dream to continue doing that work, so I don't pull myself fully out of it. And to have that control has been really nice. Furthermore, I am on a journey where I am not putting any mind altering substances in my system anymore. And so if anyone out there listening is having a hard time remembering their dreams or even experiencing dreams at all, um, if you become sober, trust me, your dreams will become even more vivid. You will remember all of your dreams, and even some of the stuff that you are meant to be working through in the subconscious that's hard to deal with in the conscious state are going to be there, but you get to work through that, and you don't have to do it in real life. And yeah, it can be scary. Like you'll wake up and you'll have to seriously ground yourself, and that's why it's important to have grounding practices in the morning, because we really do go and travel that astral plane, man. Like we are really leaving our body essentially. So like I remember the other morning someone texted me, and I woke up right at like 4:30 in the morning, and I saw the text already, and I started responding, and I was like, what are you doing? Like you are not even yourself right now. Like you're not even fully back in your body. You should not be responding to a text message in this state. So it's important that we practice those grounding practices in the morning, after having traveled the astral plane and having gone completely, out of body and out of this universe dimension, whatever you want to call it for you right here, right now, however it feels for you when you are in that dream state. So that book that I mentioned is super important. Again, if you're having some issues recalling dreams or feeling your dreams, perhaps, and you're, smoking a bunch of pot or whatever, like I have nothing against it, but perhaps if you do want to experience more dreamage, I don't know if that's a word, but I made it one. Go ahead and maybe take some time off, just take a few days to just clear your mind, have that real REM sleep again, because when we do put that stuff into our systems, we are taking away our capacity to fully like get into those deep states of sleep. And it is just a really beautiful experience, because even for me, some of these dreams I'm having, I've done the sober thing before, but I'm really deep into it now. And there's some of the most psychedelic dreams that I've ever experienced. And like it really does sometimes take a while for me to be like, did that happen? Is that what? Is that real? Like I have no idea. And it takes a lot more than just a couple grounding practices to get past some of those psychedelic experiences that I do have in dream state. And it takes a lot of integration, and it's really beautiful. And writing into a dream journal, I'm sure, has already been mentioned. I'm not 100% positive, but I'm sure it should be. I mean, we all should have dream journals. I'm also super guilty of not journaling my dreams at a lot of times, but a lot of these dreams can be like prophetic. A lot of these dreams can pull out our next like big business idea, our next creative venture, all of those things. These dreams can be, they don't have to just be like our subconscious working through something. And we do also get to go and experience the astral travel, where we can like go check on like people that we love, sometimes like in a way that it would be good to like get permission, but sometimes our higher self just kind of takes us there anyways. Like I know for me, the first like year or so I experienced
lucid dreaming, I was not intending on it whatsoever, but I would be in the dream and I would know I'm dreaming. Okay, I know where I'm at. Sweet. Let's go through this area in this dream. I'm going to go over here now. And I was like, oh, I think I'm lucid dreaming. Oh, I think I'm like at like my grandma's house. Am I supposed to check if she's okay? Like, and so that's a really cool thing too. A lot of people also, yeah, you may be at home lucid dreaming already. So just studying this stuff is super important. If you're feeling called to a podcast such as this right here, right now, or in the future, because I like to say that we're time travelers and can either be watching it now or later on, you know, there's a reason for it, you know, beyond just these beautiful faces that may have called you into this space. We are also all like magnetizing all of the information that we need for our own evolvement and growth. And with that being said, I'll share the rest of the time. And I love you all. I'm so grateful that I got to jump on this. And yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dream well, sweet dreams.
Awesome. Thank you, Samantha. And we were just kind of we're if you just got like one more minute, just because we know we have to jump out. One of the things we were kind of specifically asking people tonight was just to be able to share if there's like a particular routine before sleep that you find helps you. There's definitely a lot of themes here tonight with, like, again, bringing more attention to how we go to sleep and more attention on how we wake up. Both of those are important, but just curious. I mean, there could be one to you could share both there, but yeah, any particular like personal routine or tips that you might have that you might want to be able to share real quick before you jump off, relative to like helping people go to sleep at night that works for you. If you want to share it, Samantha, go for it.
Yeah, I typically like to stay away from the screen for at least like an hour before I'm going to sleep, so that that blue light doesn't affect it, so that whatever I'm consuming perhaps doesn't affect it. And then going to sleep with intentionality, practicing even like a 5-minute meditation, just to like bring myself like truly into my being, connect myself to my breath, release all of the day. And you know, especially if there's something specific you want to work through in the space and time that you are going to sleep, or that day or that week or that month, the intention setting is really important. And sometimes I can even like be like, I've dreamt the night before this thing and I kind of want to go back there. So bringing that into your awareness in your meditation, or just as you're getting ready for bed, is really important. But I think for me, the biggest thing is staying away from the screen, because sometimes I get some weird ass dreams when I'm like, right before I go to bed, I like see something on TikTok or on my phone, or I read an email or whatnot. And I'm like, ooh, that came through in my dream and I didn't want it to. So those are my tips. So yay. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Wonderful. Samantha, thank you again for joining in and for sharing your wisdom. And yeah, there's definitely, again, just kind of going back to a couple points there. Before Samantha jumped on, I was mentioning like the 5 tips that I made in my TikTok video today. Again, the first one, show the universe that you're interested. The second one, excuse me, creating an intention and routine before sleep. And then the third one, moderating cannabis use. And then the fourth one, waking up without your phone. And then the fifth one, surrounding yourself with community. And as Samantha even said, just the idea of making sure that you have a dream journal. Having a dream journal, like a specific journal just for dreams, is really, really useful as well. But yeah, just again, just really want to be able to take a moment here, because I know some people were leaving comments in the chat. Really, really just encouraging people to if you feel called, if you're just like, why aren't I dreaming, or why can't I remember my dreams? And if cannabis is a regular thing for you, give yourself permission to just kind of like try taking a break. It doesn't mean you're quitting forever, but again, what you want to be able to do is you want to be able to kind of like begin falling in love with what you are creating within yourself, like the vigilance within yourself. And as you do this through making that choice, you are telling the universe that yes, I'm opening myself up for these gifts that I am here to be able to receive. So it's not literally like that's the thing. Like there's like the actual act of not smoking cannabis, but it's also like the intention of not smoking cannabis as well. And it's going to be different for different people. Some people, again, you know, sometimes their dreams get more vivid when they smoke cannabis. I, for myself, know that they usually affect my recall as well. So yeah, just putting that out there. We mention that every single episode. I think a lot of people, in some cases, they never got told that for somehow, but I think for us in the spiritual community, in the conscious community, whatever we're calling ourselves, the dreaming community, definitely feel free to just kind of like keep that information and pass it on to those who might need to be able to hear it. And yeah, if you look at that plus like the other things, like you can understand why society is the way it is and why people are so disconnected from the dreams, because they are constantly intoxicated with some form of something, be it literally like cannabis, alcohol, like coffee. And again, I'm not saying any of those are bad. It's all about moderation. And then again, the media that we're consuming, and also our diet in general just affects us. And then again, just being able to have a crappy routine before bed, that's obviously going to affect things. And people wake up, they look at their phone first thing in the morning. It was actually interesting. I think I mentioned this last podcast, and then I'll just pass it over to Amanda. There was some study somewhere, like some study, I don't know, I heard this on another podcast on Mysterious Universe, which I give them a shout out, they're worth checking out too, Mysterious Universe podcast. But basically it was this study where it was basically saying that dreams have increased since like the whole like COVID pandemic, because people weren't like waking up to their alarms in the same way, because they didn't have to go to work in the same way. So if you can, I know this is like a privilege for some of us and it's not an option for all of us, wake up without an alarm. As simple as it sounds, wake up without an alarm. Because I'll just say this, like your dream memory, it seems like, if I were to explain this as a metaphor, I think of it as like a way where it's like almost like a computer cable. Like it's some sort of like cable that comes together. And when you're dreaming, basically when you're dreaming, when you're in the place, when you're tripping out on DMT in your dream space and you're traveling through other dimensions and you're blasting off and you're going places and you're talking to Morpheus and things like that, the cord is connected. Things are plugged in, like things are there, and the information is being sent back and forth. But that is a very sacred cord. It is a very fragile cord. And when you bring physical movement into your body, and when you wake up really quick in the morning, if you're not careful, that cord comes unplugged, and with that, the memory kind of gets lost as well. So what you want to be able to do is wake up very naturally, very slowly, very intentionally, maybe even wait an extra minute before writing down in your dream journal. Don't check your phone. Just lay there, just kind of go right into a meditation, and even do like a retrospective meditation to try to think back. What do you remember from your dream? Try to remember even just one thing. Try to remember one thing. And then from there, maybe additional, like from there, like it will naturally just kind of start to remember another thing. But I'm sure some of us have had this happen where, like, you know, we'll be like going throughout our day, and then something will trigger a memory within our dream, and then suddenly an entire dream memory comes like flooding back. So it's like what you're doing is that you're actually forming a new this sounds really weird. You're actually forming a new memory of you remembering the memory of your dream, which helps solidify you recalling your dream. So like, I know that sounds kind of weird, but it's like the actual dream memory, you want to create a memory of you remembering that memory. And you do that by writing it down, and you do it by talking about it with community, even making video dream logs. I used to do that. I want to start doing more of that, where you know, wake up first thing in the morning, film yourself looking haggard, and make a dream video log real quick first thing in the morning. That's always fun. I encourage everybody here, I encourage you to do it as a practice, just to be able to, maybe you don't even share it, but if you do, I think it's a great way to be able to encourage other people. And yeah, and that's all I'll say for now. And again, just, yeah, waking up without your phone, moderating cannabis use, creating intention before going to sleep. That's really, really important. And surrounding yourself with community, surrounding yourself with other people who are also talking about this, so that you can be supported and be reminded about this, because it's something that, again, it's going to take a little bit of willpower and vigilance, but there's some very, very powerful gifts and blessings that are just there waiting for you. Like the higher conscious parts of yourself, the universe, the aliens, the multidimensional beings, they're looking at you and they're just like, we have these beautiful things just waiting for you. These psychedelic gifts just waiting for you. Tell us when you're ready. And when you start setting those intentions, start bringing these practices in it, that's you talking to yourself and being like, I am ready. I am opening. So like, you got to hold your hands up to be able to receive the gifts from the dream. If your hands are in your pocket, those lessons and those blessings, they're just going to like land around you, but you're not going to integrate them. You're not going to process them. You might catch fragments of them, but it won't really be like quite the same experience. So moving forward, let's really collectively set that intention to really honor the dream space and to honor the lessons and the blessings and all the wisdom that is coming through. We are the bridge. We are the bridge between worlds, between the waking and the sleeping, and the objective, as Sifu said, wake up within this dimension and you'll wake up in the dream, wake up in the dream and you'll wake up in this dimension. And at the end of the day, not only is it just about being able to have awesome experiences and realize what is possible, but it's about becoming better dreamers within this dream, within this shared reality, to bring more of that wisdom into our everyday action, to bring it into our art, to bring it into our conversations, to bring it into our compassion, to be able to just like bring it into how we create and show up for each other and the world. So let's keep passing it around. Let's pass it over to Amanda. If you guys are having fun, drop those 1111s in the chat. Let's just take let's just take 2 more breaths again. This always happens. We're just like, it's getting psyched up. It's just, get so excited here. By the time we're done this podcast, I want you guys to just kind of like, just be like asleep by the time we're done this podcast. Let's just take 2 breaths here. Just go ahead. Just take 2 breaths and just allow yourself to even just like, see if you can fall asleep in 2 breaths. Just go ahead. See what happens. Beautiful. I think that's something we'll have to talk about later. The idea of like consciously falling asleep and what that experience is like. We'll talk more about that as we go. Amanda, I'm going to pass it over to you. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome back. Go ahead, introduce yourself, any stories, and tell us why dream is important, and any tips and tricks as well. Amanda, when you're ready, go right ahead.
Hi guys, I'm Amanda. I've had a bit of a weird experience with dreams. I have a bit of a weird experience with everything because that's just how my life goes. So I've always had this ability to just drop into the dream state without actually going to sleep. I used to do that a lot in school. My friends would make fun of me because I never actually studied for anything. I would just go into a dream state in my classes and I would absorb all the information. My friends used to say that I would learn through osmosis because I wouldn't mentally be there anymore. I would be in a dream state. I'd just be sitting there physically. They could have conversations with me. I would have conversations with them back, but I wasn't actually in the classroom. I was just getting all the outside information and I was off somewhere else. That's not always a good thing. It was great for that situation. Not so great when you're walking to school and you're completely in a dream state and you didn't actually wake up from when you were sleeping, but you got up and got dressed and had breakfast and started walking to school. And you start thinking of, why are streetlights green for go and red for stop? Why aren't they red for go and green for stop? And then you have to spend the next month reprogramming your brain that it's actually green for go and red for stop and not the other way around. So that's a bit of a problem. But that's just something that I've always dealt with. I can be in the middle of a conversation with somebody and just go into a dream state and I'll still be having a conversation with them, but we're not sitting in the same room anymore. We're sitting in like the middle of a forest and I'm just absorbing all the information and still answering them. They're still in that room. I'm just not. And it's just this weird thing that's always happened to me. I could be talking to anybody and you'll notice that I'm not there anymore, but I'm still responding to you. So it's just a weird thing that's always happened, but I've never had trouble actually getting into that state because I can just slip right into it whenever I want and then slip right back out of it again. So I don't really have any tips for going to sleep because I just do or I don't. I don't really have any trouble with it. I put on meditation music. I start thinking about what I want to think about. And at some point while thinking of that, I'm now dreaming. I don't really have any kind of, oh, hey, now I'm dreaming. I'm just still thinking about what I'm thinking about. And it kind of melds from, I'm no longer in the space where I was. I'm now in the space where I was thinking about. So that's just this natural skill that I've always had.
That's
I don't know if it's really dreaming or what, but
That's fascinating. Amanda, just curious, can you kind of tell us, like, as you're falling asleep, what does it feel like? If you can just kind of explain that in some form or another. What does it feel like when you're kind of like transitioning?
Like when I'm actually falling asleep or when I'm transitioning into a dream state?
But
So
yeah, those, you consider those two different things?
yeah, when I'm falling asleep and I'm like actually not meaning to go into a dream state, I'm just meaning to go into a restorative sleep state, then it actually physically feels like falling, which is highly annoying. When I'm slipping into a dream state, I'm actively moving my conscience from where I'm at now into where it is that I want to go into. And I just start thinking about where I want to go, and then I go there. There's no separation. I move from one state to another. It's like if you're walking from one room to another, but with my mind.
It's fascinating. Yeah, I love just being able to hear the so many different experiences that people have with dreams and everything like that. I did want to be able to just invite everybody here, just be able to, again, if you guys got, because we haven't gotten too much into this tonight, surprisingly, so far, any particular dream stories that you want to share, that you feel called to share, that perhaps may be something that could be of value to the community, even as an example of what's possible, as a way to just kind of be able to inspire the mind in terms of what's possible, please feel free to share to do that. Amanda, if you can take a moment to think about that, but if there's anything else you want to be able to share before we pass it around, go ahead and let us know.
I do have one fun story. So my sister used to do this too. My grandpa died before I was born, and I used to have conversations with him. But I would be sitting up in bed in the middle of the night and having a conversation with him. And my mom would come in and ask me who I was talking to, and I would tell her I was talking to Grandpa. But I'm not in bed. I'm sitting at his house, wherever his house happens to be, talking with him. And my mom happened to walk into the room where we're all sitting. So it's a dream. I'm not actually awake, but my mom just kind of was in both states at the same time, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense, but she was in both places at the same time.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's my fun dream story.
So sorry, so she was like, you were dreaming of her in one place, but then she was physically in another space? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because she came in and asked me who I was talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And she was in my bedroom. I was physically in my bedroom, but I was dreaming, talking to my grandpa in his house, and she had walked into his house. So she was simultaneously in two places.
Based from your perspective, yeah. Yeah, or like a version of her was within your dream, and then she was still physically somewhere else as well. Yeah. So that's fascinating. Cool, awesome.
Yeah.
Amanda, is there anything else to share before we pass it around? That's good for now.
No, that was basically it.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Amanda, so much for sharing. Beautiful. And again, for everybody here, please feel free to just express your love and gratitude for all the speakers that we have on air with us tonight. Thank you to Amanda. Thank you to Sifu. Thank you to Kristen. And I'm just going to go through everybody here because we didn't do a proper individual introduction to everybody here. Thank you to Z as well. Thank you to Kailey. Thank you to Robert. And thank you to Abby, who are joining us here on air tonight. So we're just going to keep passing the talking stick around. Abby, am I passing it over to you next? Okay, cool. And then who am I passing it to after Abby? Who wants to go after Abby? Just go ahead and pass over to Kailey. Okay, cool. Beautiful. All right. There's what was I gonna say? Was there something I was gonna say? There's always something I was gonna say. But yeah, no, I think again, just kind of one thing that again Amanda was kind of talking about there, even just with the idea of like her mother being in two places at once. There's a whole conversation there that's fascinating in terms of being able to like connect with other people that we know within our dream space, and then also the conversation of being able to develop like a discernment in terms of like what we're interacting with, because sometimes this is the thing, and I'm, believe me guys, like I'm not claiming I'm an expert on dream practice or anything like that. I'm fascinated by it. I'm learning it alongside you guys, but there seems to be this thing where sometimes when you interact with people in dreams, they are literally like a separate consciousness. Like they are literally like another person that's logged into the same virtual reality as you, and you're talking to them, and like they are there and they are real. And for those of you who have had that experience, even in a lucid experience, like those can be like very, very, very visceral. But then the majority of the time, it seems that a lot of the characters that we have within dreams, they're more kind of like projections. Like they're not like actually as quote unquote real, as like a separate conscious entity. Sometimes they're literally, this is the idea, and we can talk more about this, but the idea that even our dream space is literally like a projection of us. It's every, there's layers to the dream. One layer of that dream is literally what you're experiencing with your dream is all you. It's all you. So all the characters, they're literally like all you, the projections of you. They're that person you saw earlier today, they're your friend and everything like that. But when you see them, it's like sometimes like they're like a fractal of that energy without actually being that individual. They're like an archetype. Like for example, I know even in Kailey, like you were sharing earlier, like how I showed up in your dreams and everything like that, where it's just like that's interesting and it sounded like me, but at the same time it's like I can't say for certain whether or not it was me, but it was definitely like an archetype of my energy. It was like a projection of how you see me as that shows up in the same way. Like I could dream of like Albert Einstein, but it's like, is that Albert Einstein or is that just my idea of Albert Einstein sort of thing? So the dream, I'll just say this, I'll pass to Abby. Dreams communicate to us through the language of symbols, and people, characters, were part of that symbology in some way or another. So when you see certain people within your dreams, opposed to just being able to say like, oh, that was that person or that wasn't that person, kind of look at like the symbolic significance of why was that person within your dreams? What do they represent to you? And if you want to be able to answer that question, look to the emotional, like look to the feeling, look to the heart as well. A big part of being able to discern and interpret the language of your dreams is to do it through emotions, to be able to understand the emotional feelings that you get when you wake up from a dream. You may wake up from a dream and you may be able to be like, oh, like I know a bunch of stuff happened, but I don't, like, it's hard for me to piece it together. If there's one thing you can extract from a dream, try to extract the feeling. What were the feelings that you felt within your dreams, and just kind of use that as a way to be able to lead back to the recall. Anyways, let's keep passing the talk and stick around. And again, for anybody here, we'll just keep, if anybody wants to jump in between people, please, by all means. And let's keep focusing on just kind of sharing some like tips and tricks, any intentions and routines before sleep and waking up from sleep, and any dream stories as well. With that said, I'm going to pass it over to Abby. Abby, thank you so much. And when you're ready, go right ahead. Welcome, Abby.
Hello, I'm Abby, Abs Archive on TikTok and Instagram. I wanted to talk about a little bit about the last room class that we had, because I was listening to it today and I realized how much it led up to this one and the events that were going on in my waking life. So I took all of the information I learned from the last dream class, which was, keeping my space clean, getting a routine going. So I started getting mugwort and drinking mugwort tea before I went to bed. But not only that, I got a little satchel, because I got the regular herb and then I got a tea blend already made. But I put the herb in a little satchel next to a bunny that I sleep with, and I just breathe the scent in, and my clairs have increased insanely, like through the roof. Hearing frequencies, seeing orbs everywhere I go, and like being able to like tune into other frequencies that are around me. It's been insane. But then when I go to the dream space, I'm still blank. Like I'll start to astral project and I know I'm kind of going into the dream space, but then I won't remember where I go when I wake up at all. I'll wake up really peacefully and I'll just have a knowing that I went somewhere really nice, but I don't know where it is yet. And then I didn't realize until this morning when we did meditation with Zentia, I'd never gone and found my inner child in the shadows and brought her back with me. I've tried doing the inner child healing, but I've never meditated and gone and got her. But over the weekend, I had just been able to get into a really good meditative state. Before that, I was not able to focus my mind enough by myself to where I could get into a good meditative state until this weekend. And then all of a sudden it like stopped and it felt like the world was crashing down for a second. And then I had to become aware of myself and aware of the things that my dreams were trying to tell me, which was I had fears, but I was overcoming them. And now I know that I can move forward and have better dreams now that I got my child back, because she can bring some imagination. Um, I wanted to say some other things too. Guided meditations have helped me a lot. I have a speaker that I keep away from my bed, and I put my phone away from my bed, and they say that you should use headphones, but I still fall asleep just fine, and I like feel like they've helped a lot. I started using the hypnosis like a year and a half ago to train my mind to fall asleep, because I used to have really, really bad insomnia. But now I realize it's because I was going to places in the dream space and I just was so scared. I didn't know what to do with my abilities, and I had them all the time. And now dreaming and understanding my dreams has helped me understand my abilities. So, yeah, cleaning your room, getting a routine going. I had to clean my room today massively. And then I did the meditation, and now I'm going to start doing Qigong. I'm going to look into that. That looks very interesting. So, yes, that's all I have to share. Thank you for sharing the space, everybody, and all the information that you guys give me. So grateful for all of it.
That's awesome. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Abby. And so the was it the mugwort that you were sleeping next to? Is that what you said? So like you were
Yeah.
brewing the mugwort and then you were literally using it just for like the fragrance as well?
Yep. And also my boyfriend has noticed his dreams have kind of been increasing, and I've noticed he has been asking more about energies and how the spirit world kind of works a little bit. So it's definitely, it makes a difference, I feel like, because he hasn't drank the tea, but his dreams are kind of increasing.
Wow, that's interesting, and I wonder how much even just like you setting the intention and leading by example and creating that space, the energy in the space is like helping it as well, and that's super exciting to be able to hear, Abby, because again, you know, I think for your boyfriend, just as an example for what a lot of people are going through, for a lot of people, like their spiritual awakening will happen through dream practice. They'll be like, no, like all of that like woo woo stuff, that's crazy, but then you like a person could have like one dream where they're just like, holy crap, I just like what just happened, like that was like no one can tell me that just didn't, like the only person I could tell them that didn't happen was themselves, right? Which is literally what happens to people. They'll sometimes literally awaken from these life-changing revolutionary dreams, and then they'll be like, it was just a dream, it was just a dream. Like, geez, my goodness, like what a horrible thing to be able to say for us as a culture, to be able to take this ancient psychedelic wisdom that we receive through this trans-dimensional technology that we call dream space and just say it was just a dream, right? So that's really exciting, Abby, knowing that yeah, like just as an example there, if it's happening for your boyfriend, it's going to be happening for other people, and you being there to talk to him is what's making it possible. So good for you, Abby.
I feel like everyone is becoming master manifestors right now. So that means we can make our dreams a reality, and that's very important right now. Very, very important.
Absolutely beautiful. And Abby, just curious, is there any your morning when you wake up for your dream recall and stuff like that, is there anything in particular that works well for you if you feel called to share?
I haven't gotten into a good morning routine other than trying to wake up peacefully and without an alarm. But now I realize I can't rely on our 10 a.m. tea meditation to calm me through the day. I need to wake up a little bit earlier and do my own solo meditation and then come to the tea meditation. So I think that will help with like recalling my dreams, is still being in that meditative state when I'm waking up and getting into a good practice in the morning, and then going about doing some work and then doing the tea meditation.
That's awesome. And sorry, you might have already said this. Are you having lucidity within your dreams yet, or is that something you're still working towards? Just kind of gauging where you're at.
That's something I'm still working towards.
Yeah.
I feel like the meditation this morning helped a lot. Like I was able to meditate and go and find myself and create the space in my head, and now I feel like I can take that to my dreams, like, and I'll be able to go there in my dreams.
Yeah, shout out to Zentia, who was leading this morning's meditation. I think Zentia actually dropped out of the call a little bit earlier, but shout out to Zentia. Again, for those of you looking for that, look up tinyurl.com/team meditations, and that will take you to the playlist. And the link for that, I'll put it in the info for this video if it isn't already there. But yeah, like that's a huge thing where, and we can talk more about this as a team as well. And Abby, I appreciate you mentioning that, because like, when we're practicing our meditations, we're flexing our imagination. And when we're flexing that muscle, we're using it as a way to really be able to like to develop this like much more integrated relationship between ourselves and the imagination, the realm of the magi, the dream space. And so it's like yeah, like waking conscious, imagination, and dream space, like it's all the same thing, and they start kind of overlapping and stuff. So if you can get better at meditating and imagining and bringing yourself to spaces within your meditations, you can use that as you're falling asleep. And then this is another thing, I know Kristen was talking about this. I want to put the call to the invite out there to be able to encourage people to practice meditating within their dreams. That's something that's like most people are like, what? Like that's like Inception level style, where you can like go through layers, and that happens within dreams. There's literally like these layers and layers and layers. I mean, you start looking at dreams and it's like, what are these? And the only thing that we have comparable to them is something that's like, it's like a computer video game with like levels within levels within levels, upon which expand upon infinity. It seems to be that way. So it's like the infinite limitless potential of dreams go hand in hand with mystery, and I think the mystery is also what calls us into them. So it just be able to know that there's something magnificent waiting for us within our dreams for each and every single one of us is enough in itself, just to be able to encourage us to be able to put a little bit more intention towards them. So cool. Abby, was there anything else at the current time? That's good. Okay, cool. Awesome. Abby, thank you so much again. All right, okay, let's keep passing it around here. Pass it over to Kailey, and then who wants to go after Kailey and Kristen? Okay. We'll just, yeah, from here, it's basically just like kind of popcorn style, and people can just kind of jump in as well. And we're keeping pretty good with the time. I'm not exactly sure what we're at, but we'll just keep going, and then we'll decide when we've had enough for today. But ultimately, we'll make sure that we don't keep this going too long, that way, so we can go to sleep at a half decent time. I will just say, for my personal practice, because of the change in seasons has actually influenced my dream practice. Because for me, since the days are shorter, like I schedule my routine around the sunlight. So for example, I'm like, okay, I have to go get my exercise. I have to go out and play my basketball. I do this quite regularly. The sun's setting really, really early now. So if I'm starting my days at like 10 and I'm playing basketball at 5, like that's not enough time for me to get my work done. Like this has been my personal realization. So I'm like, okay, like I have to wake up earlier. Like I have to, in order to be able to get the things done that I need to do in the day, and to just be able to, see more sunlight and everything. Therefore, I have to go to sleep. Like I have to practice going to sleep at like 10 p.m. Like God forbid, how many, like 10 p.m. Has anybody here fallen asleep by 10 p.m.? Like anytime recently? I know for some of you do it as a regular routine, but I know for a lot of us, they're like, I have not fallen asleep before midnight in like over 6 months. Like literally. I mean, I'm not literally like, yes and no for myself, but I think again, that's why I was kind of mentioning that space earlier, where our bodies are kind of in this habit where it's just like, it's like, okay, we'll just like stay up and we'll go and then we'll eventually crash, and we know we'll fall asleep. But to be able to like will yourself to sleep at an early bedtime, that's super, super, super valuable. And the fact that it is challenging in some ways should actually like entice you to try to do it. So let's get excited. It sounds so stupid. Let's get excited about going to bed early and waking up early and getting more done with our day. But in hand with that, also being able to bring more awareness into our dream practice as well. So it's like forcing yourself to be able to spend 30 minutes before going to bed meditating and relaxing and setting that intention and curling up with some fragrance and having some tea and doing all those things. And yeah, like just try it. See what happens. So, okay, Kailey, I'm going to pass it over to you. And anybody else, again, reminder, if you guys got some cool stories that you want to share, please feel free to be able to share them. Otherwise, I'll tell you a little bit about my story of my dream a couple days ago, how I was on the Joe Rogan podcast. Dreams can come true. That's been my dream my whole life. Anyways, okay. All right, Kailey, pass it over to you. Thank you so much for being here. When you're ready, Kailey, go right ahead.
Awesome. Hi guys, I'm Kailey. I am Kaleidospective on TikTok and Instagram. Not super active, but will be soon. My name is, it's like a combo of Kailey, Kaleidoscope, and Perspective. I like to share my personal experiences alongside a multitude of perspectives from other people that I've brought into my own practice and share that with everybody else. So super excited to be here. Dreaming is like a favorite topic of mine. Whenever new people join at work, I'm like, they're like, fun fact about yourself. I'm like, well, I'm your girl for spiritual conversations. If you guys want to talk about your dreams, like hit me up. It's my jam. I've always been a super active dreamer ever since I was a kid, and it's often just been kind of a bunch of random nonsense. But it's not until recently that I actually started deciphering what the random nonsense means. So tonight I want to share two things: how I help my dream recall, and number two, how I use my dreams as a tool to help me in my day-to-day. So dream recall wise, I think it's worth reiterating. I have my medicinal card. I'm not fortunate enough to be in a recreational state, but I have pretty severe anxiety. So if there's like times throughout the day that I feel that meditation isn't going to quite do it for me, I will, partake a little bit. But I've recently started gravitating away from smoking closer to bedtime, just because I do want to help improve my dreams. So in the nighttime, whenever I have more time to slow down, I try to use meditation and use those quiet moments a little bit more, just so I can help my dream recall, which I've been super into lately. That leads me into my next point. I have been journaling my dreams every single night for the last like almost 3 months now. And it's really, really helped me. Like there's some days where it's like I don't quite remember it, but if I can at least jot down like a couple words or a couple bullet points of things I like very vaguely remember, it's really, really insightful, just from those couple words. So it's pretty interesting. I'll elaborate on that here in a second. But morning routine is a huge one for me. I don't have much of a bedtime routine. I'm totally guilty of being on my phone before bed, but I do try to set it down and center myself first, move it further away from me and center myself before I actually like start falling into my sleeping state, and try to set that intention of remembering my dreams. But in the morning, I touched on this last week, but as soon as I wake up, I try to do it without an alarm. I've actually trained myself to also wake up like, I don't even know. I imagine it's about an hour and a half probably before my alarm. I refuse to look at my phone. Don't do that in the middle of the night. Don't try to check what time it is. I feel like can be so harmful to your dream recall and just the way that you sleep as well. But whenever I wake up in the morning, that's what I was saying. I've trained myself though to like kind of wake up in the middle of the night, and then if I'm able to like sleepily like reach over, I have my dream journal next to my bed, and I won't even look. My eyes will be shut. I have scribbles like all over my page, but I try to jot down a couple notes of like dreams I had already had before that. So then in the morning I can return back and actually like journal through them and go a little bit more into depth. But in the morning, as soon as I wake up, I sit there, I have my quiet moment, and then I brush my teeth. I still don't try to look at my phone, and then I'll sit down and write out my dreams. And it's just kind of built into my routine at this point. It's like how I start my everyday, and it's really, really awesome, the wisdom that I've been able to get from it. So let's see. Oh yeah, so I initially started out using my phone. So I'm not totally opposed to typing out your dreams in your phone. I did a who, what, where, when, and why format. I just had it kind of like saved in my notepad, and I would come back to it and just fill it out every day. And the when column quickly became my favorite one to write out, because I would try to decipher um, from my dream, like what I was experiencing. Did it feel like it was kind of in the past tense? Did it feel like I was being present? Or did it feel like something from the future? And it actually, whenever you get to the why section, it's like, okay, that event that happened, you know, maybe that's something that I need to be cognizant of moving forward. Or maybe that present moment, it's something that's like pertinent to my day to day. Or if it's in the past tense, you get the gist, you know, it's something that I need to maybe take a look at a little bit deeper and work on. So that lines me up nicely for my using dreams as a tool. So everybody dreads it, but shadow work. I use my dreams for shadow work. And I know a few of us touched on this. Kristen had a little bit of a higher level understanding, but I use it for my shadow work. And I don't consciously do that. It just kind of is like when I journal out and I start deciphering what my dreams mean, I recognize that there are parts of myself that I'm like slowly trying to work through and let go. So for those of you who might not be, or listening might not be familiar with the term shadow work, we have a really, really great podcast that we did a few weeks back. Please check it out. It's really great. A lot of great wisdom and tips and tricks shared there. But shadow work is just examining like those dark parts of yourself, giving them love, and you know, letting go of the things that just no longer serve you. Or if you know you're having trouble letting go, at least try to take a look at them with a different perspective. So an example of like how I use it in my dream space, I didn't realize it again until recently journaling this out, but I often had dreams where I was in school, and it like started out my dreams where I was always in my elementary school, and it would be like I was running late to class, I had to go back to my locker, that kind of thing. And I started connecting that with I'm often late to things. I've been getting much better and trying not to tell myself that I'm the girl who's always late to things, and putting in some more positive affirmations there. But I always saw myself that way, and in my dreams it was reflected, particularly in the school space. So I started taking a look, like after I was writing them out, and I'm like, okay, well, next time that I'm in that space, like I need to tell myself I'm not in school anymore. First of all, stop stressing yourself out, and be on time, you know, and just start chipping away at that. And I started noticing that time after time that I had my dream where I was in school, I went from elementary school to junior high to high school to college. And I finally, like recently, I'm not having dreams where I'm like freaking out and like fumbling and forgot my homework. I'm having dreams where I'm actually like learning things about like spiritual topics now. So I've been able to like work on that, and it's really, really cool. I have another instance of that, which I always called it my haunted house or my haunted mansion, which is really, really interesting now that, again, now that I'm digging into this stuff, and I can explain it to a T, like how the floor is set up. And it would always be like, I would try to like, I would be in the middle of like a really good dream. And then all of a sudden, like I'm like walking down the road and then I'm standing in front of the mansion. I'm like, oh. And I kept avoiding it, but I started using it, and I started going in and taking a look at the things that were happening in the haunted mansion. I have a woman who's like heavier set, and she's like really, really obnoxious, that hangs out at the one in the end of the hallways. And that was a part of myself that I identified as, you know, seeing myself as like obnoxious when I talk to people and a little bit too much. And I started working on like giving that woman love and not seeing her in that light. And I started shedding that part of my identity. There's like another guy who's like a talking head, and that was me always being so caught up in my head and getting overwhelmed with things. And I started giving him love. And there's twins. I have a lot of duality about me, and these twins, I same thing, you know, and I started melting that all away. And recently I had a really amazing breakthrough. The same thing happened. I started like walking down the street and I'm like, oh my gosh, here I am. I'm in front of the mansion. But I looked and the mansion was being renovated and there were new houses in development being built around it. So dreams can be a really, really powerful tool. Like it's really cool that, you know, like doing astro travel and lucid dreaming, which I do have from time to time, but it's really, really cool the applications that you can take into your day to day. And writing them out, you just get such wisdom. Like even if, actually, for example, today, like the one I mentioned in the Discord with Brendon, it's like things that you'll write out that like you can't remember the dream or, you know, you're just explaining it. And today I wrote, I am no longer the observer, but the dreamer. And then I like took pause on that and I was like, wow, there's actually some wisdom in what I just wrote. Like, you know, maybe I can look into that a little bit more. So yeah, use it as a tool. It can be super helpful. I mean, still absolutely like do your shadow work. You know, you journal. If you need to seek out therapy, like please do so. But you know, you can kind of use this space and make it your own. And even if your dreams are really, really random and jumbled, try to make a little bit of sense out of them. They might actually mean something to you. So thank you, everyone. I love Dreamcast. I'm so excited to be here and lots of great wisdom shared tonight.
Awesome. Kailey, thank you so much, and it actually just for sake of novelty, I'd love to just kind of, if you wanted to even just talk about last night's dream. Did you see my reply to your dream in the comment in Discord? Okay. So there's like there's an interesting thing that basically happened where basically and I mean I'll let Abby reiterate, but Abby had a dream and there was a location that she dreamt of. Go ahead, Abby. Just kind of maybe just kind of like tell it in short, and I'll tell you why this is like something that's like so like when I heard about this, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Because again, like when we're dreaming here, going into this idea that it's like all like quantum information, it seems to be that when we're dreaming, we're accessing like real information that may not be accessible to us like within this physical dimension, but on a soul level, like on an energetic level, we're still able to tap into information that we might not be consciously aware of. But we can still receive, right? Like this is a whole idea of like dream wisdom in the first place. You know, it's like the wisdom's there. We may not be consciously connected to it, but then within dream space, there seems to be some kind of connection that's formed, and then the information is delivered. Sometimes it's really deep wisdom, and then sometimes it's just like really like kind of like nuance, like stuff that you're just like, whoa, that's weird. Like that's so weird. But this was an example of just kind of like some weird dream synchronicity, I guess you can say. Go ahead, Kailey. Just kind of tell us in summary what the dream was, and then I'll just reiterate why it was so interesting.
Yeah. So. Brendon had shared his dream in the Dream Lodge channel, and I was like, hey, you know, actually, you were in my dream last night. And it was weird because I wasn't actually present. I was just kind of observing, and I saw Brendon. He walked up. They were in front of like this old convenience store, trinket shop, or souvenir shop, something of the sort. And these two girls had walked up who were supposedly from like the paradigm shift community, is how I understood it. And the one girl I didn't know, the other one seemed like super familiar, which I don't think ended up being related, but they were sitting there talking. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and they were excited to like hang out and talk and catch up and, you know, go off on all these topics. And they were like, all right, well, yeah, let's go. And then they turned and they started walking into this park, and it had this like really big ornate iron gate that like led into the park. And I watched them walk in, and then like that's where my quote came from. I was no longer the observer, I became the dreamer, and I transitioned into like a whole bout of other random dreams. But it then like shifted to like these cobblestone streets with this busy bustling town, and I walked through and interacted with people there. But yeah, it was like, you know, it was kind of interesting, but it's like, you know, maybe I'm just, I don't know, just having a dream associated with things. But Brendon, if you want to share like your response, like that was pretty cool.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like just the dream in itself from Kailey's end, it's like, oh, okay, that's it's an interesting dream. There doesn't seem to be anything like too interesting about it. I mean, the fact that like I was in it is interesting enough, but from my perspective, like to her, she's just like, oh, that was interesting. From my perspective, I was like, whoa, like there's another layer to it, because from my perspective, it seems as if Kailey had a dream of like a version of a historical event which probably happened. Basically, what she was dreaming sounded like a regular Friday routine for me when I was like facilitating the local paradigm shift communities meetup. So again, we would have basically a meeting like what we're doing right here, but we would have these every Friday in our yoga studio. My buddy Derek, who's tuned in right now, he was one of the ones who was like one of the people that's attended these. He knew the vibe of these as well. He'd be able to kind of like testify. And then like after these meetings, we would just kind of like hang out, and sometimes we would walk to the park afterwards. And there was like there were some like variations of kind of like spiritual shops that were in the downtown area that we would have been around and everything. The particular people involved, I can't say exactly like who they may not be, but the experience of those two people kind of saying like, oh, we haven't seen each other in a while, and we both showed up at the paradigm shift meeting, and now we get to hang out, like that's totally a thing that would have happened. And again, this isn't knowledge that it's within Kailey. Like I've never talked to Kailey specifically about it. She would have gotten some general idea based on me talking about it in general, but nothing to the specific details. And then the other thing that's really interesting is that Kailey literally said she saw myself and these two other people walking into a park, and she said the park itself had like a big iron gate. And then I was like, whoa, okay, hold on a second. Not only does that first part of your dream make sense to me, like the context is making sense, but the big iron gate sounds like it matches the description of the actual park in the city that we went to time and time again after these meetings or before these meetings. And sometimes we would have our meetings in the park as well. And then even like the cobble streets and stuff, it sounds like either that, like the modern, now downtown London, we kind of have this new cobble street that is like recently been laid in over the past year. But even back in the day, there would have been like a cobble street in some variation. So it almost sounded as if like she was like imagining the real information of us having this paradigm shift meetup, but it almost took place like in the 1800s or something like that. It sounded like the geography, the layout of the city sounded like it was from the past. And I just want to be able to see here, this may or may not work, but I want to just be able to, because I uploaded the photo for Kailey, and let me just see here whether or not this works here. So this is, let's see, does this, I don't know if this is working on the no, see, this won't work on the TikTok real quick. Okay, but anyways, you guys and you guys in the Zoom, you guys can see that. Okay, now I'm just gonna put that back, and now let me just, can I do a thing where I can show, hold on, I don't know, maybe I can't properly do it. Hold on, no, I can do this two seconds here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna show you guys like the image of the actual gate itself, but I'm gonna show you like the gate from like the 18 whatever or something like that. Here, okay, you guys can see this on screen right now. There, okay, so anyways, and I'll just switch it over so that you guys can see this as well. Okay, so Kailey, when you saw like the old gate, you guys can see the old, is that kind of what it looked like? Is that basically something, it was similar enough that it looked like that?
Very much so. Yeah, it was like just as grandiose. It was like this really, really beautifully done. This looks more like it than the modern day picture.
Than the modern one, yeah.
And I can see kind of like the cobblestone streets and stuff too. Like it did tie in eerily similar. I was like, I saw that and I was like, oh my gosh, like I've never really had that happen in real time before. I mean, I've had like dreams in the past. I dreamt of the dream tree when I was probably like in junior high. And I've like had some crazy experiences with that. So like having synchronicity like happening in real time and being able to like actually cross check it with someone, like that was like a breakthrough in the dream space for me. That was really, really cool.
Yeah. So again, you know, like, is there some kind of like deeper meaning to this? Maybe not, but at the very least, I think it's great evidence for what is possible within dream space. So again, you know, it's kind of like this idea that within the dream space, we have access to like this infinite field of information, and this information is both within the past, the present, and the future, right? So like time doesn't exist quite in the same way. So I mean, this just opens up a whole nother discussion where, you know, we start having these dreams about like parallel realities and future timelines and past histories and all of this fascinating stuff. Paul, you wanted to jump in with something, and I know you're probably going to be heading out soon. So Kailey, we're going to pass over to Paul. Is that cool? And then we'll just keep moving along. And go ahead, Paul. Jump right in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because this goes into real interesting stuff. Like, basically, Kailey, that's remote. You've done dream remote viewing, which in the Cloud Whisperers, the Dragon Dog Shaman, the Cloud Whisperers will say that all past, present, and future exists all at the same time. Everything exists, and quantum physics is going down multiverse theories, saying the same thing. And there is a technique which I know that my teachers actually taught both in America and Russia. They were teaching the psychic spies back in the 50s and 60s. They were started teaching remote viewing, which the alphabet agencies sort of admitted to doing about 10 years ago, that they do remote viewing. And they started off that, yeah, you could do certain things, certain qigongs or certain exercises, and you could access this stream of information in your dreams, and then bring it to the waking world. Because for them, dream time and wake time is the same thing. But this whole thing of, yeah, you not only did you access, you know, like you access two lots of information, because you went back into time and you saw, though was Mystic Spider-Man or Skull Babylon actually doing, you know, back in the 1800s, was he actually there in a not a yoga studio, to been somewhere else doing that anyway? You know, that's even cooler. And was that in the past? Well, another layer is, are you going to do that, or is that in a past life? Are you going to go into the future? Are you going to go into the past and do that in the past in your future? God, that's a very trippy thing. Or in another reality, you already set up this dream, because they were doing dream stuff or meditation back in the 1800s. I know, so that's very, very cool. But yeah. So there is a whole thing of learning to do that, and that the Taoists very much believe that all realities, you know, and dream reality is as real as every other reality. And in the dream world, you can go to all of them. So that's it. Bogey out.
That's fascinating. Paul, do you have to head out soon? Because I'd love to even just pick your brain for another couple minutes before you do.
I'm still awake. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here in the UK.
Are you awake, Paul? Have you double checked? Try pulling some digits, put your hand through a wall or anything like that? No, clock's still working.
I can put a hand through Yoda.
Oh my goodness! Right? We're just inside of Yoda's dream right now. I think that's the plot twist we're waiting for. So my goodness.
Dreamy this.
Paul, I was just kind of curious because again, I feel this is something that you're more versed in than the majority of us here. Again, to my understanding, that like a big part of being able to kind of prepare for dream practice is to be able to help work on like the energy channels of the body, the energy channels for chi, to be able to move through the body. And this is why it's so important to be able to, again, pay attention to like your diet and your exercise and just your overall general health, because that will just affect the vitality. And you can think of yourself as, I've talked about this before, but you can think of us as almost like a radar dish, like some sort of antenna. And so when we're like taking good care of ourselves, that signal can kind of be sent and be received with much more clarity. The information can come through. And so I was just kind of curious, Paul, if there were maybe, you know, like any particular advice, techniques, insight, particular methods to be able to help just kind of like prepare the energies within the physical body, to prepare like the dantians, the energy channels, to get the chi kind of prepared for going to bed. And you know, that's where I feel for myself, I know that like doing gentle stretches before bed, doing some gentle twists and things like that, that's super, super helpful. One thing, this was like a huge hack for me back in the day. I haven't done this in a while, but I know I would literally like set my alarm for like 3 a.m. in the morning, and then I would wake up, and then maybe I would remember something there, but when I would wake up, I would basically just kind of like wake up, and then I would move my body. I would intentionally move my body. I would start like doing a little bit of yoga like in my room, with the intention to be able to kind of like open up the energy channels, wake up like the body, but then to be able to like, or to like wake up the mind, wake up the body a little bit, and then put the body back to sleep. And then you keep the mind awake as the body's falling asleep, which is like wake-induced lucid dreaming or wake-induced dream awareness, which is a whole thing in itself. But yeah, Paul, just going back to the specifics of that, any insight on like ways to be able to kind of like help assist with preparing the energy channels, optimizing the energy channels to assist with dream practice? Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, 100%. I mean, without trying, without going too complex, because I've been studying it 38 years, but in the ancient knowledge, just like in human anatomy, you have bones and blood vessels and tendons, and you have all different layers to your body. The energy bodies, we, like, a lot of people will talk about just the chakras or the auras or the meridians, but they would actually say you have meridians, then you have chakras, then you have auras, then you have the Merkaba, which is like the divine masculine side. You have the Torah field, or the flower of life, which becomes the Torah field, which is like a donut, which is the divine feminine. And then you have these three energy power centers called dantians. One's the third eye, one's in the heart, and one's in your belly button. And these, like I say, it can get very complex, but these energy channels are quite simple. If they're flowing, they're growing. If they're still, they go stagnant. So, if you're relaxed when you go to bed, if you're, you've done a little bit, you've done some yoga or some meditation, there's a very simple Qigong energizing exercise on my YouTube channel. Look up Willow Tree Qigong. Sifu Boggy, Willow Tree Qigong. It's there. I think it's had something like 10,000 hits. It's a very simple, it's also called Twist Away. It's a very simple exercise. And 5 minutes of that before you go to bed loosens up the body, loosens up the emotions, and loosens up the spirit. So the emotions is the mind, the spirit is the thoughts, so mind, body, spirit, Qi Jing Shen. That helps loosen up the body and relax. We sort of said about, drinking certain things. Try not to eat about 3 or 4 hours before you go to sleep is a very important thing, because if you've eaten, a big meal and then go to sleep, your body will try to process that meal. That can slow down or reduce your chances of activating the dreams. Trying to get the body relaxed is a good thing as well. But also there's a thing called, especially for people who suffer from nightmares, is creating a crystal grid. So think of like get some crystals, or your favorite, don't have to technically be crystals, be stones that you love and like energize, but think of your bed and set up four stones or crystals in the corners underneath your bed, and then one in the center of the bed, and you create a crystal grid, which is like a filter, not like a shield. It's sort of like a filter, and it filters out that negative energy. It can help energize. Now, there's some people that go to even bigger levels where you can actually create a wire pyramid and sleep in a pyramid over your bed. That is actually really cool. I've done that. Bit extreme, but I've done that. You can make your own pyramid, or even four crystals in the corners, and then one glue, as long as your parents don't mind, you glue in a crystal to the ceiling, put a crystal in the center of where your bed is, and you create a energy pyramid. So you're creating a field, and then all you've got to do is every now and again, charge it, just send it energy. Just think, because where intention goes, energy flows. And that's another way to sort of activate that energy inside you, but also activate the energy. And then when you wake up in the morning, again, that Willow Tree Qigong that I said, that simple exercise, doing that in the morning, gets rid of that tension, which actually stimulates the mind, allows you to start to bring back that memory. And as people said before, dream journal. So flowing energy is very, very good. There's one more quick one. So if you can have a bath, have a bath before you go to bed, and have a shower when you get up in the morning. It's 2 different ways the water activates your energy. The bath relaxes your body. Your skin goes red, you get hot. That means the blood flow is increased, you're more relaxed, therefore you can sleep better. And in the morning, the shower is like raining on your body. It stimulates the body, wakes it up, and that allows you to go from dream time to wake time, but it allows you to store that information. So I could go on for a year, but I won't bother. So boggy out.
Paul, before we are officially out, please feel free. Let's just do like a quick sample of like the twist exercise. I'd love to even just kind of like invite everyone to just kind of like go ahead and do it. So for those of you tuned in, keep in mind, Paul, that there are people tuned in on Spotify, so they can't see you doing this.
Yeah.
So if you can just walk them through it verbally. Yeah, and for everybody here, like honestly, like this little twisting thing, I do this sometimes when I'm just like standing around, right? Like the more you do this,
Yeah.
like this is just a great way to just kind of like keep things limber and keep the energy flowing. So Paul, passing it back to you, just give us a quick like 2-minute tutorial on how to be able to do this. Go ahead, Paul.
Yes, Sifu. Okay, so I'm going to take my earphones out, so I won't be able to hear anybody. But just, think of a toddler getting bored and they sort of twist their arms. Now you can actually do this seated, but just be aware if you've got chair, if you've got sides to your chair, just be aware you can hit your arms. But if you're on a yoga ball, you can actually twist on the yoga ball quite simply. Otherwise, do shoulder width, feet flat on the floor, pulling your bum, open up your hips, and then your belly button to your nose, turn to the left and turn to the right. Turn to the left and turn to the right. And at the same time you're turning to the left and turning to the right, totally relax your arms, really flop your arms. This is why it's called willow tree, because your arms are like a willow. So turning to the left, turning to the right, and really relax those arms. Now be aware, the more relaxed you become, the more your arms spread out. So be careful, don't knocking over any glasses of water or your Aunt Bessie's precious vase, because I've done that a lot. I've knocked over people's stuff. But just turning the waist, keeping your belly button in line with your nose, turning to the left and the right. Allow the arms to totally relax, but pull your bum in and bend your knees a little bit like you're skiing. And so the bottom half of you is very sturdy. Now, like I say, you can do this in the chair, twisting to the left to the right, but just watch your arms on the arm of the chair. Don't, hurt your hands. If you're on a yoga ball, it really works really well. And let's just do this, just breathing. Please breathe, don't turn blue. I am a first aider, but I can't help you. You're too far away. So breathe in for your nose and out for your mouth. And just turning from side to side for another 5, 4, 3. Really relax those arms. Don't force those arms to turn. Let the twisting do the movement for you. 2, 1. And when I say stop your waist from turning, but allow the arms to flop till they stop. Okay, so just like being a child, you just being a child again. Allow the arms to flop till they stop. In 3, 2, 1. So stop the waist from turning. Just allow the arms to flop till they stop. And just to finish off, I want you to breathe in and slowly bring the hands up in front of you and get up to face height and just turn the palms away. So the palms are facing outwards, and then breathe out and push down to the sides. And feel the energy flow through your hands. Do that 2 more times. So breathe in. So draw the hands up like you're holding a big beach ball. And then get up to your face, turn the palms outwards, get the elbows relaxed. And breathe out, push down, and bring the hands down to the sides and back to the sides. 1 more time. Breathe out, push them down to the sides. And then just a little gentle shake, gentle move. 5 minutes of that can really open up the spine. If you have back problems, if you have stomach troubles, if you stress and anxiety, chronic pain, that's one of the exercises I teach for all of those things. So as a simple way, a very simple exercise called Willow Tree Qigong. Over to you, Skull. Boggy out.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul, for that quick instruction there. And again, I think that's something that's easy enough to do, that we can work that into routine. Do that before you go to sleep, do that in the morning, and just kind of like make that a part of your, like that's the thing. Like I think with this, like if you can create like a like a non-negotiable routine for yourself before going to sleep and before waking up, that's going to be huge for yourself. Where, you know, in the same way you wake up and you brush your teeth and maybe you take a shower, or, you know, you make yourself a smoothie or make yourself breakfast, in the same way it's like, okay, before I go to sleep, I'm going to do my gentle willow tree routine stretches and movements. I'm going to take my phone, put it off to the side, maybe put on some chill music. I'm going to meditate for 20-30 minutes, and I'm going to do some journaling, and then I'm going to gently just kind of like drift into the dream space. If you create that routine, that intention, again, you're creating a formula which adds up to a result. Like, that's the thing. So it's like X plus B, like AB plus C, you know, some sort of mathematical equation. You do these things, they add up, and approach it. Like, honestly, one of the best ways to kind of approach the dream practice is it's almost like approach it kind of like it's a science experiment that you're living. And honestly, like, that is the thing that's actually quite exciting about the dream practice, is that there actually is a science to it. There's a Gnostic science to it. So when they talk about, like, when the Gnostic being kind of like the spiritual perspective that brings wisdom together from a variety of teachings, the Gnostics, they talk a lot about dream practices, but they literally talk about it as like a dream practice science. Like, there is a science to dreaming. There are techniques that you can do that, if you, like, this is the thing that they literally talk about, where it's like, if you do these certain techniques, you will have some sort of vivid recall, vivid dream experience, and potentially lucid dreaming, and potentially waking up your dreams. And you start listening to what these people talk about, who are a bit more adept within the dream plane and everything. And again, you know, like, we're diving deep, but we're still just, you know, a lot of us are still quite new to this. But imagine what would it look like if you were able to access lucidity on perhaps a more regular basis? How could you use that to transform your life? How could you use that to open yourself up to the many multi-dimensional experiences that are waiting for you? So anyways, let's keep moving around. Paul, do you have to head out soon? Do you, I mean, I feel like, yeah, okay, let us know, Paul, because I'd love to just be able to get any closing thoughts from you or Yoda before we head out. So appreciate that, Paul. I liked Derek quoted you there, said like flossing, but for the lucid dreamer and truth seeker. So was that in reference, what was that specifically in reference to, Paul, just to refresh myself and the audience's memory? What was the flossing? Is that the technique, or is that something else we were talking about?
Did I mention flossing?
Maybe.
See, I say stuff and I don't even know half the time. Well, yeah, it is like, you know, it's clearing out. It's clear.
Yes.
By allowing yourself to twist, you're flowing, you know, you're flowing that energy, and you're getting out that tension. And the biggest thing is, like, that twisting is, don't force the arms. You know, some people will twist the arms and move the arms, and that's like you're still trying to control reality. Allow the arms to flop, and it's a bit like the Matrix. You know, you know, you're allowing yourself to bend and flow with reality, because everything is a metaphor. You know, even like qigongs are like Reiki symbols. It's a metaphor to activate certain things, to allow the energy to flow and to release tension and whatnot and everything else. So yeah.
Awesome. For those of you looking to connect with Paul, I'm posting his Instagram link into the YouTube. Again, you'll find the links for Paul and for all the other creators in the YouTube info about 12 hours after we go live, because I just have to go back and add it in post-production. But you can find him at Sifu Boggy, Sifu Boggi on Instagram. So you can look that up on Instagram, and you can look it up on YouTube, and definitely go ahead and check out. There's tons and tons of wisdom there that Paul has to share as well. And you can also work with him personally if you'd like. So, and Paul's in the Discord channel as well as with the other creators. So that's really, really cool. Beautiful. All right, we're gonna keep moving along here, and yeah, I'd love for each of us to really just kind of like leave this discussion tonight with a little bit more of a chosen of making that choice to be able to say, like, let's commit ourselves to bringing a bit more of a routine into our practices. And this doesn't mean that you have to literally do this every single night, you know, like maybe because it does, like, it requires attention, it requires focus, but, you know, like, maybe it's something that you focus on Monday to Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're kind of not as focused on it. And then you kind of bring that focus back into it, but really approaching it with that idea, that knowing that, you know, like a muscle, like anything, if you work on it, it will develop and you will see results. So just allow yourself to be patient with it. But I mean, you may notice results sooner rather than later. You may notice literally within like 1 or 2 days a big difference to go from falling asleep with your phone in your face, eating a bunch of food, stoned out of your mind, and wake and going to sleep at 3 a.m. in the morning, versus something much more natural, like falling asleep a little bit earlier, not eating a bunch of food before going to bed, maybe not having smoked as much, and ending your night with a little bit of meditation, reflection, and intention setting, and just really creating that space for the dreams to be able to enter in through. Really, 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 we've talked about this before, but I'll just say this and we'll pass it around. In the same way you would honor a psychedelic experience, like a lot of people who are familiar with working with plant medicines and things like that, you guys know that you bring intention into that, and the intention you put into it is what you get out of it. And it's something that, you know, it's a reflection of the intention that you're putting into it. So what if we were to teach the idea that every night when we go to sleep, it's literally like entering into a psychedelic experience, which it is. We've already established this. And so therefore, what if you were to approach your dream practice like a psychedelic experience, where you can bring in that same intention, where again, this is a very powerful idea. Your dream practice begins in the morning. Like it continues from the night before into the morning, obviously, but your dream practice for the night ahead begins in the morning of your day, just by being able to create a routine. And again, we've kind of talked about this before, but one of the great ways to be able to develop awareness within your dreams is to be able to develop awareness within this waking reality. So that means getting curious about just kind of the reality around you, paying attention to your breath, paying attention to your environment, looking at little details, even using little triggers such as like every time you walk through a door, asking yourself, am I dreaming? And when you ask yourself that question, it's not so much the idea of like, if you're awake, you're probably going to be like, okay, I know I'm not dreaming right now. Like that's mostly pretty obvious. However, what this is doing is creating the habit. It's creating a program. It's creating a neural pathway that creates a routine. And then what you want is you want to get into the routine that when you're in a dream, and say, for example, you walk through a door, you get into that habit and you say, oh, am I dreaming right now? And then if you can bring in like another element, like such as something like stretching your finger or testing the physics, jumping up a bit, see if you float, check a clock, flip a light switch, all of these little things that you've probably heard about, something like that, then what can happen there is that will probably do something pretty weird, and then that will trigger some form of self-awareness, which thus can lead into lucidity as well. Okay, let's keep passing talking, stick around. I feel like I want to be able to just kind of hit upon, again, kind of like really getting clear on routines before going to bed, that feeling of what it's like going to bed, what you guys are literally thinking of before going to bed, if that's something, because sometimes, right, like you can literally just fall asleep where it's like, I'm just turning my brain off, and then you just fall asleep. But then other times it's like, I'm going to fall asleep thinking about a story, and then you can like enter into that story. So that's where you can get very intentional. And that's something we talk about the idea of like the dream tree, which for those of you who aren't familiar, it's basically this idea. It's the same tree that we go to during our group meditations on Friday, which we'll have tomorrow as well. It's this beautiful, like iridescent, magical tree. It's the life tree. It's a guardian tree. It's the symbol of like Gaia itself. But we've created this connection with this tree where we've literally invited people to be able to set the intention to show up to it within dream time. And people have literally done this, right? Because this is like a symbol. It's a space. It's a place that we've invested emotion into that can exist. And in the same way that we can literally create this connection with this dream tree, there's more potential there. That's just one step. But what happens if we literally create this idea of there being, you know, like shared temples in the astral realm where we go and we hang out? Honestly, I think this is 100% real. I think each and every single one of us has our own sacred temple in the astral realm. And I talk about this. Like when I'm talking to you guys, when we're doing our meditations, I'm like, oh, we're going to our sacred temple. Like that's not just an idea. Like this is like a real, at least from my perspective, this is something that I consider to be quite real. So it's like, yeah, like what if within each of our individual energies, it's like, oh, I'm gonna go to Kristen's sacred temple or Kristen's conscious cove. Like we have these spaces, we have these levels, these areas that have our energy connected to it. But the idea of shared dreaming, if you guys want to be able to talk about that, a bit of more of an idea about routine and intention before going to sleep, and then from there, I think that will probably be enough for today, plus any other stories that anybody else wants to share and any other general tips and tricks as well. All right, Z, I'm going to pass. Did you want to say something, Z? We'll pass it over to you before you're logged off for tonight. All right, Z, we'll pass it over to you. Wonderful to see you here. Thank you for joining. And Z, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us any wisdom, insight, or just any feedback on how it's been listening. Curl up, and you're like, Z's like literally half asleep right now, like reporting from the dream space, I assume. So go ahead, Z.
Seriously. Hi. So I'll start off by saying I don't dream like very much. Um, and it's maybe like once a month, maybe twice. I sleep really hard. And you can say that I just never remember any of my dreams, but I don't. And so, but I did astral project yesterday. It was my third time ever. And I hadn't done it in a while. And I kept getting a lot of signs saying, like, oh, and I was like, okay. And the first two times I met my higher self, which was like, as you would know, such an overwhelming experience to be just drenched in like acknowledgement. But and I astral projected yesterday, and I went into my heart. I was told I was going to the dragon in the heart, dragon of the heart. Do you know what that is? Okay, I don't know. Okay, that's so cool. It was so cool. It was so cool. I saw the dark and the light like really well. I was taken the whole way. Okay, but so I wasn't. I didn't know what to think of this topic today because I was like, oh, I don't really dream, blah blah blah. And then listening to you guys, I was like, wow, what I experienced yesterday is actually a lot of what you guys are talking about now. And you just tied it in. And for me, my background is like I've seen patients that had issues with like overactive dreaming, and then hearing Kristen's background, and my mind immediately went to like, I wonder if she takes melatonin because that is something that creates this effect, and blah blah blah. And my mind went straight to like that, and then Brendon responds and like, it's not like some physical side effect or byproduct. Like this is actually a different dimension of existence. I was like, oh my gosh, I've just like tied in so many random things together in this call in this way, and I'm so happy that I did the astral projection experience yesterday. Also, when you come back into your body, it hurts. At least that's my like my legs were jello for the next like 5 hours. I couldn't feel my feet for like at least an hour. It was just so crazy. But yeah, so now maybe hopefully one day I can dream more. But until then, that's all.
That's awesome. So Z, do you feel inspired to kind of like start bringing more awareness to your dreams now? Like who knows what
Yeah,
treasures are waiting for you now, right?
no, I mean, I did lucid dreaming when I was younger, and
Mm.
I've had like a recurring nightmare randomly, and I wanted to ask Kailey about it. I was like, whoa, she's one of those people you can talk to because I've never talked to anyone about that. But no, in general, years like, and I would love to remember my dreams or have them. That would be cool. Like to
Hmm.
exist in this in the way that you guys are existing in your dreams consciously. That's amazing.
Oh, that's really cool. I mean, I say this for all of us, but I'm sure there's definitely some special things like waiting for you in the dream space. You know, like your call them your ancestors or your guides, but they're like, come on, Z, we're waiting for you. So all in due time. So awesome. Z, thanks so much for joining in. Anything else before you? I mean, you're literally just gonna fall asleep on air, I think. Which is perfectly fine.
No,
That's cool. So cool,
no.
awesome.
I'll hit up Kailey later and ask her specifically. Also, I'm becoming friends with all these people
Right.
outside. It's so fun. It's like I came on really just to like say hi to them and like you guys. I was like, whatever, dreaming, but I ended up learning a lot.
Perfect, perfect. Well, there we go. And again, and I hope there are other people who are tuned in, kind of in the same way, where they're just like, that's the thing. We've done this discussion like so many times, right? But every time I'm always like, it's like, no, we're gonna do it again. Because there's always new people who are tuned in and they happen to tune in, and we have an energy here that we create that attracts people, and then they're just like, oh, this is actually really interesting and informative and inspiring me, and it's gonna help point me in a direction that maybe I wouldn't have thought too much about. So yeah, kudos to each and every single one of you who maybe are tuning into this for the first time, or maybe you've been here for a bunch of times. But yeah, dreams are something that I feel are incredibly important because of how accessible they are to kind of like everyone, because everyone has them, so everyone can talk about them, and then it's a way to be able
Oh my
to
god.
introduce them to multidimensional reality and stuff. Go ahead, see. Yeah.
Can I tell you a crazy story? Okay,
Dream story, or like
yeah.
related? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was in Abu Dhabi and I went to the giant white Sultan Mosque and I decided that I was going to pray. Okay, and I asked everyone who wanted a prayer that night and everything, and I did. And one of the things I prayed for at the time, my ex boyfriend, asked me, he basically said, it was like, hey, you're gaining weight. Okay. He made some comment like that because I was on my second brownie or something and I was really enjoying it. And he was making weight comments about me and I was so hurt. And that night I prayed, please help alleviate this pain, make him see what he's saying to me is really hurting me. Okay. I kid you not, the next day he woke up completely freaked out. And he was like, I had a nightmare last night. And I was like, what happened? He's like, I can't tell you. I woke up crying. And then eventually told me, he was like, one day he was in my dream, you walked into the room and you were nothing but skin and bones. And you looked up at me with your eyes asking, is this good enough? And that was what he saw, like so vividly, and that he woke up crying from. And I was like, holy shit. But it was like it could have been the exact time I was making that prayer because it was that night, you know? But yeah.
Wow. Again, like putting that one in the evidence book of weird dream synchronicities. Like totally, like that's the thing, man. We were just scratching the surface in terms of what it means to be a multidimensional being. But yeah, like that's powerful to think that, like, can our prayers, quote unquote, whatever we're calling them, can our intentions, can our thoughts, can our, visions and imagine, can they connect with other parts of ourselves, other people, and perhaps kind of like show up in their dreams and everything like that? And I think absolutely yes. And again, maybe there's like ways to kind of like use that where, it might not be as focused and more kind of up to spirit to determine. But I think there's also ways to be able to use that same concept with intention. And that's, again, the idea of like, hey, let's all show up at the dream tree together, or let's start meeting each other in the dream space, right? Like, it's kind of joked about this before where, it sounds so ridiculous, but honestly, it's just kind of like, oh, like everybody's in lockdown, oh, it's quarantine, and no one's going out and we're not seeing each other anymore. And then here we are, where it's just kind of like, in some weird, bizarre way, like, is this the universe actually, for some of us, like directing us inwards to be able to develop our ability to be able to connect through dream space and other meditative states as well? And it honestly, it seems like it. So let's beat those quarantine blues by developing our lucid dreaming abilities and hanging out and hugging and dancing in the dream space. Like I'm not wearing a mask in the dream space unless it's like some sort of like dope like mask that I've designed myself with some sort of like lights and flames coming off of it or something like that. Anyways, we'll talk about that another time.
Oh my
So
god.
anyways,
Have you seen the trend on TikTok, like paradigm shift trend, where basically people were astral projecting or going into dream states in their room? So I don't know.
I
No.
think I might have caught a bit of can you tell us real quick about it?
Basically, this is the thing that I found out because of my doctor communities. People were posting about this trend on TikTok where people, and they were basically responding saying and trying to diagnose them as having dissociative disorder because they were like, and I was like, wait, what are you talking about? And I started commenting and asking, and it turns out they were just astral projecting. And there's a huge trend right now on TikTok, and like medical doctors are really concerned right now. I don't know what to tell them. I left my 2 cents on those posts, but I was just curious if you had seen that.
So sorry, the trend is just about people talking about astral projection experiences.
It was how was it, paradigm shift trend? Like it was
Okay.
something with the word paradigm in it.
Okay.
And it was them being in their room, but like remote viewing or leaving or being somewhere else. Like
Right.
that's what they were comprehending
And
and
then
found to be so dangerous and just completely a dissociative disorder.
and then they were sharing these experiences and everything like that. So yeah. No, that's interesting. And again, it's always like, yeah, because I mean, it's just like, oh man, is science gonna like label lucid dreaming as like a mental illness or something, like, or like just like, oh geez, like I honestly, I never even really thought too much about that, because like dreams are such a personal thing. But I mean, there is, again, honestly, like, this goes without saying, there is a shadow and a light to all things, including the dream practice. And yeah, as much as we're having a great time talking about dreams and getting excited about dreams, like, that's not to mean that every single experience will be pleasant for everyone, by no means. And we've talked about a bit about that. And again, the dreams will show us what we, in some cases, need, perhaps where we want to be able to bring attention to. But it is something where, yeah, like I think the more the more balance we can cultivate from within, the more that will kind of like show up within our dream practice. So like honestly, like if I were putting out like any sort of tips and intentions, like do not quote unquote try to astral project and lucid dream if you feel like there's other stuff in your life that is like probably requiring your attention. So therefore, I'm not to say like I don't know, I'm not like a metaphysical doctor or anything, but I honestly that's just me just kind of like coming at it from a point of common sense, quite frankly, where it's like if you're balanced within yourself, meaning if you're taking care of yourself, if you're exercising, if you're eating good, if you're, you know, practicing just kind of like your own healing, forgiveness, not holding on to resentment, kind of practicing meditation, and then you practice kind of the lucid dreaming and astral projection, you're probably going to get like a more clear result. Whereas if you kind of jump into that where it's more so almost like the fascination of it, sometimes it's a curiosity, and that can happen. I feel like it's just kind of part of the equation where it's like if you try to do these things, this hasn't been my experience, I guess sometimes it can reflect where you're at, and the universe will almost be like, whoa, like slow down there, cowboy, like not just yet, like this is, and it might be like really disorienting where you're just like, what's going on, and then for some people they come out of that, because I know there's a lot of people who like they ask this common question, and maybe we can talk about this a bit tonight, where they're like, is lucid dreaming dangerous? Like, is astral projection dangerous? Like they're legitimately concerned, and then you got other people they're like demons, they're demons, like don't astral project, you're gonna get possessed by demons. Like that's their thing, right? They're like totally just coming from this fear place and stuff like that, and I mean like maybe in their reality there is a truth to that, and maybe that's how it works. Maybe it's like if I think I can get possessed by demons, will astral project. But again, it's like, what is it? That's a whole nother conversation in itself. But again, I would say, like, again, if you're looking for just kind of like a clearer relationship with that, develop your relationship with yourself, and then that will allow more clarity within your dream practice. Does anybody have any quick thoughts on that? Because I'm sure some people who are a little bit more advanced on this, and I know Robert, we haven't like fully passed it over to you yet, but just kind of like popcorn style here for a second. Does anybody have any thoughts in response to that when they say is astral projection dangerous? Like, am I gonna lose? Is something gonna possess my body while I'm out of it and stuff like that? I'm not saying, are nightmares real? Yes. Are interacting with weird entities within the dream space a thing that can happen? Yes, absolutely. Like weird like hags, dream hags, and like weird things that we've talked about in another, we talked about that in the past one with like hauntings and stuff like that. But yeah, Kristen, I'll pass it over to you. I'd love to just be able to hear your thoughts on this and just kind of perhaps like demystify and just kind of bring us into a base level moving forward. Go ahead, Kristen. Any thoughts on that? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so with my experience and lucid dreaming, as far as demons in the lucid dreams go, a lot of that is shadows that maybe you need to work on. And so, the more that you work with your spirituality and the more that you heal within your physical reality, the less frightening it can become within the dream space. But just trying to keep an open mind that, like, any demons that you experience within the dream space are definitely something that can be teachers. But if you're also lucid dreaming, you're actually lucid dreaming, it is within your ability to control those demons and say, you don't hold space here, you are not welcome here, and they have to leave. And so just like reminding yourself that because you are lucid dreaming and you are in control of this space, that like if it's not something that you're ready to work with or interact with, that you have control over this. And so to just like not forget. But if you are new to the journey and you are beginning with the lucid dreaming and you are kind of like holding any fear over it, to just know that like fear, first of all, fear is not a vibration that you have to interact with if you don't choose to. And so like if you hold fear about it, maybe you're not ready, and just kind of like accepting that as part of your reality. So just like really touch in with yourself. And then as far as like being possessed while you're asleep or having like entities enter your body, it's kind of goes back to like with what Sifu was saying, like you can set protections around your bed with crystal grids or energetic shields. If you have any kind of fear about that kind of stuff, do realize that like you are astral traveling if you are going to do like astral projection within the dream space, and so it does open you up. But if you hold your if you're wise about what you're doing and you set your intentions and you like don't be essentially just like don't be careless about it, don't come at it from like a child's point of view, because you're working with your mind and your consciousness. And so just being aware of the possibilities and being mindful of them and coming them from a place of like wisdom and not so much from a place of like that scarcity fear mindset.
Yeah, and again, kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, comparing dreams to psychedelic experiences. For those who are familiar with psychedelic experiences, again, if you show up in a way where you're just like, I'm going to take these mushrooms and I'm going to have a great time and these are just fun toys and maybe I'm going to go to a party and maybe I'm going to drink some alcohol. Like, honestly, the people who do that, and again, I'm not making fun of them, it just comes with not being educated or not being around people who treat them more seriously. Usually that's where you get people and they're like, I had a horrible experience, therefore mushrooms are bad, and therefore you shouldn't do mushrooms and you shouldn't do mushrooms and you shouldn't do mushrooms, right? So it's like, therefore, if we take that same approach, it's very much the same thing within dreams, where if you kind of like show up to it willy-nilly and just kind of act as if it's just purely for fun and games, not to say it can't be fun and games, but to just kind of like take away the respect from it, because it is like, that's the thing, like dreaming is a sacred practice, it is a sacred art. And so when we show up with that respect and that reverence and that relationship and really kind of focus on it from that perspective, I think that's when we get the most out of dreams. So yeah, so like, kind of like with Kristen was saying, like sometimes, again, I think dreams can sometimes like really humble us when we need it, you know, where it's just like sorry, like it's almost as if like there's a guardian of the threshold within dreams where like you will not be able to access certain parts of your own dream experience until you are ready. And so how do you prove that you're ready? It is through the maturation and the crystallization and the purification and the development of your character, of your heart as well. So as you get to know yourself and as you work on yourself, it holographically affects into what your dreams will continue to be for you. So and again, that's why people who are in often challenging circumstances, their dreams will just reflect that. And that's where, for a lot of people, you know, like, and my heart goes out to those people where they're like my dreams are like, I don't look forward to my dreams and everything like that. Like I actually, like, I know some people there, and again, I'm not making fun of this. I'm fortunate that this is at least an option. Some people, they're literally like, yeah, like I'll smoke cannabis at night just so I can get a good sleep and everything like that. You know, for some people who have recurring dreams, and I'm not saying your recurring uncomfortable dreams are your fault. I'm not saying that, but at the same time, if your dreams feel out of whack, then that means there's something else within your life where you can continue to cultivate more balance, whatever that may be. And it doesn't have to be a big thing. Maybe it can just be a little thing. So I think as if we use our dreams to kind of like gauge them, almost as if like it's kind of like an acid test for where our waking reality is at. I think that's a very, very powerful way to just kind of be able to keep track of things. So when your dreams are like fruitful, like when you're working on your life and you're really kind of like in that zone, your dreams will reflect that as well. But at the same time, it's not always a one-to-one thing, because sometimes you'll be in the crappiest situation you've ever been in, but then you might have the most beautiful dream you ever could have imagined. And sometimes, again, the dream will kind of like give you what you need. So pay attention to the message behind the dreams. If your dreams feel like they're out of whack, then take a look at your life and figure out maybe there's some things there that you might be able to recalibrate in some form or another. But yeah, again, just going back to the idea, is astral projection dangerous? I don't know. Like, I mean, I hesitate from calling it dangerous, though I do feel there is a way to do it immaturely, I guess. And when I say immaturely, I literally mean that from the perspective that one has yet to mature. Not to say that they're doing it intention, like they're not, like it's like it, as you mature, the dreams will kind of like reflect back that maturity as well. And again, in your perception of what the dreams may be will always be from your consciousness. So if you're not fully understanding what dreams are, you'll probably see something and you'll see it as like, oh my God, this is a horrible experience. And I feel like, you know, like I dabbled into something I wasn't used to or wasn't ready for. But another person could approach that same experience and they could be like, whoa, like that was actually a really meaningful experience. And I got less, even if it was a nightmare, right? Like for you to be able to, like, this shows when you're physically maturing, spiritually maturing, when you're able to like awaken from a uncomfortable dream and to actually have the courage to be able to kind of like sit with it and look at it and listen to it and kind of get curious about what it is. Not to say you have to do that with everyone, and not to say it's easy to be able to do that. But yeah, I do feel that's a part of the process. Anyways, okay, we're past the 11 o'clock marker on the point. I'd love to, again, I apologize. I know I've kind of been talking for a little bit, so I want to just make sure everyone, if there's anything else you guys just want to be able to put onto the table here into the discussion, please do. And even just kind of going back to either dream stories or tips and tricks, and even just kind of like sharing any routines for waking and sleeping that help with you. Robert, did you want to jump in next, and we'll let you share, and then from there we'll just kind of go from there as well. And anybody else who else wants to just kind of like, Kristen, you want to jump? And if anybody has to leave early, go ahead and let us know. And let's set a time frame for maybe like 20 more minutes of discussion, and then we'll get into our closing meditation. So Robert, passing over to you. Thank you for joining, dude. Go ahead and introduce yourself briefly and tell us a little bit about your experience with dreams, any tips and tricks, dream stories, etc., and why dreams are important. Welcome, dude. Go right.
Hi, my name is Robert Mayhew.
Yep, yeah, you're good now. Okay, go.
My handle is Johnny Bloom Lives on Instagram. I'm a soul realignment practitioner for Grateful Soul Clearings. My website's gratefulsoulclearings.com, and yeah, I just got my certification for that, and really excited to be doing this clearing work. It's getting quite interesting, and just touching on a few things. Abby was talking about white lights actually earlier, and I was going to touch on that because that's actually part of our soul protections. White lights surround us, and they're actually like multi-dimensional beings that we collect as we put more intentions out and pray, or just what intentions are everything. Like the smallest intention with the most feeling could ripple into eternity, just as you saw with Dr. Z and that small intention that caused a nightmare. That was pretty interesting. And yeah, they're basically like little white lights, and some are blue, and they give us that nudge to let us know we're on the right direction or not towards who we are. And that little thing Sifu did with the waving of the arms, I ironically did that in a yoga. There was a yoga instructor on YouTube that did that like a couple days ago this week. So that was pretty funny, but that was much more in depth. That was very good. Yeah, and I haven't really dreamed too much. I've started to recently. When I was a kid, I dreamt like lucidly, like my entire day out, like going to school and everything. And then I wake up and be like, I have to do this again. and like, and that kind of upset me when I was a kid. And then after that, I kind of just stopped dreaming, and I just kind of I kind of daydream. Now that's what made me come on here. That's what Kristen was talking about. Just daydreaming. Like I could be like just staring into space, and like I could be looking at, you could see me looking at something, but literally like my whole vision is just blurry. And I just space out, and I'm focused on like the possibilities of the day or the week or the year or my whole life, and like going back thinking about everything that I daydreamed about, like whew, a lot of it has actually happened. And you know, it's all with that intention. And phew, finding my biggest thing when I daydreamed about when I was a kid, I wanted to just live my life. I didn't want to work. I just wanted to live, be happy, and like live for free. And literally the universe gave me that, but at a big price. Like, you know, I ended up living in an apartment building that the owner lost to the bank, and then I didn't have to pay rent. Then I got a huge settlement from my relative that left me money for school, and then I turned 21 and got access to it, and then I had another settlement from somebody breaking my face. That's what like affects my whole life. Like I wanted something, but if you're not careful about what you're intentionalizing, that's pretty crazy. But I wanted to get into also like into a little bit of my practice too, because dreaming actually, like I've been clearing some like troubled dreamers recently, and that's pretty pretty interesting too. There's some things. There's negative astral travel. There's one block and restriction that I've been clearing for a couple of people, and you know we have a couple intersections of astral planes that we go through when we go into dream states. We have our third and our fourth intersection, which is basically our third dimension is our physical body, and the fourth is the beginning of our dream state. And that intersection is what we have to take care of um, physically. That's our endocrine system. That's our diet. That's our everything with our bodies. And like another tip is, you know, like separating your day from your night, because so much happens in one day. You shouldn't have to process that all at the end of the day. Take a break in the middle of the day, process what has already happened, meditate, and you know, release that. So half of all that is gone. So you're not overwhelmed at the end of the day. You have half as much to clear for yourself at the end of the day. And um, the there's a fourth and the intersection between the fourth and the fifth astral planes too, and that's when our vital force energy, all of our energy goes into our higher self when we go into those states, and our higher self receives our energy, and that's when we heal ourselves in our dream states, in that higher state. And you know, some people, if you're not taking care of yourself, or if there's other blocks and restrictions going on for even from past lives, um, you know, that can mess up the transition states between those dimensional astral states. And you know, we can wake up feeling incomplete, you know, or tired, stressed, and it can go as far as, you know, night terrors, and even as far as sleep paralysis, and you can't move, and it's pretty intense for some people, and it's common in a lot of children too, because they don't quite know how to travel between these states. I also do clearings for children too, and any other um, uh, people that are under your care that can't take care of themselves. And yeah, that's pretty quite interesting. And there's also portals too. There's also portals to astral realms that people create. Like, you know, if it's unhealthy, you have to do it in a healthy way too. You can't it can't be a spiritual escapism. You can't just go and live in your world like the Matrix, or you know, a video game avatar. You can't let that become. You gotta live your own life, you know. And you can't like let go of your real life. You gotta, you know, with Spider-Man saying, "With great power comes great responsibility," you know. And yeah, um, yeah. So yeah, that's what I do too. I enter the Akashic records and look at past life block and restrictions, and even property, your record of your property in the Akashic records, because our properties are older than our buildings that we live in. So there's also portals and stuff there that I can clear too. So, yeah.
Awesome. That's great, Johnny.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Do you want to? We can keep passing it around and come back to anything later, or is there anything else you want to mention at the moment?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Awesome. Johnny, thank you so much for sharing, dude. And again, just so much. Like, that's the thing, guys. Like, there's a reason why we do dream class like regularly, because there's always more to talk about. Like, as soon as we think we're done the episode, we're just like, oh my god, there's still more things to talk about. Like again, I'm fascinated, and whether or not we talk about this today, again, just in like the abilities that we have within dream space. You know, like, say you're fully lucid, what can you do? What's your instruction manual? What are your abilities? And so again, like, this ability, Robert was kind of mentioning this, but even just kind of mentioning it from a different perspective, the ability to like literally create portals to go places within like astral travel and dream space and everything like that, you know, like, it's just so fascinating. It's like learning to play a video game that we forgot we were in, or something like that, and we have like all of these abilities, and we're unlocking them. We're literally like unlocking them and reigniting them, and literally shooting fireballs out of our hands and flying around and creating portals and traveling to cities and everything like that. It's as exciting as it sounds. So just scratching the surface.
One other thing I just
go for it, Robert. Yeah.
Like, the fact that now, like, after I heard her Kristen say about like daydreaming and stuff, like, I realized now that like that's what I've been doing. And like this past week or two, like, I literally, like, when I'm awake, I know I have to go to bed at night, but when I'm awake, it literally, like, I almost feel like I'm lost in time at this point, like, because there's actually yeah, you know, because time is really just not a thing when you're going around. Time cannot be managed. Actually, one of the great speakers back in the day, Earl Nightingale, he used to say it, time cannot be managed. Like, somebody's just like, how do you manage your time? Like, how are you so successful? I don't manage time, he says. I manage my activities, you know, and, you know, take care of yourself, you know, and plan out an hour and a half too. That's another thing with your energy. Hour and a half at a time, plan out, take a 20-minute break, because once you hit an hour and a half, you start to get stressed out and overwhelmed as well. That's a good tip.
Yeah, no, awesome. Great insights there. And again, kind of what we've been talking about, like this idea of that, you know, just overall awareness and maintenance and routines throughout your day makes such a difference leading into the night. And one thing Robert was hitting upon there, this idea of, you know, taking a moment throughout your day to kind of meditate and unpack your mind, that's so important. And we were talking about this earlier relative to like the routines before falling asleep. And I'll just hit upon this, and anybody else who wants to jump in. I think Derek's actually going to be jumping in. Okay, yeah, I think Derek is going to be jumping in. I'll bring him in a couple minutes. But yeah, one very practical tip, again, if you're thinking about like meditating before bed, there's multiple meditations that you can do before bed that can be quite helpful. But one of them that I've talked about before that is very practical is to basically do a retrospective meditation, where you're basically practicing kind of looking back on your day from the moment you sat down, going backwards, and then just kind of thinking about your day, reflecting on it. If there's particular things that you're like focused on that you want to be able to pay attention to, maybe like a conversation that happened or something that you did, maybe there's something there that you just need to kind of like think about a little bit more, spend some time just kind of unpacking it, processing it. And then you do this, and again, as kind of like what Johnny was saying, what we were referring to earlier, when you do this, again, it kind of it's like emptying your bowl. It's like emptying your cup, so to speak. And then when you do this, then you have that empty cup, which you can now use to be able to receive like fresh, dreamy goodness, so to speak. So I don't know how to put it any other way, but yeah, you know, like the universe, it's like it's got like this jug of like golden liquid, and that's like the dreams, and it's like ready to pour it into your cup. But you have to have your cup ready. First of all, you have to have your cup ready, and second of all, your cup has to be not full already with thoughts and fascinations from previously in the day. So if you can go to sleep with kind of like both an empty busy mind but still a focused mind, but then also to be able to have the intentions, but then also to be able to release expectations. So there's like a couple different variables there. So, you know, even if you just go to bed where it's just kind of like, show me what I need to see. But very, 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 very many times, a lot of people talk about this where they literally go to bed with like a specific question. And then that question can actually be answered within your dream. So use your dream like it's like some sort of like metaphysical like Siri or like, you know, like Alexis or something like that. It'd be like dear universe, like show me what I'm supposed to be doing in the coming weeks, or like tell me about some other fascinating aspect to my past life or something, and it may show you when you're ready for it. So but anyways, okay, Derek, I know you're in here, but I know you're not on video, dude. Go ahead and just confirm on if we can hear you on audio. You can hear
anyone
us, okay?
hear me?
Yeah, okay.
Searching for signs of life.
Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect, Derek. All right, so Derek, do you want me to pass the talk and stick over to you, and you can just tell us? I know you're jumping in late, but just you were tuned in for I think all of this. Just even like any thoughts on how this discussion went, throwbacks to old times of paradigm shift, and just
sure, yeah.
general thoughts on dream practices and any tips and tricks maybe that you've acquired over the years. So this is my buddy Derek. He's been rocking it with me since like 2011 or 2010, I think. One of the OG, one of like the people who I was like talking about this weird stuff back in the day when there was no one else to talk to. So Derek, happy to be able to have you on, dude. Go right ahead, passing it over to you. Welcome.
Appreciate that, Brendon, and much love to everyone still hanging in here. I know a lot of people have already started to make their transition over to the dream plane. For those of us left here, I just wanted to share a few points. I'm big on this kind of thing.
Move your mic just a little bit away from your.
Am I breathing?
Yeah, we
okay.
can
Yeah,
hear
thanks.
You heavy breathing. Yeah,
a little bit of production. Don't breathe through your mouth. That's one tip I would say. In through the nose, out through the mouth, and not into your mic. I was thinking, if anyone's seen Waking Life, I feel like some of what this discussion strives for at its best is being a continuation of the discussions in that movie and kind of differentiating between, are we dreaming? Are we not? How much is reality malleable, and how much can we really influence it with our minds? I liked, someone mentioned mugwort, which is now on my list. There's a whole list of other plant teachers that are not controversial, not illegal, and available for us to try and supplement. That's one thing I would mention. Kaleazic catachichi is Mexican dream herb. There's African dream root. There are some mugworts, another common one, sage, lavender. Some of those are kind of potent. Nothing can really help you lucid dream, but they can act as kind of ways to either help you relax or kind of trigger a signal your mind to snap you out of your trance. One point I think that ties in with lucid dreaming, I'm holding a book I read in the last year called Dreaming Wide Awake, and it's all about lucid dreaming on the whole. One point, the word transcending is trance-ending, so ending the trance and waking up from the regular rhythmic routine we've kind of become ingrained mentally into. So anything you can do to snap yourself out of that trance or out of that autopilot, habitual, subconscious train of thought is one step further to becoming lucid and hyper aware in situational awareness. And I've had mixed results myself in terms of dreaming, and I would say some of the points made earlier, cannabis use definitely affects dream recollection and vividness. One of the points mentioned in this book that I wanted to also kind of throw out there is some lucid dreamers will intentionally use cannabis, say 2 or 3 nights in a row, to prevent dreams and then take a break, because it's almost dependable that you will get a lucid dream when you stop. So your dream vividness and your dream recollection will improve. It'll swing the other way, almost as like a relapse or flashback as soon as you stop.
So you're saying I can just like rip some fat ones and not feel guilty about it and just say I'm planning ahead? Is that what you're telling me?
If you're planning ahead, yes, yeah. that is a tactic, and guilt-free, far away. That being said, for the actual clarity of it, there's a few other ones that will do you good for the meantime. And beyond the drug side's always fun, or the plant side, or however you want to frame it in your mind. Meditation, stretching, eating healthy is good, exercising, talking about it. And then a few techniques that were mentioned in this book that I've actually kind of tried to implement in the last year and I've had some success with are reality checks. So asking yourself throughout the day on a regular day-to-day basis, am I dreaming? Trying to hold your nose and breathe is another one. Looking at clocks or watches to check the time, because time and writing often don't really hold up or translate as well in the lucid dream space or the dream state. And then also trying to push your hand through objects like Paul did with Yoda. He was clearly lucid dreaming at that point. If you can do that, then you know you're not in the physical dense world, the 3D manifested dimension. So those are just a few tips. I thought I like to open it up and learn. I've learned a lot listening to other people's stories. I have only one dream that I feel is significant that I can think of and point to in my whole life, but I don't know if we really have the time for it right now. It's a bit of a two-part story.
We can make time for it, Derek. It's pretty malleable. Like, it's not often that we get to have you on here, dude. So please, by all means, go ahead.
All right, I'll share it for whoever's here. This is my only one thing I can share. Otherwise, I've had lots of dreams. I write them down. That's another good technique. Since I stopped writing them down, I can say I've recalled them less. So I've proven that it does work when you do it, and it also fades when you don't do it. This one, though, I don't need to recall. This goes back to a fight I had in high school. Now, it's going to sound weird talking about this out of context because people don't know me. I'm not a really violent person at all. This was kind of in the heyday of, I was 15 years old.
Derek's basically like a turtle. Just for those of you trying to visualize Derek, he's like a turtle. That's all I'm going to say. Derek, yeah.
Literally true. And I like turtles. So I am more of a turtle. I always, peaceful, friendly, not an aggressive person. Anyway, this guy was a bully through high school, bully kind of archetype in my mentality. And then we ended up fighting in real life. Now, whatever it was over, years and years of him bullying one of my good friends. And then finally in high school, something snapped and we fought. How it worked out in real life. So what actually happened, we ran at each other from like 20 feet away. I wound up one punch and like connected with him, knocked him off his feet, broke my hand and in two places. Had to go through a lot of surgery, like had a metal plate put in and a bone graft to replace the knuckle. So it was a big traumatic experience, but not necessarily negative, I would say, just a lot of, teenage angst. There's a lot of emotion involved. And then after the surgery, months later, I had this one dream, and it was a dream of the fight. And we ran at each other, and I connected with one punch, knocked him off his feet. He was kind of looking around, like eyes literally stargazed, which is what actually happened. And then I drop on him and I'm just going, and I still keep going with elbows and knees. And again, this sounds aggressive, but this is just the dream and also what happened in real life. And then there's a point where in real life, when we fought, he said, stop. And he coughed up blood through his braces. And I remember that. That was the point where I got up and I stopped. I kind of snapped out of it. I was like, okay, mercy, honor, mercy, respect. Don't dish any more than you wouldn't be able to. So I stopped in real life. In the dream, instead of listening and being merciful, I snapped, went berserk, couldn't control myself, and went into a rage, just a frenzy, and kept going, throwing more aggressive elbows, knees. Something about him saying stop just made me feel like, oh, you're not even there yet. I lost it. And I heard the chants and the cheering. There's about 80 people around this fight when it actually happened in real life. And I heard the cheering turn into crying and then wailing. And then I was just not paying attention to anything. I was just lost in myself. And at some point, I stopped and I flipped the guy over, and it was my own face. And I stood up in shock and I looked around, and every single person around cheering was also me. And I woke up out of that dream, snapped, jolted, and just was choked, like hard to breathe. And from that point on, the one lesson I took from it was in war and any kind of conflict or fight or confrontation, don't ever dish out any more pain than you would be able to handle yourself. And for me personally, I came up with that code of, don't go for the eyes, the teeth, or the nose. So there's things that, I would rather keep intact if I can. And that was my one kind of karma manifested story, and the dream that came from the fight that taught me lessons about war and how to go about it, what you're willing to put out, equaling what you're able to take.
That's interesting, Derek, that you use the word karma there, because that word hasn't really been brought up tonight. But the idea that, what we recognize as karma, which is essentially, universal energy that teaches us lessons to help kind of bring us back onto our path. Like for those of you who just need a quick summary, dharma can be thought of as your path. Karma is like the energy which pushes you back onto the path. You kind of refer to that as like a karmic dream. I think that's fascinating. Is that like, it felt like that? It felt like the universe had a lesson to teach you there. And do you feel you learned?
Yes, yes, and yes. I'd had only a handful of fights after that, but I was always good about stopping. I mean, I stopped in real life, but mercy, honor, respect as a code, and just in terms of realizing you are everything. So don't be careful where you point that anger. Be careful where you point that aggression, because you're only ever pointing it at yourself in one form or another.
At this point, you were about like 15, 16 when this dream happened?
It was probably about 16, 17. It was within the next year after. Yeah.
Were you as tuned in to kind of like consciousness and like realizing that we all are one, quote unquote, and everything like that? Like, was that something that you were already tuned into that?
Yes, I can say that.
Mm-hmm. So then to like be able to see it in the dream, it just kind of like really, I guess, just like the symbolism of it. Yeah, like it really like spoke to you and everything like that. So
right away, I had the same interpretation then that I do now, and it stuck with me. That's the only dream I can actually point to that I would remember right off the bat.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating, dude. Well, Derek, thank you for sharing, man. And again, that's just a very powerful example of the way that dreams can continue to serve us. Because I mean, like how else, you know, like that a lesson like that, like it's hard to be able to teach a lesson like that unless, you know, like an adult literally comes to you and tells you don't do this sort of thing, or you get into a fight another time and you're on the receiving end of it, which isn't really ideal either. So here we have using the dream space as an option, as an opportunity for the universe to be able to say, look, there's a lesson that needs to be learned here, and here it is, and you were able to receive that. So no, it's fascinating.
I really like that point, and if I can riff off that, you
go for it, dude.
Struck something. Is that dream space offers a simulated reality where you can get the feeling as well as the thinking, where a lot of the times we're in a left brain dominated culture. A lot of people are kind of re-emerging into alignment with their right brain, their heart, their feeling capacity. But for a lot of us, we've been conditioned to thinking logical, linear, analytically without the feeling aspect integrated. And a lot of these lessons won't stick if you don't have the emotional impact behind it. And so in the same way that you kind of made a good point saying this is the dream reality offers that simulation so you can get the feeling of the lesson without the actual consequences of it. I kind of, when you were saying that, I also thought, well, in a metaphorical way, that also applies to life, for souls entering a body which also isn't really real in the way we think it is, but it makes us buy into it as if it were real and feel it as if it were real, even if we're just creating the pain for ourselves by looking into a mirror and we're not the mirror, we're just looking at the mirror. We still feel as if the pain is real enough that we get the impact of being cut off from our source, feeling that we're alone, feeling disconnected and separate, that buying into all these illusions of fear and hate and self-centeredness that kind of wake us up to what it means to be human and then bounce us back to being one with source or being one with everything.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yeah, that's so true, dude. Like that's I think again I feel that probably like hit deep with everyone there, where again just kind of creating that parallel between the idea that yes, like why are dreams so powerful? Because we buy into them, because we have that emotional investment. And so like yeah, like on some level, you know, is this reality something similar to that from a level up, where it's like who we actually are is like the soul that is experiencing this dream, and then within this dream we kind of go into another layer of the dream, which is also us going not just like down and not just up, but in as well. But yeah, again, you know, like it honestly, it reminds me, when I think of dreams, like I think of dreams and I think of the parallel between them and the same reason we watch movies and play video games. You know, like you watch a good movie and you emotionally invest yourself into it. There are movies that you can watch where literally by the time you're done it changes you. You grow as a result of it. You transform. Yeah, again, I'm just kind of like riffing off your points there, dude. But yeah, no, I definitely think that the idea that dreams offer the ability to be able to deliver lessons and messages in a simulated context without the full consequence, but the full opportunity to be able to learn is a huge part of why they exist. that way, so we don't have to like screw up this like linear timeline where consequences stick, but instead we can kind of have this parallel reality where we can simulate things, learn it, and then not have to bring it into this reality as well. So because it seems to be the case that dreams give us the opportunity to be able to learn lessons opposed to having to repeat certain situations. So therefore, one of the more reasons, if you're paying attention to your dreams, you'll learn things without having to repeat them quite in the same way, or perhaps again, you'll even, like, that's the thing, and the same thing with simulations and stuff, you can literally, it's not always going to be a lesson, like a negative lesson, or kind of a lesson based on like a negative experience, but you can literally have dreams where it would be like experiencing a future event within a dream space before it actually happens, to be able to learn how to be able to move through it when the event actually does happen. Like you hear athletes talking about this, or people having lessons of like, some people, I've heard people talk about this like half jokingly, where they'll literally have a dream where they're like, oh yeah, I had a dream where I where I wrote my exam, and then they wake up and then they literally have to write their exam again, and they're like, oh well, I already did this one, so actually I'm like feeling extra confident about it as well. Anyways, I'm just kind of riffing here, no particular question, but Derek, we'll pass around, and I just want to be able to let other people here just kind of like riff off of what Derek said, and we'll just keep riffing for a little bit longer until I get tired of saying the word riff. I'm just said that more in the last 2 minutes than I did all week. So anyways, Derek, any other things that you just want to be able to add in, and before we pass it around, go ahead, dude.
I thanks for hearing, thanks for listening, everyone who's still here. And I guess my only thought of the week that I'd like to share, if it means anything to anyone else, is kind of the concept of everything being a living interactive mirror, that whatever you do is also alive, and you are directly influencing yourself by influencing it. And dreams are kind of a way to accelerate this awareness of your influence upon yourself through the different channels around you, by directing your thought and your intention.
Totally. Derek, one more question. This, maybe you don't have an answer for this, but I'm just kind of curious. I mentioned this in the YouTube chat, the idea of like experiencing psychedelics within the dream space. Is there anything there that possibly you've had? Has that ever happened to you, where you've like done psychedelics in the dream space or something like that?
Perfect candidate for it, but no, unfortunately, I can't really say. I wouldn't make it up or say that I have. I wish I had, and there's definitely like, it's something I wanted. It came up in the book I was reading, Dreaming Wide Awake, which some people have had profound experiences with it, and then also simultaneously found they don't have any need for those psychedelics anymore in real life, saying they got kind of the same lessons and the exact same experience, and the desire to seek it out was gone after having the dream of it. So there is some real potential there, and it's a topic of interest for me as well. Open to the question. I just wish I had more to offer.
Yeah, fascinating. And if anybody else here, like, I mean, that again, that could be a topic for another day. Let's keep passing the talk and stick around. Derek, we'll go back to you if you want to stick around for a bit. Okay, Kailey, Kristen, you had your hand up earlier. Kailey, Kristen, everybody's got their hand up, don't they? Okay, cool. Who wants to go next? Whoever. Okay. Okay, Chris. Okay, Yoda. Okay, I'm just gonna pass it to Yoda. We'll just pass it to Yoda. Okay, Kristen, and then maybe Robert, or maybe Kailey, or maybe Abby. Sorry, guys. No rush here. I know I said 20 minutes. It's okay. We'll go through this and we'll wrap it up. Okay, Kristen, go ahead.
Beautiful. So I really wanted to share a few dream stories with you guys. One of them is really short, and then the other one's a little longer. But it's funny you mentioned like psychedelics. I've never experienced actually like taking psychedelics in the dream space, but I have had a really psychedelic dream before that felt like I was kind of on psychedelics, even though I don't remember taking anything. So it was kind of like having the experience of being on psychedelics in the dream space, but being in control of it. So it wasn't the same, but it visually was very similar, if that makes any sense. So I definitely wouldn't say it was on the level of actually being in that state, but just kind of like being able to see the visual of it. So that dream in particular happened not, I don't know, I guess a few weeks ago, and I still haven't quite been able to decipher all of it just yet. But essentially, it was after a period of time where I had been doing a lot of shadow work within the dream space and kind of working through a lot of demons, so to speak. And so I had set the intention not to travel in my dream space, but rather to just experience it. And so kind of leaving it open to spirit and whatever was called for in that moment, kind of like reflecting upon the fact that I had been doing some deep work. And so the dream started off with me on like a raft essentially, but I was going down the only way that I can describe it is it's like a river but in the astral plane. And so it's like water made of I don't even know what to describe. It's not water, but it's essentially like water.
It's like
and then
liquid
around,
light. Is it like liquid light?
yeah, liquid light that's
Okay.
like rainbowy colors.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then around it's like kind of like a tunnel around the rainbowy river that's like just swirly colors. Okay, so I'm in my little raft and I'm floating down this trippy river, and I notice so I'm kind of, I guess you could say I'm like kind of up here, and then underneath the river is like a big massive river that's more like physical water. So it was blue, flowy water, but it was kind of underneath this electrical river that I was on. And I noticed a large ship, almost like a pirate ship, on the river. And so I was excited. I was like, what's happening down there? That looks like a lot of fun. But I'm like chilling on my, my trippy river. So I wasn't sure exactly what to do. So I kind of like slowed my raft down a little bit just so I could watch the sailboat as it passed by, because I noticed it had a lot of people on it. And I couldn't quite get a good enough view of this like pirate ship. And so I was like, all right, well, I want to stop for a minute and like get out of my raft and take a look at what's going on. And so I imagined basically like I don't know, kind of like a floating disc that I stepped out of my raft onto to kind of like view this pirate ship that was floating down on this other like plane. And whenever I got onto the floating disc, I kind of imagined myself as being like invisible, like the people on the pirate ship couldn't see me, but I could see them. And as I'm adjusting my view so I can watch the ship go by, I noticed Superman and another superhero were getting ready to like fly over to the pirate ship. But for some reason, Superman was having a really hard time flying, and he was like not being able to like get up and go. And so I'm like, okay, well, I know about telepathy, so I can like telepathy tell Superman that he's awesome and he can 100% fly across this river, no problem. And so I zap beamed my thoughts over to Superman. And then of course Superman gets up and he like flies across the river. But then to my surprise, Superman, in the middle of flying over to the pirate ship, turns around and looks directly at me, which I wasn't expecting because I assumed I was invisible, but I apparently was not, because Superman heard me like zap my thoughts into his brain. And so he came over to where I was and looked me in the face and was like, "Thank you so much." And then he addressed me as his long lost sister and was like, "Oh my God, my long lost sister, I've missed you so much." And he like gave me the world's biggest hug and was just so excited. And he asked me what happened to me. And in that moment, I stopped because I'm still like me, right? I was like trying to comprehend what's going on. And so but then as soon as he asked me who I was, I had a whole another realm of memories flash through my mind of like being kidnapped when I was 5, which this has not happened. Okay. This is like in the dream space. Okay. So, but this memory, whenever Superman asked me, flashed through my mind of me being kidnapped by some old man that like cloaked himself to look like a young child and was like, "Hey, let's go off and play." And so as Superman's sister, I was like, "Yeah, let's go play." And then he like kidnapped me off to some other dimension. And so Superman was like, "Yay, oh my gosh, well, now that I know what happened, let's time travel and go back to that moment in time when you got kidnapped. And I'm going to like beat this guy up and save the day and be Superman." And so like essentially like changed the timeline of what happened so that I never really got kidnapped. And then we like flew over to this pirate ship and it got pulled down into the river, and that was the end of that portion of the dream. But so it was super fun, but I'm still trying to understand it on its own level. But I guess just being able to kind of see that, like, I thought it was really interesting. I Googled it after the fact that there actually is a story of Superman's sister where her and Superman do actually go travel through the timelines. So, and it's like a different dimension within the multiverse of superheroes. So, anyways, fun fact about dream space that I really wanted to share, like just some fun dreams that can happen that I'm sure there's some learning there for me, but I don't know what they are just yet. And then another dream I really wanted to share with you guys. This is actually a dream I had like 6 months ago or so, whenever I first started my Reiki practice. And I was getting really into it. And I had this really epic dream where Thor came to me. And me and Thor kind of went on this epic adventure where we went around healing people and connecting with, actually, it was like there was like a healing ceremony with Thor specifically. And then we went to this big building where there were kind of like, in the Matrix, you know how the Matrix has like the agents? It was essentially like the agents were in control of this building. And so once Thor and I were like fully powered up, so we went to the building and we like healed all of the agents and like turned them to the good. We didn't like beat anybody up. We just like healed them and turned them into good things. And so after that, in my Reiki practice, I started connecting with Archangel Michael a lot. And after doing a little bit of research, I found that Archangel Michael and Thor are actually like synonymous with each other in some like areas of thinking. So kind of like an idea that, you know, it was kind of like a little bit of wisdom that, like, you know, you can connect with your healing and all that good stuff. So anyways, fun dream.
Awesome. Thank you, Kristen. That is so cool. That is a fascinating dream story, and yeah, like the idea of like seeing yourself as like the symbolic significance of like Superman's sister. It's like, oh my goodness, okay, it's like you tapping into your inner superhero and everything like that. So literally living up. I've definitely had like multiple dreams where I've been doing like Spider-Man stuff like that, and that was like way before I was doing like Mystic Spider-Man stuff. So it seems like it was already within us. Okay, team. Let's set a time frame. We'll go around just kind of like one more for everybody here, just kind of closing thoughts plus any additional quick stories. Let's just be mindful of the time. I think we're all kind of like falling asleep as we're getting close to the end here. I did kind of want to be able to, there was like one more question that I just wanted to be able to go over, but we'll go through that just after we pass it around. Robert, I'll pass it over to you next, and then Abby, and then Kailey. Is that cool? Okay, cool. All right. Okay, Robert, go ahead and pass it over to you. And yeah, let's get close to wrapping it up. Go ahead, Robert.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. I had a big realization after D-Rock just finished. Whew. So wow. So yeah, I don't know if that's why he came onto air either, because I mentioned last time I talked, I briefly said that my face was broken when I was younger, and after he explained all that, it got me thinking too, and about my practice and when I got my first clearing when 4 years ago, I had this story about how I was very close with my mom, and there was a past life where it was a block and restriction and a repeating pattern in my lifetimes that I feel like I've been dreaming and living over and over. And apparently a couple, I don't remember how many, 4 lifetimes ago, apparently I was just like attacked and like by a gang and just like raped and freaking the whole 9 yards. And then I entered into some kind of like protection with my mom, and I was very close with my mom. And now I just had a big realization that like when I was 19 and I was finally like moving away from my mom, I was pulled back to my mom because I had both sides of my jaw broken. And then I was like, I had a surgery, they put plates in my face, and then they told me not to smoke. I'm a teenager, they told me not. smoked. I did everything I wasn't supposed to do. And then they took the plates out of my face. And then I, almost died in surgery too, because I ate after midnight. But that was a big wow realization after 3 years of getting that clearing. I never made that connection before till now. And then I'm upset that Amanda left too, because I wanted to have her elaborate, but she gave me permission to talk about she had a portal way. I did a clearing with her, and she had a portal way to an astral realm where she was creating a whole dream world in her head over the years. And then I told her, yeah, I did the clearing like Thursday. And she said, oh, Friday, that whole world just disappeared. And I was kind of upset, but not really. And I'm like, really? And then she was reliving a soulmate contract too, and with her husband. And all of a sudden, like 2-3 days after the clearing too, her husband comes with divorce papers and signs them freely with no sign of fighting or custody or anything right after the clearing was done. I was like, really? And then there was one other thing. Her grandma was old, passed away when she was 7. And oh man, she passed away, told her that she was going to watch over her. And then it was basically attaching soul, disruptive earthbound soul. And things were getting moved around. And then she had her daughter was smelling like the custom perfume that her grandma made. And then after the clearing, somehow that just disappeared too, that whole smell, which is just really blew my mind as much as her, and how much intention that can be done with the clearing work. I never thought I had could clear these repeating patterns that we live, past, present, future, and repeating in our lifetimes and dream spaces. I know we're talking about the focus is dreams, but oh man, this week's been pretty intense.
Johnny, that's fascinating to be able to hear it. And yeah, I feel like that's like a whole like podcast that you could do there, just telling us all about like the journeys of energy clearing and everything like that. So no, that's interesting, man. And again, like maybe like where it'd be interesting, and I'm just kind of thinking about this almost just from like, again, kind of like that scientific approach where it's like, okay, focus on your dream practice for like a week, just kind of get like a baseline, and then like go get an energy healing session, go get a Reiki session, and then see how your dreams are, or like get some sort of like energy work session with a professional practitioner of some sort, just to be able to kind of like gauge and everything like that. Because yeah, like again, kind of what we were even talking about with Paul earlier about the qigong and everything, this happens where we have these energy channels within our body, but there are like blockages that can get built up within these energy channels that can get built up for a variety of reasons. But like a lot of it can be like emotional, but can also be kind of like past stuff that we hold on to. So there could be a thing where, again, just setting that intention to be able to kind of like open up channels, release blockages, ground ourselves, anchor that in, and balance that could be a big part of being able to just kind of open ourselves up to more of the dream practice. But maybe that will be something just to keep in mind as we move forward into the future as well. So yeah, cool. Okay, Johnny, thank you again for sharing. Let's keep just moving things along here. And I think Derek is still with us. So if Derek wants to share anything before we wrap things up, we'll do that too. Kaylee, I'll pass it over. No, Abby, I'll pass it over to you. Is that cool? Okay, cool. Yeah, and then I literally like I can feel like all of us just kind of like getting like heavy, sleepy. It's getting so sleepy right now. So, okay, all right, Abby, go ahead, passing it over to you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, keep a good nightly routine. I thought of washing your face. That's a good routine to have. It just makes you feel so much better, and put some moisturizer on. Feels clean, good. And then your guides and your mind is not going to show you anything you're not ready for, and that's something that I learned this week. So I was trying to go somewhere in my dreams that maybe I wasn't ready yet, and that's why I'm not seeing them as much. So just trust yourself and don't be scared. And thanks for holding space. And that's all.
Awesome. Thank you, Abby. All right, I'll pass it right over to Kailey. Kailey, you ready? I'll pass it over to you. Go ahead, Kailey.
Yeah, just a couple extra like random thoughts that came up. I did think of another tip. I personally sleep with a white selenite spear, and that really helps me keep a clear mind, not just in like the dream space, but also whenever I wake up and I do my journaling in the morning. I take that selenite sphere and I hold it in my hand, and I can like still kind of feel the warmth of my body from while I was sleeping. And for some reason, I mean, not for some reason, it's just, it is what it is. It really, really helps. It helps me like with that dream recall, and putting me back, like, to remember like what I experienced while I slept. So that's like a super good tip. Find some crystals that work for you. White selenite is my go-to. Um, Other than that, whenever I first wake up, I often have like a song stuck in my head. So that's like the first thing I write in my dream journal is I'll write the date, and then next to it I'll put in quotations like whatever the line from the song is, and that's often relevant to me. Or like even while you're like sitting there and journaling, if you want to put your headphones on and like listen to that song, it can also kind of like help with the dream recall as well. And yeah, just keep like finding those signs in that while you're at it. um, and then like last thoughts, having vivid dreams. So this is like something that I have like kind of here and there, and I imagine that it's like lucid dreams, and it's kind of like the dream last night. You can tell where it's like just a really like slowed down almost moment of like clarity. And those are really cool. Like I get those, I often see those who have passed in my life in my dreams, and sometimes they're just kind of like there in the background, but I can always tell when there's that switch, whenever it becomes very vivid, and it's like, okay, I know that I'm not just dreaming, like I'm experiencing right now. So just pay attention to those moments when you can kind of feel that switch. And it's not going to be hard to pay attention to. You often like wake up and you remember those dreams already. So yeah, I think that's like all in tips. Again, thank you everybody for sharing. This was so much fun. And I can't wait to show my dad. My dad's like such a vivid dreamer himself. He only has like those like few key ones here and there, but he sees like portals in the sky and stuff. It's like all this really crazy stuff. So he's gonna be pumped to listen to what you guys had to say as well. So thanks.
That's awesome. Well, special shout out to Kailey's dad, who's theoretically listening to this in the future. Thank you for being awesome. So, well, that's so cool. Like that's actually really special to be able to like practice like dream practice with your family as well. That's really cool. Like I definitely like in the future and stuff like that. Like yeah, like I want to like have a family where all of us are focusing on dreams, and even with the kids and everything like that. Like that's a future that I love. So beautiful. All right. I know Derek wants we're going to pass over to Derek. I just want to be able to just kind of like, there was one question that, or actually one thing I was going to say, Kailey was mentioning like, yeah, the idea of like using crystals and stuff like that, crystals, talismans of any sort. I've talked about this before, but you guys know, like I do crystal wire wrapping, and I'm not trying to like sell you this. If anything, I'm trying to encourage you to just kind of maybe make something similar to yourself. But it's basically like a crystal that I put on a wire wrap that I have like a keychain. And then what I do is I use the keychain to wear on my finger, and then I hold the crystal while falling asleep, so it doesn't fall off and get lost underneath the bed or something like that. But what you can do, not only can you just kind of like hold that just as like it's something to be able to like be aware of while you're dreaming, there is a potential to even like kind of like bring the object with you into the dream space. I've experienced this, but even just to be able to kind of like set the intention to say like, when I am holding this, like that means like I am like showing up for my dream. I'm showing up for my dream practice. So like simply integrating the crystal, just that act of putting the crystal somewhere, putting it near your bed, putting it under your pillow. That is you kind of sending the signal out to the universe to be able to say like, yes, I am like intending to be able to be ready to be able to show up for dream practices. The one thing that someone left in the comment earlier, and I feel like we've kind of covered this, but I just wanted to hit upon it real quick, and I'll pass over to Derek. And if you guys do have any other last things on this, feel free to jump in, because it is important. But basically the message and the user specifically, I apologize, I'm not exactly sure which user it is without scrolling up right this second, but it was basically a very standard comment that we'll see many times beyond just this moment, where it basically says, I don't dream. Like, what can I do to be able to like develop my dreaming? What can I do to, how do I dream? How can I remember my dreams and everything like that? So if not only if that's the case for you, for someone listening to this, go ahead and you know, allow yourself to just receive whatever it is that we're about to share. But also, I just wanted to be able to reiterate this because I feel like this is going to be a common question that other people will probably ask us or say to us. You know, like we'll have people come up to us and be like, if you're talking to them and you can be like, oh, you know, you just get into a discussion about dreams, and then if their response is, well, I don't dream, I don't remember my dreams, how can I remember, how do I start, and stuff like that. If just off the top of my head, if I were to give like a basic answer to that, you know, like for us as a team, if we were to just say, okay, person A is not dreaming, or again, it's not that they're not dreaming, it's just that they're not remembering their dreams. What can they do to develop a better relationship with their dreams so that they can remember their dreams? Honestly, I think the biggest thing is the phone. I think the biggest killer of dreams is your phone, because again, that just like the blue light on it messes up your brain when you're going to sleep. You fall asleep just kind of like really just kind of like without the intention, and when you wake up in the morning, if that's the first thing you look at, it's immediately just going to kind of like wipe your dreams off the like out of the memory bank. And again, and what you've done is it's not just the phone, it's the habit that you associate with the phone itself. So if you can replace the phone with a book, and if you can replace the phone in the morning with a journal, and instead of rolling over and checking your phone, what if you roll over and check what you're going to write, and check out, you know, just being able to write out a little piece in your journal about what your recall was. Again, as Derek was saying, and as we've mentioned, the dream journaling is so important, and you can approach it like an exercise where it is developing a muscle, meaning that when you start it out, it will be weak because you haven't used it much, but as you start using it more, it will develop, and the details will continue to become more and more as you continue to show up for it. And again, it's one of those things, like as Derek and all of us can testify, if you stop it, you kind of, it atrophies. So if you can keep the consistency of it, that's really, really important. And I know there's some people, you know, my partner Lacey, like her dreams, like she'll have dreams where there'll be like pages, there'll be like freaking movie scripts, and I'm like, my goodness, like the amount of detail on this. But again, you know, let that just be example to what's possible. And I'm sure literally other people here on the broadcast, Kailey, I assume you probably got like a couple novels there, and anybody else as well, right? Like literally it's just like all the details, like that's a beautiful testament to what is possible, right? So the information is there, it's just a matter of being able to create the incubation for it as well. But beyond just those simple things, again, like honestly, for people who aren't remembering the dreams, don't look at, like, change your relationship with your phone would be my immediate advice. And then the other things would just be, again, you know, like cannabis, diet, exercise, and start listening to things that are going to be kind of like encouraging you to pay more attention to your dreams, and really be paying attention to your diet on multiple spectrums as well. I'm sure maybe like, I feel like that's almost as simple enough. Like anything beyond that, I feel like is probably just like too much for people who are at that stage. But I feel like those simple tips would be my first simple tips. So rather than just saying to someone, be like, oh, I don't remember my dreams, well, instead of just being like, well, if you stop smoking cannabis, that will help, yes. And if you created a dream journal, and if you use a dream journal, that will help, yes. And you diet and exercise, that will help, yes. And you do this, and you meditate, that will help, yes. But if you're doing all of that and you're still falling asleep with your phone and waking up first thing in your phone, that's going to kill it. Like, that's killing the progress. That's literally just like snuffing out the flame. And I'm saying this because again, you know, like I'm equally in the same boat as a lot of us here, where again, you know, like we've developed this relationship and this addiction with our phones and stuff, and I'm still working on it, and that's why we're creating this discussion, so we can help hold each other accountable. And yeah, again, in place of falling in love with our phone and the comfort of it, let's fall in love with the excitement and the mystery of what the dream space has to offer, right? Like if you were trying to sell someone, like just literally just like be like imagine the most amazing video game movie that you could ever possibly watch or experience. That is what you can have within dream space. It's literally like the most advanced version of like a virtual reality simulation that you can experience. All you have to do is just kind of like show up for it and stuff like that. So it has a bit of a threshold, because I think it's something that you'll be able to appreciate it more when you earn it as well. All right, I'm gonna pass it over to Derek. Derek, I can see you got a couple. If you just want to add in off of what I was just talking about there, please by all means, and then any kind of closing points. And if anybody else has any quick closing points on that, and then we'll get into our closing meditation for the dream tree. Derek, go ahead, pass it over to you. Dude, jump right in.
Hey everyone, soul survivors of this pretty epic dream discussion.
Yeah.
Much love again. I just want to say, I think I like the idea of sharing our bedtime routines, and I think even without having to talk about it, we could all probably share it in the chat. I just wrote a few things down that I thought are worth sharing that are pretty free and easy to adopt, like stretching, deep breathing, even if it's just a few breaths, or box breathing where it's like in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. Certain breathing techniques, whatever works for you, but essentially just a deep breath before you go into your bed. Giving thanks. I usually will like try and acknowledge all the other forces and what I would say the sponsors of my experience, of this experience, realizing that none of this is possible through yourself alone, that it's kind of co-created with an infinite number of entities or droplets of consciousness that are kind of weaving in to form your reality, and being grateful for all of the colors that make the contrast, that give you clarity on what you actually want. Giving thanks, and then the basis for that is starting a positive thought train. No matter what your day has been like, you can always control the momentum going into, and how you go to sleep is how you wake up. So if you just create a rampage of gratitude, or saying thanks for as many things as you can to be thankful for. And then the last thing I try and do on a perfect day when I do have my routine down is just set an intention. Where do you want to go now that you're stretched and feeling comfortable in your body, you're relaxed with deep breathing, and you've created a good positive mental momentum? What do you want to use this space for? Because you can learn things, you can have fun, you can work through yourself, you can connect with past relatives, you can create things. And my last point, I think that came up, that last thing I'll say, that's I've been encouraged to from my higher guidance and allies and watching over, that I would encourage myself and everyone else to do, is when you have an infinite space to create whatever you want, don't forget the ingredient of love. You can use every ingredient you want, you can do whatever you want, but one of the most important things you can do is create from the heart. And that's what I'll leave it with.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Derek. Thank you, dude. I guess that's kind of like relative to that specific question. Is there anything, I mean, if there's anything else you want to, feel free to add in before we move into our little closing meditation, then we'll still have a chance to pass around one more time real quick. But yeah, I think that's great, unless there's anything else you want to add, Derek.
That's good. Thank you.
That's good. Okay, cool. Awesome. Sweet. All right. Does anybody else have anything that we feel we didn't mention relative to that question of what we would tell people if they're just like, I'm not dreaming, I'm not remembering my dreams at all? Which again, I feel like is like freaking 90% of the population right now. Like seriously, guys, like that's like the real pandemic, is people just kind of like siphoning and their attention and getting sucked into like the material world and the consume and getting pulled away from their spirituality and their consciousness, quite frankly. So honestly, practicing your dreams is one of the most rebellious things that you can do in today's day and age, which is quite crazy to think about. But anyways, Kailey, I'll pass it over to you. Relative to that question, go ahead,
And I
Kailey.
know Kristen has something. I just want to say, like what you just said, stop saying that. Stop saying that you don't remember your dreams.
Yeah.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like if you say that, you're not going to remember your dreams. Like just tell yourself, I will remember my dreams, and it could honestly be as easy as that.
Absolutely. Yeah, just paying attention to the language would be a great thing to just be able to remind people of. So giving them a way to be able to rephrase it, where it's like, instead of saying like, I don't remember my dreams, say it's like I am learning to remember my dreams, or I'm in the process of developing my dream practice and everything like that. So it's not always just going to be as simple as just changing one thing. Sometimes it is, but again, it's about being able to meet the universe halfway. And so when you kind of like set that intention for being able to feel the reality where you're remembering your dreams and you're having these vivid experiences, like honestly, like it's still something that yeah, like I know I'm excited. I'm personally quite excited to be able to continue to develop more focus towards my dream practice. And every time we do these broadcasts, it always brings me back to this excitement, and the excitement is there because there's just like so much to uncover. It is a part of our hero's journey, is to be able to venture into these realms of the dream space, this dream quest. And again, because like within the dream space, we get to see ourselves show up as the hero as well as show up as the villain, but in the circumstances where we do show up as a villain, we are also given the choice to be able to decide whether we want to be able to continue to be the villain or get to choose to be the hero as well. Kind of going back to what Derek's experience was about, right? Like, you guys will have those experiences in those dreams where it's like, my goodness, that was like, I did something horrible there. But it's not so much like the event as much as it is the choice that happens right after the event. And that's where, even though you might not be in full control of the event, you still are able to control how you reflect on it, how you see it, how you process it, how you learn from it, and how you choose to integrate the lesson moving forward as well. Kristen, I'll pass it over to you, and then let's get into our meditation after that. Go ahead, Kristen. Any thoughts on that original question of not remembering dreams?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to encourage you, if you are not remembering your dreams at all, and you're kind of in that space where Kailey just said, like, you're used to that self-talk of, I can't remember my dreams. I still encourage you to journal. Like, even if it's just you wake up and you journal about how you slept, or if you don't remember how you slept, maybe when did you go to bed? But just like building that habit and setting the intention with the universe, letting it know that like you're serious about trying to learn, can really help change things dramatically for you. So I just encourage you, like, even if you're not remembering your dreams at all, to even just still journal and journal about whatever comes to you whenever you wake up in the morning, whatever feels natural for you, and it will develop from there. So and to also like understand that everybody is on their own unique path. Everyone is on their own unique individual journey, and your journey is not going to look the same as my journey, is not going to look the same as Kailey's or Robert's or, you know, Abby or anybody. And so to try not to compare your dreams with others, and just like respect and honor what you do have, and that, you know that like wherever you're at right now is where you're supposed to be, and that it's okay. So to try not to like, for if you've been trying and you're really frustrated with yourself, to try to show yourself some love, like Derek was saying, and just know that like coming from love is always going to be better than like coming from that place of lack. So but yeah, that was my final notes. Thank you guys so much. It's been an absolutely beautiful dream cast, and sharing so much wisdom with you all.
The Dreamcast class, podcast cast, dream class, quest class, something. Cool. We're getting tired here. Watch as we progressively just like get like dream drunk on air, sleep drunk. That's basically what's happening here, which is our cue. Robert, did you want to jump in with something real quick? Yeah. Okay. And okay. All right. Real quick. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah. Real quick. I was gonna type it in the chat. There was somebody asking about how they couldn't stay in a lucid dream very long. Any tips? I'm not quite experienced, but my only recommendation that I can think of is finding a stone that works for you. And one stone that helped me figure it out, like all the most complicated things for me at the end of my course and everything, was Tiger's Eye. It helps you figure out complicated situations or anything, get some Tiger's Eye. The eye of the tiger.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, that again, like we could literally do a whole podcast on just like the dynamics of lucidity and everything. And this is where like the practice of meditation is very useful for when you become lucid in a dream, because oftentimes when you become lucid in a dream, it can be very stimulating, and things suddenly become more vibrant and detailed, and when you're kind of in that state, it can kind of like get you excited and almost kind of like wake you up because you get so excited. A lot of people talk about this. So that's where, again, if you can just kind of practice before bed, just kind of even what Derek was talking about, what we've talked about, bringing in just some deep breaths, some mindfulness and everything like that. Like when you become lucid in a dream, condition yourself to be able to kind of like immediately, it's like, oh, I'm becoming lucid. What's the first thing I'm going to do? Breathe, slow down my breath, just kind of breathe into this moment and just kind of like take things in, and you just kind of calibrate yourself, and then you kind of like move forward from there. That would be like one thing that I would recommend as well. I don't know, Kristen, again, before we get into a whole nother tangent, any quick tips for, because I feel like there's a lot of people who are tuning into this and they're just like, yeah, I'm just here to remember my dreams, but then there are other people that are like there's layers where it's like, tell me what to do when I start getting more advanced with the lucid dreaming and everything like that. I'm not an expert at lucid dreaming, so I can't really talk from experience. Go ahead, Kristen.
So one of my favorite things to do is to talk to myself in the dream. I don't know, I talk to myself while I'm awake a lot too, but like just asking myself like, am I awake? Where am I at? What am I doing? Also like trying to find something to do or interacting with the dream. Like whenever you first become lucid, maybe don't try to just jump to totally changing everything, but just being present with interacting in the moment. And so like if you're in a dream and you're having a conversation with a person, try to look at that person's face, and or if you're not sure who the person is, ask, who are you? Like realize that you're kind of like bringing your conscious reality into the dream. And so just play around with it, try different things, find what works for you. But yeah, I definitely recommend like crystals help a ton. Amethyst is my favorite, but mostly what I do is I'll just like talk and ask and look like focus your vision. It depends really, it depends on your lucid state, what you're connecting with, whether you're connecting with the visual or the emotional. And so just kind of like trying to decide whether you're feeling the emotion or you're seeing things, and then kind of like playing from there. With if you're seeing things, like look at the clock, does the clock look distorted? If you're feeling emotions, like are you feeling sad? Feel into it. Is the situation that's going around you appropriate for that feeling? I don't know. So just kind of like trying to bring mindfulness into the dream state as best as you can.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, just bring some kind of mindfulness, and with that mindfulness, like a degree of like, yeah, like kind of like calmness, just pacing yourself. Yeah, there's what you were kind of mentioning there, Kristen, is one thing that I'm familiar with. It's called the key of soul, and soul is SOL, subject, object, location. And so this actually goes back to the Gnostic teachings, and basically it's this idea that when you're in a dream, what you want to condition yourself to pay attention to is the soul, SOL, subject, object, location. Subject would be yourself. Who are you in this moment? Because this is the thing that in itself we haven't even talked about, the idea of like having dreams of like being someone else, right? Like some people have had those where they're just like sometimes they'll dream of like a past version of themselves. Sometimes you'll have a dream you're literally like someone else, but you're experiencing it as if it's like a first person movie or video game. And again, why? There's obviously something there for you. There's obviously some kind of lesson. Maybe it's a real person, maybe it's a simulation, whatever the case may be. But again, check in with your subject. Who are you? So again, within waking reality, that seems kind of silly, right? It's like what? Like as if that's going to change from day to day. But it's great just to be able to kind of like check, look in a mirror, who are you, and stuff like that. Because sometimes you look in a mirror in a dream and it's like you, but you've got like a cowboy hat on, a beard on, and it's just like, what is like that? Like that's different, right? But by bringing awareness to it, you're helping bring awareness to the strangeness of the dream. Like that's actually like the strangeness of the dream is what you are looking for, because that will often help you trigger lucidity. It'll help trigger awareness, where it's like, that's out of place, like that's really weird, that's really peculiar. So that's where when you're awake throughout the day, you actually want to condition yourself to kind of like start looking for things throughout the day and just kind of like be observant. Not as if you're constantly looking for something out of place, but just start looking at things. Start look at ceilings, look at trees, look at your hand, look at clocks and stuff like that. Because like things like that within the dream space, they're probably going to be like weird. There's going to be like something off about them, and then again, that offness will get your attention, right? It's weird. Like dreams do that, where it's like, it's kind of like this like computer simulation, but the simulation doesn't always load 100%. Like this, if there's like some glitches or some things get left unrendered, or like, have you ever had that where you like walk around the corner too fast and the video game doesn't load until you start looking at it? Like I feel like that's kind of what it does, where the dream doesn't literally load up everything unless there's an observer on it. So it's like you're like standing there and then you look up at the roof and it's just like, oh, there's no roof on this building. And then meanwhile, like whoever made this dream was just like, well, it's like, well, we didn't put in a roof because we didn't think you were going to look at the roof. Like, why would we bother putting in a roof? There's no point in putting in a roof. You never look at the roof normally. So if you can break that and bring in your own habit, that can change things. So again, subject, who are you? Who are you in this moment? Who are you within the dream space? Object would again be kind of like something you can interact with, something that Kristen was talking about. You know, you're kind of like you just like see like some like random thing. It's hard for me to even give an example or something like that. Like a koala with a jetpack floating by or something like that. Like, is that normal? Like, is that like, that's a little strange if you ask me. Like a koala, maybe. Koala with a jetpack, no, that's something, that's some high strangeness. Maybe we're dreaming right now. And then location, where are you? Are you somewhere maybe from your childhood? Do you feel like you're in another country, or is it somewhere you're familiar with? So again, just getting familiar with being able to check in with the subject object location of just your waking consciousness helps you bring those habits into the dream space as well. So yeah, for anybody who hasn't yet, a little bit of homework, go watch Waking Life. That's a beautiful, beautiful movie back from early 2000s, and really is just a beautiful representation of the dream space. It's a story of a young man like in the dream plane talking with other characters and learning and everything like that. So it's really, 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 really beautiful. Okay. Does anybody else have anything they want to share relative to that question about, like, I guess we kind of moved into the question of like how to be able to maintain lucidity when we become lucid in a dream. I think like is anybody else here like an avid lucid dreamer? Like Kailey, have you had like a lot of lucid dreams, or no, not too many? No, not so much. It's more so, okay, it's more so I think Kristen is like the in-house, like you have the most experience with lucid dreaming currently within this small circle that we have, which again is just another testament to the fact that we are naturally going to come into the dream practice with different abilities. In the same way, some of us can play guitar better than others, some of us are better at certain sports than others, some of us have certain gifts. Again, there's a whole conversation there, but it seems to be that these dream abilities literally are probably something that we develop beyond this lifetime alone. So if people are like literally active in the lucid dream space, they've probably spent a past lifetime developing it and probably got like, you know, like burned at the stake for being a pagan witch or something like that. Unfortunately, but I mean, that probably was like a bit of part of, you know, the history in some cases, but yeah, you know, so shout out to those of you who may have like this ability already, and if anything, may it spark may it spark curiosity and just kind of like being able to realize and acknowledge like the relationship that you have with your dreams, because it's not, I don't know, maybe sometimes it's just like a lottery, but it seems to be as if it's something that's there, it's because there's something there for you, and this is the idea, it's not just for you, right? Like we've seen Kristen give it as an example, like the wisdom that she's sharing is not just for her, it's for the group. Yes, it is helping her grow, but as those of us who become more avid at lucid dreaming, yes, it's for personal development, but there are many messages and stories that may come through those experiences that may be for the collective, that may be for the community as well. So I love the idea that dreams can actually like help us develop our ability as storytellers as well. So, you know, if anything, like, yeah, like was I even gonna share what my dreams were and stuff like that? Yeah, I had a dream. What did I say in my dream last? No. Oh yeah. Oh man, I'm just remembering. Like, I don't know. Okay, we're just speaking of dream stories and stuff like that. I guess I'll just share the story. A couple nights ago, I had a dream, and again, I was working on my dream recall and stuff, and I saw like a statue that was like a Buddha statue, but with an alien head. And that was kind of cool, but like my friend my friend actually makes like 3D prints of those as well, so maybe it was influenced by that. But then the really thing that was weird is that I saw like these like little gray alien creatures like in the dream, and I was like, I don't know, maybe I was almost lucid, but I was like really aware of it, and I was kind of freaked out by them, because I was just like, in my mind I was just like, holy crap, this thing is real. There's a freaking like little, like it was small, like it was like a foot tall little skinny body but little big head, and it was like this little thing, and it was like walking around on a table, and there was multiples of them. And then I remember like I actually like woke up from that dream to the sound of like my own, I don't know, I wouldn't call it screaming, but I think it was just like me like vocalizing in my dream, where I was pointing, I was like that's, I heard myself wake up to the, I don't know, apparently I do this. Apparently I do make noises within my dream every now and then. I've woken myself up to me making noises of like wolf breathing. That's happened before multiple times, where I'll wake up to my own noise of me being like and like breathing like a wolf. I'm like, good God, like what am I in my dream states? Like like werewolf, like mythology, like come to life or something like that. Anyways, yeah, and then I had another dream this week where I was on Joe Rogan's podcast at his weird mansion or something like that. I don't know, it was weird, so maybe that was a prophetic dream, I don't know. And then the other dream that I had was, this is so weird, it doesn't make, I love talking about dreams, excuse me, just in the weird way of like how dreams just don't make any sense, but when we're in them we're just like, that makes plenty of sense. But I had a dream where like a dog wrote a book about me or something like that. Like, I don't know, like maybe it was Dallin, like my dog Dallin, like it's a golden retriever, but it's straight up, it was just like this story where like this dog wrote a book about me. And then I was like going up to the dog and I was really curious. I'm like, can I talk to you more? So I think I had this, like, I think the dog was like, I don't know, I can't even remember, but I feel like maybe, what does that mean? What does it mean? So anyways, I don't know. Sometimes there's going to be those dreams where it's just going to be like, whoa, that was really symbolic. And then there are other times where it's just like, I don't know what that means. And we kind of have to like, take and pick and choose some, but sometimes with dreams, they're like puzzle pieces and they may not fully fit together until a couple dreams later, and they start like overlapping and forming like a bigger picture and stuff like that. So stay tuned for the future reality where me and Joe Rogan are on each other's podcast. I don't know, maybe, we'll see. Hold space for that one. So all right, team, does anybody else have anything they want to jump in with real quick? You guys ready to meditate? Okay, let's get ready to close off with our meditation. So what we're going to do here, this is a regular meditation that we do specifically with dream class, where basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop you guys into just like a really deep, and this won't be super long, just like a very relaxed, deep state. And we're going to visualize ourselves going to the dream tree. And part of the practice of doing this meditation is that I want you to be able to learn this meditation and learn the rhythm of it so that you can basically do it as you're falling asleep. So you can basically kind of like run yourself through this story as you're falling asleep, which will then lead you into potentially like arriving at the dream tree within your sleep as well. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little meditation where we're going to imagine ourselves arriving at the dream tree, and then we'll go from there. Give me two. So just inviting everybody to get nice and comfortable as we get ready to be able to move into our closing meditation. We didn't talk too much about shared dreaming, but yes, it definitely does seem to be a thing that is quite real, quite possible. So setting that intention for us to be able to practice meeting each other at this dream tree. So again, this dream tree, you can imagine it as like this tree on this hill, and it's this beautiful like iridescent tree, like something out of like the Avatar movie, if you want to imagine that as a reference. And you're going to imagine there's going to be like people at the tree, and then you're going to go and you're going to connect with the tree. And what we're going to focus on is we're going to focus on the emotional connection between ourselves and the space, and then that emotional connection will create like that link that will help us bring ourselves back to there within dream space, both intentionally through meditation before dream and just through simple just intention alone. So all right, if you guys are ready, go ahead and drop an 1111 in the chat. There's 13 people still tuned in live on YouTube. Bonus points to you guys. If you guys just tuned in on TikTok, go ahead and click the link in my profile, join in on YouTube, and we're gonna wrap it up after this. So this is just gonna be a short meditation, so let's just go ahead and get ourselves nice and comfortable. I'm gonna turn off some of the lights here. Beautiful. If you want to lie down while doing this, you guys are welcome to. It's past my bedtime, that's for sure. So if you fall asleep while doing this, that's fine. So all right. For everybody here, just go ahead and get yourself nice and comfortable. This will just be we'll just do a short version of this. When you're ready, gently go ahead and close your eyes. Just take a moment here to be able to relax your body in whatever way you need. Wiggle your body a bit, roll your shoulders, straighten up your spine, relax your face, and just bring awareness to your breath. Soft, gentle inhales and soft, gentle exhales. Gently breathing here, we're just going to do a quick body scan, which I would encourage you to do even as you're falling asleep. And we're just going to imagine a light from the center of our chest moving through our body. And as it moves through our body, it gives permission to each part of that body to relax. This light will also help support us and guide us. Feeling and imagining this light at the center of our heart, whatever color you wish, feel this light moving through your shoulders, through your arms, all the way down to your fingers, giving permission to your shoulders and arms and fingers to relax. Feeling this light moving in through your torso, your ribs, your hips, your legs, all the way down to your toes, giving permission to those parts of the body to relax. Just feeling yourself dropping into this space. Imagining this light moving up through your spine, through your back, all the way up through the back of the neck, through your face, right to the top of the head, and surrounding your body in this beautiful light. Continuing to breathe here, just allowing this natural rhythm of the breath to unfold. We're going to imagine ourselves arriving in a field a little bit away from the dream tree. And so in this moment, just imagine yourself standing on an adjacent hill, and you can see the dream tree off in the distance, and you can see people standing around it, hanging out, gathering as community. And before we go there, we're just going to take a moment here to just be able to bring awareness to our senses. Feel the earth underneath your feet. Imagine yourself barefoot if you choose. Take a look at the sky, and you can just imagine this very dreamlike sky, this sky filled with stars and nebulas. And it's almost like it's nighttime and daytime at the same time. And from here, we're gently just going to imagine a lightness within our heart. And as we do this, we're slowly just going to imagine ourselves gently releasing the notion of gravity as we feel ourselves becoming lighter. Feeling this idea that we were always this light, that it was only the idea of gravity that was keeping us down on the ground. So when we release the idea, we naturally just float, and we can navigate and direct ourselves purely through focus and will. So from here, taking a look at the tree, you see this beautiful tree with this beautiful energy around it. You can even imagine the paradigm shift sigil floating above it, sending out a signal like a beacon. The sigil looks like a star compass for those unfamiliar. And so in this moment, focusing with your intention, you're gently just going to feel yourself floating towards the tree. And what does this floating feel like? This lightness within your body. It's like you have a body, but you aren't your body. It's almost as if what you are is a single point of light, a single point of consciousness. And maybe this single point is at your heart, maybe it's at your forehead. And so just feeling that simply by looking in a direction, you will yourself in that direction. Continuing to breathe here, imagine yourself slowly arriving in front of the dream tree as you gently bring your feet down onto the grass in front of it. And you feel the exact moment your feet touch the grass. Standing underneath the tree, looking up and imagining it with as much detail as you possibly can. Seeing these beautiful colors, you can see like energy moving through its branches, crystalline structure, just a feeling to it, this ancient wisdom, and just this feeling of pure love. This is a very sacred tree, as well as a very sacred place where we come together as a community to be able to celebrate, connect, commune. And so you take a moment here to look around, and you see people very casually just hanging out, having their own conversations. Maybe some people doing yoga, maybe some people dancing, some people even imagining them, even doing like different element bending. So you can imagine them right now as if they are in this dream space, literally in this moment. Just tell your mind right now you are in the dream space. Therefore, the limitless potentials of the dream space apply. You're in the realm of your imagination. And so you see people standing around, and you can see them bending the water, bending the fire, playing with earth, playing with air. And this place feels like home. This place is a very special place within your heart, a very familiar place, a place of family, a place of tribe, a place of growth. And so what we're going to do, we're gently going to walk up to the tree and we're going to stand in front of it. And I want you to pay very close attention as you reach out and make contact with the tree. Don't touch it yet, just wait. And I want you to imagine bringing your hand or your hands up to the tree. And I want you to imagine getting as close as you can, like closer and closer to the tree, in the way where you can basically feel its field, like you can feel its aura. So just imagine it, like just make it up in your mind, but you're imagining it will also allow you to connect with this real concept. So gently move your hands closer to the tree, and you can almost feel like kind of like a bubble, like a magnetic electric bubble of energy around the tree, and you can feel yourself just kind of merging with it. And so as you get closer and closer to the tree without actually touching it, you can still feel this current moving between you. And then when you are ready, specifically pay attention to the exact moment that you touch your palms to the tree, and pay attention to that texture. What does it feel like? Go ahead and do that. And so just gently moving your fingers across the tree as you do this, being able to observe the sensations. Remember what the sensation feels like so that you'll be able to return to it with ease when you do this practice by yourself. Excuse me. And from here, gently feel free to hug the tree. Literally hug the tree. Wrap your arms around it. The trunk's bigger than your arms, but go ahead and just hug the tree. And as you do this, we're just going to take a few moments, and you're just really going to breathe your love into the tree while also receiving love from the tree as well. So just take a few moments here as you breathe, and you just feel, and you can feel like the wisdom of the tree. You can feel its golden roots reaching into the ground. You can feel the whispers of Gaia coming through it. The wisdom of 1,000 ages coursing through its branches, its energetic veins. And so just take a moment here to be able to express your gratitude to the tree and just pour your love into it. As you pour your love into it, you literally crystallize it into this reality, which makes it more accessible for yourself and for others. Take a few moments here as you continue to just breathe with the tree. And just allow yourself to develop this emotional relationship with it. Feel how familiar it feels. Feel this wave of love moving through you. This tree connects with the heart of Gaia itself. Take a few moments here. I'm going to stop talking, and I want you to just be in this space, and we'll get close to wrapping it up after this. So just take literally just a few breaths in your own silence and just connect with the tree, speak to it, and listen to it. There may be a message that comes through for you in this moment from the tree. And even set the intention now to be able to return to it within your dream space. So imagine and really feel right now, just be like, just tell your brain, be like, oh no, maybe I'm dreaming right now. Like this is a dream. And then allow yourself that permission to be able to return back to it. So go ahead and just take a few moments within your own silence as you connect, as you pour your love into this tree, and as it pours its love into you. Go ahead, feel it in your heart, and just be here for a few moments. Continuing to breathe here, gently imagine when you're ready, turning and sitting down with your spine against the tree. So now it's like the trunk of the tree literally becomes an extension of your spine, an extension of your body. really just feeling yourself as the tree in a way. And so everything that we're doing here, literally this short little journey, is something that you can do within your dream space. And so just take a moment here as you look around at the people here, perhaps seeing familiar faces, looking up at the branches, looking up at the sky, and just paint this picture in your mind with as much detail as you possibly can. Feeling the grass, feeling the trunk against your spine, even feeling the temperature of the air, hearing the sounds, any particular smells. And just take a few moments here, again, just within your own silence, just to be able to really bring yourself into this space to make it easier for you to return in meditation and in dream practice. Looking around with your spine against a tree, feeling the energy of it moving up through your body. Take a few more moments here within your own silence. Go ahead and enjoy. Fall in love with this space. Beautiful. And from here, we'll gently conclude this meditation and just continue to imagine yourself just sitting underneath the tree, or perhaps in this moment, you want to be able to imagine yourself standing up. Maybe you go say hi to the people doing like the element bending, see some familiar faces, maybe share some hugs. Just make it feel as familiar as you can in this moment, as accessible as possible through the emotions of the heart. And set that intention, speak it to yourself, just set that intention to be able to say like something along the lines of, I intend to return here within the dream space, in your own words, in some sort of similar fashion. I will return here in the dream space. I am already here. I am present here in the dream space. And so just take another couple moments here as we wrap this up, thanking the tree, thanking the friends, thanking the community, and go ahead and just sit yourself back down with your spine against the tree. And from here, just taking one more moment, looking at this space, feeling that connection within our heart, feeling that magic, feeling that vividness, feeling that excitement to be able to return back to it again in a variety of forms. And slowly from here, gently bring our awareness back to our physical body when you are ready. As you slowly wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, and gently return your awareness to the space around you and open your eyes. Beautiful. Awesome. Welcome back, everyone. We'll take a moment here just to be able to share how that experience was for anybody, and then from there we'll officially conclude the broadcast. So yeah, that's always a very, very pleasant little meditation to be able to go to. And again, the intention there, now that I've told it to you, you now know that meditation, meaning you can basically play that scene out in your mind as you fall asleep. So as you're falling asleep, just go back to that idea that you're kind of like in the field, calibrate your senses. You can do the white light thing ahead of time as you're lying down, then imagine yourself in the field, imagine yourself kind of floating up, moving towards a tree, connecting with the tree, arriving there. And again, what happens at the tree? Like there can be like discussions there can be celebration there can be teachings, wisdom, healing, so many things that can happen there. If somebody would like to just be able to share just on, and again, just even any experience on that, and then just closing gratitude and any closing notes as well, you can all put that into one thing. For anybody here, do you guys want to just share how that was for you, and any closing thoughts of gratitude nonetheless? If anybody wants to be able to, Kristen, I'll pass it over to you. Go ahead, Kristen.
So much gratitude for you, amazing, beautiful, inspiring souls. I adore each and every one of you, and am just super grateful. That meditation was beautiful. I actually had like activation sensations up my spine whenever we leaned up against the tree. So that was super fun for me. And just being able to like know that this is a practice that we do every single Friday, but every time we do it individually, it's always unique and special. And my favorite part is always at the very end when you're like, okay, let's go give hugs. And I get to unleash the hugs on all of you guys. It's the best. So I hope you all felt my enormous hugs.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. And any just closing thoughts as we wrap up the broadcast? Anything for dreamers to go to sleep on?
Dream big and share the love. You are the only one setting limitations for yourself in your life. So just know that anywhere you want to go, you can. You just have to dream it and achieve it.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen, so much. And yeah, like that's the thing. Like we do the dream tree meditation on Friday. So for anybody who's like tuned in right now, like yeah, come back and oh god, as I squint at the clock, I'm like 9 hours? Like that's how long until like literally we're back on air in 9 hours for a regular Friday morning meditation where we show up and we go to the same dream tree, the guardian tree, the life tree, and we do this like epic meditation as well. So if you guys are around for Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, feel free to join in for that. Derek, if you had anything, if you're still there, if you want to close off with any thoughts as well, go ahead and let us know. But for anybody else, does anybody else just want to share any, again, it doesn't have to be about the meditation, just any closing thoughts as we get ready to be able to wrap things up, even just any gratitude you guys want to be able to express. Johnny? Yeah? Okay, go ahead, pass it to Johnny, and then I think Kailey as well. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah. For the first half of the meditation, like honestly, my mind is so distracted. Like I can honestly barely focus on much of anything after getting my whole class done and my license done this week. And sorry, after that clearing that I just explained earlier, I'm on a transition state where I'm like actually a healer now. And I'm just like, whoa, whoa, I'm just like, that whole thing is just really distracting my whole mind this week. And I'm trying to really get a hold of myself again. And hopefully, and I haven't even been meditating too. So that might be a reason. So I'll definitely be there in the morning to get myself back together. But yeah, definitely grateful. Stay grateful. You are who you are. You are a shooting star. There's plenty of people out there wishing upon you. Thank you for the space.
Awesome. Johnny, thank you again for joining in and helping co-create it. Awesome. Beautiful. All right. Derek, are you still there? Do you want to just close off with any closing thoughts as well? If Derek, you want to jump in, feel free to go ahead and let us know.
I am still here. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, Derek, go ahead. Derek, reporting live from the Dream Tree still, maybe. I don't know. Go ahead, Derek.
The Dream Tree was an amazing trip. I'm glad I could experience that with everyone. The only closing thought I would say that I didn't touch on is stones do work. Selenite specifically I have around, Orgonite, Shungite, and Tiger's Eye. Anything that you find resonates with you, grab it, go for it. It's quartz, it's energy. Our computers, our cell phones, all of our technology runs on quartz and silicon and precious metals. So it's silly that we wouldn't ascribe some kind of higher spiritual or metaphysical property to them when you break it down. So I would say find any kind of symbol that'll help you get into a good space. It's the meaning you put into it, whether it's a herb, whether it's a smell, whether it's a crystal, whether it's a stretch or position or a mantra. It's programmable placebo, and we have the chance to form and manifest our reality here, but even in a more rapid, accelerated rate within the dream state. So it's kind of like a testing ground for when this reality speeds up to the point where we can have instant manifestation because we've mastered ourselves. Right now, we wouldn't want instant manifestation because we don't have control over our thoughts. So this is all just training to kind of gain control over our thoughts and direct our focus and attention, our conscious energy. And once we get that, the more we get it, the more we'll be allowed to have faster abilities of manifesting and learning and growing. Right now, it's almost deliberately done this way so that we can kind of get a grip and a grasp on our own trajectory.
Yeah, that's awesome, Derek. That's like a whole, like, as I'm just like ready to get into a whole nother, because we've talked about that before. I remember us talking about that in the past, like this idea where it's like basically yeah, like dream space is a way for us to be able to put training wheels on to be able to learn how to manifest. Like if we could manifest as instantly as we could within a dream space, this reality would be a mess, right? So it's like you're not ready for that, but here within the simulation of the dream space, you can practice it, you know? And so yeah, maybe again, it's just like, oh God, is this just like, are we just like gods in training? Is this a little playground for us or something like that? I don't know, guys. Stay tuned for next week's episode. The story continues. Seems to be that way. Derek, any just closing message for people as we send them off into the dream space or wherever else they need to be?
Other than love and well wishes to everyone, I would just say one of my favorite Ubuntu is I am because we are. I am another you. So let's work together, let's share what we have, and let's grow together. Everything's intimately connected. So if you do well, I do well. And if I do well, you do well. So let's realize the connectivity and share what we can to help uplift and evolve all of us, each and every one.
Awesome. Beautifully said, Derek. And yeah, that's a great thing, right? So for everybody here, like as you focus working on your dream practice, it helps everyone. Like literally, it's a very holographic thing, and it 100th monkey effect. It makes this energy more accessible, and yeah, you know, we've kind of talked about this, but like we literally are the dream awakening to itself, and sit with that phrase. If it's still something where you're just like, I'm not sure what that means yet, you know, feel free to just kind of sit with that. But I feel as we continue to talk about it, we begin to realize it, where it's like, yes, the space that we are in and what we are is one in the same. So like that is just the path of being able to awaken to the very dreamlike nature of this reality. And not to say that makes it more confusing. For me, it really just hits upon the idea of just how incredibly beautiful and magical and mystical this experience that we call life really is, and how you are intimately a part of that. So if dreams can show you one thing, let they just remind you of the infinite magic that is already within each and every single one of us, and may you see that within yourself as well. Cool. Okay, Kailey, did you want to just closing thoughts? And then okay, cool. And Abby, if there's anything you wanted to say, go ahead and let us know. But yeah, okay, cool. Okay, go ahead, Kailey, then, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, really, really beautiful meditation. Thank you so much, Brendon. I actually did something a little different today. I often sit cross-legged, and during that, I actually sat with my feet up off the ground. And whenever you said that we like came down to touch down on the ground, you'd feel it in your feet. I like literally felt my feet like pulsate. That was super trippy. Yeah, so don't be afraid to switch up your meditation styles, how you situate your body, I guess. I don't know. But in closing, like I really love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging on this long and sharing so much of yourselves, both here and in the comments, and people watching in the future. Thank you for being here and working on yourself and trying to learn about these things. It made me circle back to that quote that I keep mentioning. That was what I wrote in my dream journal. It's like, don't forget that we're not just the observers of our thoughts, like we're also the dreamers, and we can create our reality, and it's a really, really beautiful thing. So just keep reminding yourself.
That's awesome.
Thanks,
Beautifully said, Kailey. Thank you so much for joining in. And this was Kailey's first dream class on air. So Kailey, thank you so much for being here. And we hope this inspires more of you to be able to be like, oh, I want to join the next one and everything like that. And we'd love to be able to have you here. And yeah, just saying upon this. And Abby, you want me to pass over to you as well, just to be able to close off? Yeah. Just saying closing thoughts. Yeah. See, this is where like I really want to be able to just, with a closing thought, encouraging people to get creative with your dream practice. It doesn't have to be like one specific format you know, kind of like what Derek was saying, it's about the intention. Like, you program it. So you could create like a little thing where it's like okay, like before going to bed, if I jump on one leg and plug my nose and wave my hand, then that will help me remember my dreams. Try it, just do that, because it's not just like the thing, it's the intention you put into the thing. It's the intention you put into the object. It's the intention you put into the gesture, into the practice, or something like that. So again, you know, if you can create this routine where it's like, okay, I'm having this routine where, yeah, you know, like I wash my face, clean myself up, set on some cool music, do a little meditation. And then when I do this like stretch, say if you like bring your arms over your head, it's like I do this, like I am like bringing in like clarity and lucidity. I am bringing in clarity and lucidity. So you can create like gestures that serve as activators for the idea, which sends out the signal, which creates the ritual, which creates the routine. So really for everybody here, again, you know, like go create your sacred space to be able to incubate a practice that is going to work for you, and get creative with it. Bring in talismans, bring in objects, bring in little trinkets, bring in techniques that we probably haven't even thought of yet. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, I think as we evolve, our dream techniques will continue to evolve, and there's this, you know, there's ideas there where maybe there's like technology that we haven't fully thought of yet, that may be like a future element of dreaming and everything, and definitely just using the technologies that we have, including, you know, the different herbs and plants and everything. Quick little thing here, because I know Abby was talking about it earlier with the mugwort. This is a little like pillow thing that I got. Maybe this will inspire someone to make it. This is like a little pillow. I bought it at like a little shop, little ma and pa shop, but it's got lavender in it, and so what I do is like I'll put it next to me, and I just kind of like sleep, and I'll smell it, and lavender, we were mentioning this earlier, can help with like dreaming and just awareness and everything like that. So maybe if you got some lavender, maybe make it into a cute little pillow or something like that. You know, get creative. I think the dream practice really calls in a lot of aspects of ourselves, and use it as a way to be able to call in your creativity in many ways as well. And that's where, again, you know, we didn't really talk about this earlier, but just real quick, practice flexing your imagination, and go out of your way to be able to like bring in things that will inspire you. Read cool comics, listen to podcasts, read books, watch cool movies, things that will inspire you as well, and kind of help you just kind of continue to activate the imagination that already is a part of who you are. Abby, I'll pass it over to you, and then we'll officially close it off after that. So go ahead, Abby. Thanks again.
I just wanted to say I had activations too. I like could feel the bark on my hand.
Oh, cool.
I could feel it feeling. And then also I mixed up my meditation. I was in a bubble, and I went to a branch, and I was sitting at the top of the branch, and that was really cool. I've never been in a bubble before, but felt very cool. And I wanted to say the getting the routine, it's like muscle memory. So if your body remembers that you're preparing to go to bed and getting ready to dream, then you're gonna have a better chance of reoccurring dreams or remembering your dreams. And that's all I have to say. Sweet dreams, everyone. Thank you for holding space again.
Awesome. Thank you, Abby, as well. Yeah, again, right, like it's when you create like that pattern, then it's like you create the pattern of how you go to sleep, and then the pattern continues into your sleep as well. So it's like, if I do this to be able to help remember my dreams, and you do it, and then the patterns continue into the dream practice as well. There is always so much more to be able to talk about with this topic. So if you feel like there's something that we didn't cover, please feel free to leave some comments down in the YouTube afterwards, and we'll take note of those. We usually do the Dream Class podcast at least once every 2 months, give or take. And we always got more to be able to explore, like I said. And if you're looking for more, go check out the past episodes. You can find those at tinyurl.com/Dream Class podcast. So again, the Dream Class podcast is just one of the podcasts that we do here through the Paradigm Shift Central project. And yeah, just thanking everyone again so much for being here, for designating your attention, for allowing yourself to be able to learn alongside us, so we can continue to incorporate and embody this wisdom, bring it into our practice, and continue to bring it into our relationships and our discussions, and let it continue to help us awaken into more of who we are. And I think there's a lot of really beautiful, magical medicine that is coming through our dreams, and let us be the ones to be able to receive it, so we can share it as well. So With that said, we're going to wrap up this broadcast. And for everybody here, if you aren't already yet, make sure you're subscribed on YouTube. Go ahead and like this video. Leave a comment with your own gratitude and closing thoughts, what you learned from this episode. Even feel free, like literally comment on this, like with your intentions relative to your dream practices or something like that. Like use this as a space to be able to hold accountability for your own dream practices. And we do have a channel within our Discord for dream discussion and dream logs for our leading members as well. So again, just wrapping it up with general notes. If you guys enjoyed this and you want to just be able to help support the ongoing podcast and all the things that we do for the community, go ahead and check out our Patreon, where you can join with a monthly micro contribution. And if you join at the $11 level, that's where you can join as a leading member in our community, and that's where you can join on air for these ongoing podcasts, which we do every Thursday at 8 p.m. EST, as well as to be able to get full access to our Discord channel, including the dream discussion channels and the dream log channels as well, plus lots of other really, really cool stuff there. So we're going to wrap it up here. Be sure to check the links in the YouTube info if you're watching this 12 hours after the broadcast for all of the links for the creators. If you're watching this live, just give me a little bit afterwards and we'll get the extra links in there as well. So be sure to go back and please feel free. Maybe send a direct message to some of the people that you saw on air today and just let them know that you appreciate them, and maybe there's something in particular that you want to be able to like connect with them on as well. You're more than welcome to be able to do so. And yeah, enjoy your ongoing dream practice, and we look forward to being able to come back here again and to be able to see our progress. And yeah, maybe this might be, I guess this might, oh, now I'm getting sad thinking about it. This might be the last dream class of 2020 that we're doing right now. Now that I think about it, I'm like, oh no, like, but we'll see you in 2021 for more dreaming adventures. And yeah, let this conversation just be, again, an example of the ongoing conversations. The dream class never ends. I mean, what am I talking about, right? Like the dream class is life, so to speak. So beautiful. All right. Yeah, Patreon links in the info for below. Follow us on Spotify at Paradigm Shift Radio. Subscribe, check out past podcasts, join the Discord, and be sure to follow all the awesome creators that were part of this podcast. And that's about it. And thank you again, everyone, so much for being here and for being a part of this team. And with that said, we are officially going to wrap up the broadcast. So just inviting the fellow members who are still on air with us to gently be able to say goodnight to all the amazing creators who are, and all the people who are tuned in tonight. So sweet dreams, everyone. Say goodnight, everyone. We love you guys. We love you. Sweet dreams. We love you. See you at the dream tree. All right. Thank you again, everyone. As always, keep it shifty and welcome to the future. Special thank you to Danny Leonardo, whose music is featured at the beginning and end of this podcast. Be sure to check out more of Danny's info in the YouTube info. Thank you, Danny.